The team leader was startled by Gu Sheng's reaction. His teacup almost slipped from his hand, hot tea splashing onto his hand, but he didn't notice. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and carefully asked Gu Sheng, "Commander Gu, what do you mean? Could it be that he liked Jiqing?" No, and Jiqing had already married Huiqinian. Breaking up their marriage would be too unkind. The team leader suddenly felt annoyed with Gu Sheng. His words hit like a thunderbolt, making Gu Sheng's vision go black. He staggered back, clutching the edge of the table tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Wasn't Huiqinian hit on the head and turned into a fool? He never expected that Manhwa had married Huiqinian. Once a proud young lady from Beijing, the fiancé he once discarded like worn-out shoes, surprisingly married a fool? A deep, hard-to-express feeling of bitterness rose in his chest, like a spilled jar of mixed flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, salty, blending together and making it hard to breathe.
Impossible.
Gu Sheng suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair with a loud crash that echoed sharply in the quiet room. He looked like a furious wild animal, with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice. How could she marry a fool? Anna, how can she humiliate herself like this? Captain Da immediately disagreed, saying, "Commander Gu, you're wrong. Huiqinian only became like this to save Jiqing. And Jiqing is grateful and repays kindness. Now they are a married couple, living happily. How can you say she is humiliating herself? Moreover, during this earthquake, he saved many people." Gu Sheng remembered the tall figure he saw among the ruins, which seemed to merge with the image of Captain Hua, calm and commanding in crisis. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing unbearable pain.
Sorry.
I lost my temper. Gu Sheng forced down his anger and asked carefully, each word coming out with difficulty, as if squeezed from his teeth, "Manhwa is my childhood neighbor and sister. I was surprised when she suddenly got married." "Oh, so Commander Gu and Jiqing are childhood friends?" The captain chuckled and waved his hand. "I thought. Well, family is family." Gu Sheng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing sharp pain, but it was nothing compared to the turmoil inside him. Suddenly, he remembered the silent understanding and eye contact between Manhwa and Huiqinian in the ruins, how they seemed to communicate without words. Turns out, they had already been married. Just then, light footsteps sounded outside, approaching from afar. Manhwa and Huiqinian entered side by side. Both looked a little tired but appeared spirited. Manhwa's shirt was covered in dust, but it didn't diminish her calm and confident aura. In fact, it made her look even more heroic. Huiqinian followed closely behind her, scanning the surroundings with a watchful gaze like a loyal hunting dog, guarding his master. When he saw Gu Sheng, Manhwa paused slightly, then quickly regained her composure, as if he was just an unimportant stranger. She nodded to the team leader and said gently, "Team leader, I am here to pick up some medicines. The relief center urgently needs supplies." Gu Sheng stared intently at Manhwa, suddenly sneering with a tone full of mockery and disdain. "Manhwa, you really surprised me. You married a fool." Manhwa looked at him calmly, her eyes full of disgust for Gu Sheng. "Who I marry and what I do with him has nothing to do with you." She paused, adding with a subtle hint of sarcasm, "My dear sister, husband, brother-in-law?" The team leader was shocked and looked at Gu Sheng with his mouth wide open, as if he could fit an egg inside. He truly didn't expect that Jiqing had such a background. He quickly recalled if he had ever treated Jiqing badly. He was really afraid that she might seek revenge. Gu Sheng's face instantly turned pale, looking as unpleasant as if he had eaten a dead fly. When he broke off the engagement, Manhwa had indeed been disfigured, but now she was even more charming and full of personality. It's just a pity that her scars on her face are so intimidating. However, what should have belonged to him now could only be watched as she married someone else, and this huge gap made him almost go crazy. "Brother-in-law," Manhwa sneered, a victorious pride in her tone. "Now, I am Qian Hao's wife. You better remember that. After speaking, she turned to leave. Gu Sheng suddenly grabbed her wrist, his tone filled with reluctance and pleading. Anua, are you really willing? You could have had a better choice. Following him. What good days can you have? Let her go. Qian Hao's voice was as cold as ice. He grabbed Gu Sheng's wrist and with a slight force, made Gu Sheng release her in pain. He protected Anua behind him, his eyes sharp as he stared at Gu Sheng. Anua rubbed her reddened wrist after Gu Sheng squeezed it, looked at him calmly and firmly. Gu Sheng, I have never regretted. I love An Yan and he loves me. That's enough. As for you, you'd better think carefully about what you truly want. After saying this, she pulled Qian Hao away from the room, leaving Gu Sheng standing alone, his face changing unpredictably, like a statue, motionless. Qian Hao was still stunned by Anua's words, I love An Yan. The team leader watched the scene and sighed deeply. A cursed fate, truly a cursed fate. Meanwhile, Anua and Qian Hao had already arrived at the relief center. Anua was about to go in but was stopped by Qian Hao. What's wrong? Anna turned to look at him, her eyes showing a hint of doubt. Husband, you just said that you love me. This sentence. Hu Qinyan's eyes were filled with doubt. He wanted to confirm if Anna's words were sincere. Anna pinched Hu Qinyan's cheek and smiled gently. Darling, be more confident. Yes, I love you. I will love only you in this life. Hu Qinyan's tense expression relaxed, and he hugged Anna tightly, holding her close. He said excitedly, my wife, I love you too. You've worn me out, so you have to take responsibility.
Ha ha ha.
Anna was amused by Hu Qinyan. She raised her hand to hug his waist and pinched him gently. Silly, we're officially married. Are you still worried I'll leave you? You act like a little wife. Just put your heart at ease. Wife, I have something to tell you. After I say it, don't be mad, okay? Wife, I have something to tell you. After I say it, don't be mad, okay? Hu Qinyan suddenly spoke, breaking the strange silence. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, like a child who had done something wrong, carefully watching Anna's reaction. The two of them were walking slowly along the desolate road away from the shelter, heading home. The sunset's glow shone on the ground, casting mottled shadows through the gaps in the leaves. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The peaceful atmosphere was disturbed by Hu Qinyan's words. Anna raised her eyebrows, showing curiosity and a faint sense of unease. She paused, turned to face Hu Qinyan, whose clear eyes looked like a deep, bottomless lake, shining with curiosity. What is it? Just say it, I'm listening. Her voice was calm, but Hu Qinyan felt an invisible pressure. He took a deep breath, as if gathering courage. He tried to meet Anna's gaze, but couldn't help but look away briefly, then quickly looked back. He swallowed hard, finally gathering his courage and speaking slowly, word by word. Actually, my memory has already returned for some time. This sentence hit like a thunderbolt, exploding in Anna's ears. She froze in place, her pupils dilating slightly, and her mind went blank for a second. After a moment, she regained her senses and stared intensely at Hu Qinyan, as if trying to find some clue on his face. What did you say? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. Your memory has come back? When did that happen? Say it again. Hu Qinyan lowered his head, like a guilty dog, with a sad and remorseful voice. My memory returned more than a month ago. Hearing this, Anua felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, and anger surged from her heart to her head. She believed her medical skills were good, and she always treated acupuncture carefully, afraid of making mistakes. But who would have thought that he had already regained his memory and had been hiding it all along? So, you've been lying to me? Anua asked coldly, her tone as icy as a winter wind. She clenched her teeth tightly, each word seeming to come out through her clenched jaw. Hu Qinyan hurriedly waved his hands to explain, It's not a lie. I just didn't know how to tell you. I was afraid. Afraid of what?
Just say it.
Anua pressed forward, arms crossed, her eyes almost piercing. Huachinian took a deep breath, his voice low and bitter. Because I was afraid that once I returned to normal, you wouldn't take care of me like you do now. I was afraid you would leave me. You are the bright moon in the sky, and I am just a common person on the ground. How could someone like me deserve you? I was afraid you only pitied me, and after I recovered, you would leave. His voice grew softer and softer, until it was like a faint mosquito buzz. Anua was stunned. Such a reason made her want to laugh and cry at the same time. At first, she truly acted out of gratitude and responsibility. But after they got married, she indeed planned to spend her life with him. After all, she was crazy about his looks. She definitely wanted to keep such a man for herself. Later, through their daily interactions, she truly fell for him and loved him. She could give her body and heart to him. That was the best proof. But she didn't understand why, even after she was disfigured and rejected by everyone, he seemed so insecure about himself. Shouldn't she have been the one holding onto him tightly? After all, her original fiancé ran faster than a cheetah when he saw her disfigured face. Looking at the anxious Huachinian in front of her, Anua couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Come on, if I didn't teach you a lesson, you wouldn't realize that my wife is sacred and inviolable. She sneered angrily, her eyes sharp as a knife. Huachinian, what do you think I am? When I see you clinging to me every night, why don't you feel you're not good enough for me? Why don't you realize you're just a common man? No, that's not it. Huachinian hurriedly grabbed Anua's hand, his tone full of panic and helplessness. I just fear losing you. Since my memory returned, I understand how important you are to me. I really can't take any risks. I'm afraid of losing you, afraid of ending up with nothing. Ridiculous. Anua forcefully pushed his hand away and turned to leave. You're just being unreasonable. Huachinian was anxious. He quickly pulled her into his arms. Wife, listen to my explanation. I really know I was wrong. Don't ignore me, okay? His tone was pleading and regretful, like a child who made a mistake, hoping for forgiveness. Anua struggled to push him away, but his strength was astonishing. She simply couldn't break free. Let me go. Huachinian, you're a liar. Do you know how worried I am about you? Every time acupuncture doesn't work, I think it's because my skills are not good enough, she said more and more emotionally, her eyes slightly reddening. Hearing this, Huachinian's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, both sour and aching. He lowered his head close to Anua's ear and softly said, I'm sorry, wife. I was too selfish. I only thought of myself and didn't consider your feelings. I swear I won't do this again, okay? Anua snorted coldly, not immediately letting go. Next time? Do you still want to lie to me in the future? Huachinian was stunned for a moment, but then shook his head like a rattledrum. Wife, as long as you're not angry, as long as you don't leave me, I promise I won't lie to you again. Seeing his anxious and guilty look, her anger finally eased a little. Really? Really? Huachinian immediately promised, his tone firm. I swear. And Anua reached out and poked his chest, her eyes serious. From now on, no more hiding anything from me, big or small. You must tell me everything immediately. Huachinian nodded solemnly, placing Anua's hand on his chest. My heart belongs to you. What is there I can't tell you? Who knows if you're just trying to fool me? Annoyingly blinked mischievously, but I've always been generous with adults. I'll give you a chance to make amends. Wife, don't worry. I'll behave well and try to be lenient, Huachinian sighed. He knew annoyingly's words meant she was no longer angry, but he still couldn't let his guard down, especially with his former fiancée watching closely. He wouldn't give Gu Sheng any chance to get close to his wife again. His wife could only belong to him, Huachinian. The atmosphere between them finally eased a bit. Annoyingly sighed softly, looking at the man in front of her, feeling both annoyed and amused. You're just too insecure. I already said I'll take responsibility for you, yet you still doubt me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who gives up easily? Huachinian's eyes darkened. He softly said, It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust myself. I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you. Afraid one day you'll realize you can have better options. You're such a fool. Annoyingly grabbed his collar, pulling him close, feeling a bit sorry for this man. Huachinian held annoyingly tightly, as if wanting to merge her into himself. Wife. Just as Huachinian was about to confess, hurried footsteps interrupted him. A figure rushed over from afar. It was Huatianai, looking serious and sweaty on his forehead. Something's happened. Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng. Hey, did you hear? Something big has happened. Huatianai hurried over to Annoyingly and the others, still running and loudly shouting, Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng. His hair was messy, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His thin shirt was soaked through, looking like he had just finished a long run. His eyes were wide open, and his anxious expression seemed to announce some huge news. What's going on? Calm down and speak properly. Annoyingly cut him off sharply, her tone as sharp as a knife, making people instinctively want to dodge. Huatianai was startled by her, and his angry mood was instantly cut in half. He paused, touched his nose, and subtly looked toward Huachinian. Tsh. The atmosphere between those two was even more tense than he thought. Gu Sheng. Huatianai hesitated to speak, but was silenced by Annoyingly's cold glare. Just say what's on your mind. Manhwa raised her eyebrows, her tone growing more impatient. Her gaze was fixed on Huatianai, full of pressure. Huatianai swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat break out on his back. Summoning his courage, he said, Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng is spreading bad rumors about my brother at the team office. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. What did he say? Huachinian asked in a deep voice. His normally lowered eyelids suddenly lifted, revealing deep eyes that looked like a storm about to break in the night. Huatianai was stunned by his presence and quickly added, He said you're pretending to be naive to gain sympathy, that you're not worthy of your sister-in-law, and that your marriage is a sham. If it comes to that, your marriage doesn't count. After he finished, the room fell into complete silence, as if time had stopped. Even the air felt heavy, making it hard to breathe. Huachinian clenched his fists tightly, his face turning pale with anger. His sharp eyebrows looked like a sword unsheathed. Did he really say that? Absolutely. Huatianai nodded eagerly. Many young workers heard it. That guy really deserves a beating. Huachinian's fists clenched with a cracking sound. He took a step forward, ready to go out. Today, I will tear his mouth apart. Stop right there. Manhwa quickly grabbed his wrist with strong force. Her voice was icy cold. What do you want to do? Fight him? Don't forget, you're a fool now. Huachinian paused, his foot already in motion. Since he had already told his wife the truth, there was no need to pretend to be a fool outside. He wanted to protect his wife himself. Manhwa saw what Huachinian was thinking and released his hand, her tone softening slightly. All right, leave this to me. Where is Gu Sheng now? He's at the team office, chatting with some young workers. Huatianai answered quickly. Manhwa nodded and, without hesitation, took Huachinian's hand. Let's go. We'll go over. She suddenly paused, looked at Huatianai, and said, Xiaoyi, you don't need to go. Go home and cook dinner. Oh, and remember to feed the Silver Emperor some meat. Got it. I'll complete the task, Huatianai replied, obeying the order. He turned and ran home, eager to see how his sister-in-law was handling the troublemaker. Along the way, Manhwa held Huachinian's hand tightly. Her fingers were slender, but carried a comforting strength. Feeling the heat in his palm, she softly said, Relax. Leave this to me. It's time to settle things between Gu Sheng and me. Huachinian looked at her determined profile, and a complex emotion gradually appeared in his deep eyes. His anger slowly cooled as she spoke, replaced by an indescribable feeling in his chest, both touched and reassured. In front of the team department, young workers and villagers gathered in small groups. Gu Sheng stood in the center, dressed in a military uniform, looking confident and spirited. He held a cigarette, occasionally tapping the ash with his finger, a relaxed gesture like strolling in his backyard garden. You all don't know how glorious Huachinian was back then. TSK and now? Huh, just a foolish liar pretending to be innocent. Gu Sheng's voice was quiet but sharp, each word biting. His smile was especially glaring. How can a man like that be worthy of Anhwa? People around looked at each other, some lowered their heads silently, some nodded in agreement, but most chose to stay quiet. After all, Gu Sheng was the squad leader, and no one dared to offend him easily. I'd like to hear what makes him unworthy of me. A cold, slightly mocking voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned at once and saw Anhwa holding Huiqinyan's hand, walking calmly over. Her straight back and steady steps made Gu Sheng's pride feel stung, and his face turned awkward.
Thought you.
Gu Sheng's expression froze when he saw her. He tried to smile, but it looked forced. Why are you here?
Why not?
Not welcome? Anhwa replied coldly, with a sharp smile. Say that again. I didn't hear clearly. Gu Sheng's lips parted, but he couldn't speak a word. His little tricks were now completely exposed under Anhwa's sharp gaze. Gu Sheng, I'll tell you, Anhwa said slowly, each word like frost, and Nian is my husband. Whether he's worthy or not doesn't need your judgment. As for you, I was blind to think you were a decent man. Gu Sheng's smile froze completely. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Anhwa cut him off coldly. Shut up. She moved closer, each word stabbing like a sharp blade into Gu Sheng. Do you think I should be grateful for your pity, just because I ruined my face? Weren't you decisive when you broke off the engagement? So, is it that my cousin can't satisfy you? Anhwa's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Gu Sheng's carefully crafted mask of falsehood.
What?
From what Jiqing said, did Commander Gu once get engaged to her? It seems so. I heard that Commander Gu broke off his engagement with Jiqing and then married her cousin. Oh, such a heartless person. How can he have the nerve to say that Qinian is a fool and not suitable for Jiqing? Those gazes, some full of contempt, some full of sympathy, others gloating, seemed to follow her, like invisible knives slicing him, making his face turn paler and paler, shifting from green to white, like a painter's palette. Anhwa secretly chuckled inside. The villagers were quite attentive. They listened carefully to the main point. Anhwa, listen to me explain. Gu Sheng clenched his teeth, each word squeezed out from between them. He tried hard to save the situation but felt like a clown, struggling more and looking more ridiculous. Explain? Anhwa sneered, a mocking smile curling her lips. At this point, what more is there to explain? Qinian tightly held Anhua's hand, feeling her slight trembling in her palm, like a frightened bird trying to stay calm. Although she appeared strong and fierce, like a thorny rose, deep inside, the anger and hurt from betrayal and pain still grew wildly like weeds, impossible to stop. I admit I was wrong back then. I was a fool.
But
Gu Sheng's words were cut off by a sudden, hurried, chaotic footsteps, like a heavy hammer smashing down on his already shaky defense. Shut up. Anhwa sharply interrupted Gu Sheng. Since you've chosen my cousin, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. And, she added with a cold smile, in the army, you and An Yen were the best friends.
now.
You're not worthy. After saying this, she took Qinian's arm and turned away, without hesitation. The noise in front of the squadron gradually faded, and the onlookers, villagers and young workers, began to disperse in small groups. Gu Sheng stood there, his face grim, the cigarette in his hand burning down to the filter, burning his fingertips with a sharp sting. He suddenly threw away the cigarette, his eyes dark and fixed on Anhua's departing figure. The anger in his chest nearly burned him to ashes.
Anhwa.
He muttered her name softly, teeth clenched, fists clenched with a cracking sound. Meanwhile, Anhwa and Huiqinian had already walked far away. The night was cool, and the air carried the crispness of early autumn. The streetlights cast long shadows, like silhouettes of a couple quietly leaning on each other in a silent world. Anhwa held Huiqinian's hand tightly. His slender yet strong hand gave her a comforting warmth, as if no matter what happened, there was an unspoken trust and firmness between them. Huachinian looked down at her, his gaze resting on her slightly raised chin and confident side face. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. He wanted to speak but didn't know how to say it. He had many things to say now, but each word felt weak and empty. In silence, only the soft sound of footsteps broke the quiet night. Suddenly, Manhwa stopped walking. She turned back, her eyebrows slightly raised, her clear eyes carrying a mischievous smile. Still angry? Huachinian was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, and the gloom on his face seemed to fade a little with this action. He didn't answer, but took a step forward and reached out to hold her in his arms. "Thank you." His voice was low and hoarse, filled with genuine sincerity. Manhwa looked up at him, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. "Thank what? You're my person. If I don't stand up for you, who will? But remember, you're still on probation." Huachinian chuckled at her words. He leaned down and gently kissed her smooth forehead. "Don't worry, wife. I'll do my best to behave." They looked at each other and smiled. Their laughter drifted softly in the night breeze, like a light tune that made the whole evening warm and cozy. They clasped hands, walking slowly, each step seemingly paving the way for their future, full of understanding and hope. When they got home, a rich aroma of fish soup filled the air. Huachinian came out of the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of fish soup. Seeing them, he cheerfully called out, "Ah, you're finally back. Come try it. I specially made this nourishing soup for my sister-in-law." Manhwa was slightly stunned, about to speak, but the strong fishy smell suddenly hit her nose, making her stomach churn. Her face suddenly turned pale. She covered her mouth and turned around to run into the yard, leaning against the wall and gagging.
Anna.
Huachinian was very surprised and quickly followed, one arm around her shoulder, gently patting her back. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Manhwa waved her hand to show she was fine, but her pale face looked very worrying. Huachinian also panicked. He put down the bowl on the table and rushed over. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Are you overworked these days and got sick?" Huang saw that Mom was uncomfortable, making muffled sounds in its throat, and circled around Manhwa anxiously. "Shut up." Huachinian frowned and glared at it, sounding a bit impatient. "Take Huang away quickly." Huachinian pouted and reluctantly picked up Huang. The man and the dog stood to the side, looking at Manhwa with sad eyes. Manhwa took a deep breath to calm herself down. She raised her hand to check her pulse, her brow slightly furrowed, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Seeing her unusual expression, Huachinian grew more nervous. "What's wrong?" Manhwa looked up at him, her eyes carrying an indescribable emotion. She spoke softly, I am pregnant." This sentence hit Huachinian like a thunderbolt in his mind. He froze completely, seeming unable to believe his ears. After several seconds of shock, he finally reacted. His shock was gradually replaced by joy. He suddenly picked up Manhwa and spun around several times. "Really? Wife, I'm going to be a dad?
Ha ha ha.
Don't move around so much." Manhwa felt dizzy from his swinging and gently patted his shoulder. "Be careful, I'm dizzy." Huachinian immediately stopped and carefully set her down. But he couldn't hide his big smile. He held her hand seriously and said, "Wife, thank you. Really thank you." "Thank me for what?" Manhwa scolded him playfully, but a warm feeling rose in her heart. She placed her hand on her belly, feeling the presence of the little life inside. This was her and Huachinian's child, a bond that could not be broken. She looked up at his genuine happy smile and smiled along with him. At that moment, she felt a long-lost happiness, the warmth of family. Huachinian, hearing the news, widened his eyes in surprise. He jumped in place and then rushed to Huachinian. "Sister-in-law is pregnant? Big brother, you're amazing. Hurry up and make the food. You can't let your sister-in-law get too tired." Huachinian gave him a cold look, but a proud smile couldn't be hidden at the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll handle the cooking from now on." Huachinian scratched his head excitedly. "This is such great news. I'll tell everyone in the village so they all know our family is expecting a baby. Don't say anything yet. And Nuwa quickly stopped him. It's not the right time. T&I paused, feeling a bit wronged, and muttered, why not? Such good news. Shouldn't everyone celebrate together? Talking about it now will only cause trouble, and Nuwa said calmly but firmly. Especially with Gusheng. We need to be careful. Hearing that name, T&I immediately fell silent. He remembered what happened at the village office and lowered his head, muttering, yeah, that guy is so weird. Maybe he'll do something bad. So, this must stay a secret for now, and Nuwa advised, then turned to Chinian. And you, don't go around spreading the news either. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chinian nodded, but the happiness in his eyes was hard to hide. Back inside the house, and Nuwa looked at the fish soup on the table. She couldn't help feeling nauseous and quickly covered her mouth and turned aside. Hurry up and take the fish soup away. I can't stand the smell. Quick, take it away. Chinian frowned and handed the fish soup directly to T&I, then stayed close to Nuwa. Without the smell of the fish soup, Nuwa finally could breathe easier. Although pregnancy was something to be happy about, she knew very well that now was not the time to relax. She placed her hand on the table and tapped her fingers thoughtfully. Even though pregnancy was good news, she understood that she couldn't let her guard down now. Gusheng wouldn't give up easily, and her uncle's family was watching closely. She had to be fully prepared. Just then, T&I, who had returned to the living room, suddenly spoke up. By the way, big brother, shouldn't you be honest with me about something? Honest about what? Chinian raised an eyebrow at him. Don't pretend to be clueless. T&I rolled his eyes. Your wife is so amazing. She's cured your silly ways, right? Come on, tell me. Are you already better, or have you been pretending all along? Hearing this, Nuwa also looked up at Chinian. The latter scratched his head, looking a bit shy, and said, it's really better now, but I haven't found the right chance to tell you all. Before he finished, T&I rushed over and hugged him, crying and laughing, saying, big brother, you're finally okay. That's great. Sister-in-law is truly a miracle worker. I will listen to her from now on and never make her angry again. His playful behavior eased the tense and heavy atmosphere immediately. Nuwa helplessly shook her head, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Night fell deeper, spreading like ink over the quiet village. After more than a month of urgent repairs, the Xinglong production team, devastated by the earthquake, was restored with the help of soldiers. However, the villagers couldn't feel happy. First, some loved ones had passed away. Second, the crops were destroyed before harvest. Fortunately, because the Red Flag commune was in the earthquake's epicenter and suffered heavy losses, this year's grain quota was waived. The harvested grain, which would feed the villagers for the coming year, was distributed. The villagers always remembered and appreciated the leadership's kindness. Nuwa and Huachinian walked side by side along the country road home, their faces shining with happiness. Nuwa gently touched her slightly swollen belly, feeling the baby's movements, filled with anticipation and joy. She turned to look at Huachinian, whose side profile looked especially handsome in the moonlight, with gentle eyebrows and eyes. Anyan, do you think our baby will look like anyone? Nuwa asked softly, with a playful tone. Huachinian stopped walking, gazing at Nuwa with deep affection, a look of pampering in his eyes. No matter who he looks like, he is our most precious treasure. He reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I just hope he grows up healthy and safe, kind and brave like you. A blush appeared on Nuwa's cheeks. She snuggled into Huachinian's arms, feeling his warm chest and strong heartbeat. Yes, we will protect him as he grows. They exchanged smiles and continued walking toward home. Huachinian was busy tidying up the dishes, moving quickly and efficiently, clearly used to this daily routine. Yin Huang dutifully sat at the door, his sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, like a loyal guardian protecting this warm little home. Suddenly, a hurried footsteps broke the quiet night, approaching from afar, sounding especially abrupt in the open courtyard. The Silver King immediately perked up its ears, its fur standing on end, and let out a deep warning growl, an instinctive reaction to danger. "Who is it?" Hao Qinian furrowed his brows and instinctively protected Anua behind him. His body was tense, like a drawn bow, ready to face any unknown threat. A strange male voice came from outside the courtyard, hoarse and anxious, pleading, "Please, save my son. He's about to die." Anua and Hao Qinian exchanged glances, both seeing suspicion and caution in each other's eyes. At this moment, someone coming to seek medical help, and the voice sounding so unfamiliar, seemed suspicious. Moreover, he called for Dr. An, not in Jiqing. "I'll go see," Hao Qinian said in a deep voice. He took a step forward, steady and strong, but was stopped by Anua. "I'll go with you," Anua said softly. Her voice was gentle but firm, with an undeniable resolve. "It's late at night, and something feels off.
I'm worried about you."
Hao Qinian looked into Anua's worried eyes, feeling warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently squeezed her hand, as if giving her strength and comfort. "All right, let's go together." The two stepped out of the house, one behind the other. In the yard, a middle-aged man with an anxious face was pacing back and forth. His figure was elongated under the dim yellow light, looking very restless. Seeing them come out, he hurried over, his weathered face full of worry and helplessness. "Dr. N, please help my son. He suddenly has a high fever and is unconscious. Please, it's urgent, or it might be too late." Anua carefully observed the man. He looked to be in his early 40s, wearing a faded blue work uniform stained with dirt and dust, probably hurriedly put on. His anxious expression seemed genuine, and his eyes were full of concern and fear for his son, but there was a strange glint deep in his gaze. "Sir, are you sure you have the right person?" Anua asked calmly, her tone gentle but with a hint of scrutiny. "I'm just a young person from the countryside, not a doctor. How could I be mistaken?" The man stammered, his eyes flickering and avoiding direct eye contact with Anua. "Your medical skills are well known across the area, so I came specifically to ask for your help. Dr. N, saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. Please do the right thing and save my son." Anu felt even more cautious inside. She couldn't do anything during an earthquake. But now, she dare not call herself a doctor, since she has no medical license. If something happens, she can't take responsibility. Whether the person is desperately seeking help or has other motives, the face is unfamiliar. She can't help with this task. If something goes wrong, she can't bear the consequences. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the yard, as if someone was deliberately walking quietly but couldn't completely hide their footsteps. The Silver King immediately became alert, pricking up its ears. It turned around and barked loudly at the outside, warning and showing hostility. "There's an ambush," Qinian whispered. His voice was low but carried a firm authority. His sharp gaze swept around like an eagle, watching carefully for any suspicious spots. Seeing the situation was bad, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled out a shiny dagger from his pocket. The dagger gleamed coldly in the moonlight, looking very sharp. He pointed the dagger at Anu, and his face turned fierce. "You troublemaker. You caused my son's death. Today, I want you to pay the price."
"What are you talking about?"
Anu said coldly. Her voice was quiet but full of righteous anger. "I never treated your son, so how can he have died because of me?" "Humph, stop pretending." The man sneered, his smile chilling.
"My son was killed by you.
Today, I will avenge my son. You quack doctor, I will make you pay with blood." Before he finished, several strong men suddenly rushed into the yard. They were all tall and muscular, each holding a dagger, and looked fierce as they surrounded Anu and Qinian. These men clearly came prepared. Their eyes were fierce and their movements quick, not like ordinary villagers.
"Who sent you?"
Anu asked coldly. Her voice echoed in the night sky, full of commanding presence. "Is it in Jianxi? Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who wants to kill me." Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered, seeming a bit guilty, but he quickly regained his ferocity. Stop wasting time. Today, I want your life.
Brothers, attack.
Whoever kills this wicked woman, I will reward him with 10 big round cakes. As he spoke, he raised his dagger and lunged at Anu. His move was fast and fierce, clearly aiming to kill with one strike. Chinian reacted quickly, moving as fast as lightning, shielding Anua behind him. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to reach out with his right hand and grabbed the stabbing dagger directly.
Ah!
Anua screamed in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Her gaze was completely filled with the shocking red color, and her heart clenched tightly, as if someone had gripped it hard. She saw the sharp blade pierce through Chinian's palm. His hand quickly turned soaked with blood beads dripping down the blade and splattering on the ground, like red lotus petals blooming silently in the night. Although Chinian's palm was bleeding heavily, he showed no sign of letting go. His eyes were sharp and cold, like a furious lion, and the pressure in the air was so intense that even the atmosphere seemed to freeze. He stared fiercely at the attacker, his voice deep and icy. "If you dare hurt my woman and child, you're asking for death." His tone sounded like a judgment from the depths of, making people shiver.
Anyan.
Anua couldn't help but cry out in fear. Her voice trembled with terror. She wanted to rush forward to check on his injury, but Chinian held her back firmly with his healthy left hand. He protected her with almost stubborn strength, not letting her get close to the danger. "Don't come any closer." His tone was stern, but it couldn't hide his concern and tenderness. At that tense moment, loud footsteps and commotion suddenly came from outside the yard. "What's going on? Who's causing trouble?" A loud, commanding voice announced, and the captain appeared at the gate. His tone was full of authority, instantly calming the chaos on the scene. The attackers didn't expect things to get so out of control, nor did they expect the captain to arrive so quickly. They looked at each other instinctively, then almost at the same time, turned around and tried to escape in panic. But just as they took a step, a group of villagers who had heard the noise blocked their way. The villagers held hoes and wooden sticks, surrounding the fleeing criminals tightly. It turned out that Tianai had already sensed something was wrong. Amid the chaos, he quietly slipped out to bring reinforcements.
Don't move.
Hands up. The captain led a few militia members rushing into the yard. Their flashlights flickered in the night, like sharp swords stabbing at the criminals' hearts. The militia quickly moved forward, tying up the criminals with ropes. "Catch all of these people. Don't let anyone escape." At this moment, Tianai couldn't help but rush out. He suddenly lunged forward, pinning the middle-aged man trying to escape to the ground. His sturdy build was full of strength, and he pressed down firmly, fierce like a protective wolf king. "Trying to run? No way. You daring to bully my sister-in-law, I won't let you go." After the criminals were subdued, Anua no longer cared about anything else. She quickly grabbed Huachinian's right hand to check his injury. What caught her eye was a fierce, terrifying wound, stretching from the corner of his mouth to his palm, with torn flesh and blood still pouring out. "You fool." Anua's eyes filled with tears, her voice full of concern and blame. "Why are you so stupid? If you hurt your hand tendons, this hand will be useless." She trembled as she quickly took a handkerchief from her pocket, trying to calm her emotions while briefly bandaging Huachinian's wound. Even so, her fingertips still trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with worry. Huachinian gently held her hand, his voice low and tender. "It's okay, don't be afraid." His tone carried an unshakable firmness. "As long as you and your son are safe, what's a little injury to me?" Hearing this, Anua could no longer hold back. Tears fell like broken pearls, and she threw herself into Huachinian's arms, burying her face in his chest, crying uncontrollably. "You fool.
You must not be so silly again."
Huachinian gently stroked her back with his uninjured left hand, comforting her repeatedly, like soothing a frightened little animal. However, his lowered eyes shimmered with a sharp coldness, an icy calmness and bloodthirstiness belonging to a hunter. He lifted his head and looked at the subdued middle-aged man. The man knelt trembling on the ground, afraid to meet his gaze. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Huachinian's voice was as cold as winter wind.
Why did you hurt Anua?
The middle-aged man tried to lower his head to avoid eye contact, but when he felt Huachinian's intense, almost tangible gaze again, he trembled even more violently. He stammered, "I don't know." Still trying to lie? The team leader snorted coldly, pointing at a few other interrogated criminals nearby. They've all confessed. Someone in Jing City paid you to kill in Jiqing, right? Jing City? Huachinian's brows suddenly furrowed, and his deep, lake-like eyes immediately flickered with coldness. Is it in Jianli? Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. He trembled as he tried to defend himself, but couldn't say a word.
Speak.
Huachinian shouted loudly, his voice like thunder hitting the heart. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly stiffened all over. Then his face quickly turned purple and blue. His eyes widened, and he made strange ha-ha sounds, then suddenly fell backward, convulsing violently. In just a moment, he foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Not good. He's poisoned. Anua was shocked. She immediately knelt down to check on the man. However, both his pupils and pulse showed that his life was quickly slipping away. Less than a minute later, the middle-aged man had no more breath. Looking at his face, which was dark purple and black, Anua clenched her teeth, filled with anger. Clearly, these people had prepared for failure long ago, even willing to die to keep secrets. How can someone die here? The captain was so frightened by the scene that he staggered back 2 steps. Call the police. Yes, we need to call the police. After speaking, the captain quickly ran back to the police station. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Anua's eyes gradually turned cold.
And Jianxi.
She whispered this name softly, her heart filled with deep hatred. Before she could think more, a wave of intense nausea suddenly hit her. Being pregnant and having experienced continuous shocks tonight, her body couldn't take it anymore. She felt dizzy, with her stomach churning violently.
Wife.
Huachinian hurriedly supported her, his eyes full of worry and guilt. He held her tightly and asked urgently, "Are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital." Anua felt her world spinning, her stomach churning violently, and she felt extremely nauseous. No need to go to the hospital. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and shook her head hard. "I'm fine, just some pregnancy symptoms." But Huachinian refused to let go. His left arm still tightly held her waist, afraid she might fall if she lost her balance. "Your face looks so bad. Is the baby bothering you? You must go to the hospital for a checkup," he said in a deep, firm voice. "Anyan, your injury is the most important." Anua looked up at him with concern in her eyes. "The wound is too deep, you can see the bone. It needs proper treatment quickly. What if it gets infected?" Just then, hurried footsteps approached. The captain and some police officers rushed over quickly. Director He Yongnian was stunned as soon as he entered the yard. On the ground lay a dead body, surrounded by several heavily bound criminals, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter. What shocked him most was that his former squad leader, Huachinian, was standing in the center of the yard. Although blood was flowing from his right hand, his tall posture and sharp gaze showed no sign of being a fool. "Squad leader?" He Yongnian stammered, trembling. Are you feeling better?" Huachinian turned his head and looked at He Yongnian. His sharp eyes softened slightly. "Yes, thanks to my wife." "That's wonderful. Truly a blessing from heaven. That's great." He Yongnian was so excited, he almost jumped. He quickly stepped forward, but dared not get too close, smiling happily as he looked at Huachinian.
"We've all been worried about you."
"You have no idea. A few old comrades in arms. We talk about you every day, hoping you'll get better soon. Thank you for your hard work." Huachinian nodded, then serious again. "These people are killers sent from Beijing trying to harm my wife. One of them has already committed suicide by poisoning himself. The others need to be thoroughly questioned. None of them can be spared." He Yongnian immediately became serious. "Understood. I'll take them back to the station for questioning." He turned to his subordinates and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Take them all away." Several police officers stepped forward, escorting the remaining criminals. The criminals looked pale and frightened. They never expected that their seemingly foolproof plan would be foiled by a woman. Hee Yong-nin called in the forensic doctor to do a preliminary examination of the body. "Squad leader, your hand is badly injured. The blood flow looks frightening." He looked at Hu Qinyan's blood-stained right hand with concern. "Should we go to the hospital first?"
I'm Fine.
"My wife has already stopped the bleeding." Hu Qinyan shook his head. "I need to go to the police station myself to find out who ordered these people." Anna grabbed his sleeve. "Anyan, your injury." "It's nothing." Hu Qinyan gently patted her head.
You go back inside and rest.
"I'll be back soon. Then I'll go with you." "I don't want to leave you alone." Anna bit her lip. Although she was feeling unwell, she was more worried about Hu Qinyan's injury. "No, you can't," Hu Qinyan said firmly. "You're not feeling well now. You need to rest properly."
Listen to me, I'll be fine. He turned to look at Hu Tianai.
"Xiao Yi, you stay here and take care of my wife. Don't leave even a step." Hu Tianai immediately responded, "Yes, big brother. Don't worry, I'll guard here and make sure not even a fly gets in." And Nuo wanted to say something, but was gently embraced by Hu Qinyan. He whispered in her ear, "Be good, listen to me. Wait for me to come back, okay?" That gentle tone was like a calming medicine, softening Nuo's heart. All her worries and fears disappeared. She finally nodded, "Hurry back soon. I'll wait for you at home." Hu Qinyan then loosened her and turned to Hee Yong-nin. "Let's go." Hee Yong-nin hurried to follow. On the way, he couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Hu Qinyan. He noticed that his aura was even more fierce than before. The strong, battle-hardened presence made people want to submit. "Captain, will you return to the army?" Hee Yong-nin asked carefully. "I'm not sure. I was injured before and my family received a pension, so I probably retired," Hu Qinyan said with a hint of sadness on his face. Being a soldier was his passion. He was reluctant, but he didn't regret saving Nuo. Hee Yong-nin felt a pang of regret. The captain was so excellent, yet they arrived at the police station. Hee Yong-nin personally bandaged Hu Qinyan's wound. "Captain, with this injury, those will never be able to go out and have fun again," he said while cleaning the wound. "They'll never get out in their lifetime." Hu Qinyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Anyone who hurt his wife deserved to die 100 times over. After bandaging the wound, Hu Qinyan personally interrogated the criminals. In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Hu Qinyan sat behind the desk, coldly staring at the criminals in front of him. His eyes were sharp like knives, as if they could cut a person apart.
Speak.
"Who sent you here?" His voice was icy and emotionless. The criminals looked at each other, too afraid to speak. "Not talking?" Hu Qinyan sneered. "You think if you don't talk, I can't do anything to you?" He picked up a dagger from the table and played with it. "This dagger, you used it against my wife, right? Do you know how much blood is on this dagger?" The criminals trembled with fear. One of the more timid ones almost peed his pants. I'll tell you." One finally couldn't hold back and tremblingly said, "It was someone called in Jianxi." Hu Qinyan's eyes flashed with cold light. "Why does he want to do this?" "We don't know. We were just paid to do a job," the said with a sad face. "He gave us a lot of money and told us to come here and kill a woman named Anua."
And Jianxi.
Hu Qinyan slowly repeated the name, as if engraving it into his bones. "That beast." Hee Yong-nin quickly said, "Captain, don't worry. I'll send someone to Jing City right away to catch the mastermind behind this and give you and your wife an explanation." "Thank you for your hard work." Hu Qinyan stood up and patted Hee Yong-nin on the shoulder. "Captain, there's one more thing." Hee Yong-nin paused before continuing. "Last time you and your wife came to report the case, the 2 troublemakers you caught were connected to spies from across the river. This time, are you suggesting that and Jianxi might be connected to the other side?" Hu Qinyan frowned and thought deeply. Hee Yong-nin nodded. "We lost the trail when we reached Jing City, but this time, I think we can connect the cases. I'm just an ordinary citizen now, so the rest is up to you." If you need anything, just come to me. All right, Captain. I'll wait for good news from you. When they left the police station, dawn was breaking. Huachinian looked up at the gradually brightening sky, a hint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. And Jianxi, if you dare to hurt my woman, be prepared to pay the price. Anua leaned against the head of the bed, holding a cup of warm tea. The aroma floated around her, but couldn't dispel the coldness in her heart. The terrifying scene from last night was still vivid in her mind, and the shadow of fear refused to fade. Huatianai stood at the door, watching the yard with a cautious gaze, like a loyal dog guarding its master. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting flickering spots on the ground, but it couldn't brighten his furrowed brow. The attack last night left him shaken. He wished he could stay close to Anua at all times, afraid something might happen again. Second sister-in-law, do you want some more? Your face still looks a bit pale, Huatianai asked carefully, full of concern. His rough face showed rare tenderness, like a clumsy big boy trying to show care, but not knowing how. Silver Emperor, lying on the bed, also looked up worriedly, making soft sounds in his throat. Anua gently shook her head, a faint smile on her pale face. No, Xiaoyi, I'm much better now. Don't be too nervous. Those people have been caught, and won't cause trouble again. Her voice still sounded weak. Huatianai, however, was worried. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his tone was firm. Sister-in-law, who dares to take this lightly? Better safe than sorry. Anyway, my older brother asked me to watch over you. I have to do my best. Even if I risk my life, I won't let you get hurt again. And Nua smiled helplessly, feeling a warm wave in her heart. She knew Huatianai was stubborn and didn't bother to persuade him. All right, do as you like. She picked up her tea again, sipping small amounts to try to chase away the cold in her body. At that moment, hurried footsteps outside the courtyard door broke the silence inside. Huatianai immediately became alert. He quickly walked to the door and stopped the visitor. Stop. Who allowed you to come in? His tone was cold and sharp, his eyes like a blade. The visitor was Gu Sheng. He paused briefly, then frowned, showing some displeasure. I'm here to see Anua. How is she? Gu Sheng carried a paper bag filled with malted milk and canned beef, which he had specially brought back from the county town. He looked anxious, less composed than usual, a bit disheveled, with beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly rushing over. He returned from the county command to Xinglong production team. When he heard that Anua was attacked, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He didn't even rest, bought some things, and hurried to the Yin family. Huatianai looked at Gu Sheng carefully, full of suspicion, like a protective wolf glaring at an intruder. What are you here for? Sister-in-law needs rest now. No visitors. His tone was tough, with no intention of backing down. Gu Sheng took a deep breath, trying to suppress his frustration. I heard she was attacked last night, so I came to see her. He raised the paper bag. These are malted milk and canned beef I brought for her. Huh, does my sister-in-law lack these snacks? Huatianai sneered coldly, full of sarcasm. Who do you think you are, pretending to be a good person behind my brother and sister-in-law? Gu Sheng's face stiffened, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. I know I was wrong before, but this time, it really wasn't my intention. I'm just worried about her. Worried? Huatianai cut him off mercilessly. If you're really worried, stay away from her. Sister-in-law has my brother to take care of her. She doesn't need others rushing in to show off. You. The two of them were at a standstill, the air thick with tension, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. What's all the noise about? A cold voice came from inside the house, breaking the tense atmosphere. Anua slowly stepped out of the bedroom. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were sharp as a blade, making it impossible for anyone to hide from her gaze. Seeing Anua appear, Gu Sheng's eyes flickered with complicated feelings, worry, guilt, and a strange pain. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, feeling words stuck in his throat. Anua looked at him coldly, a mocking smile on her lips. Captain Gu, what are you playing at? I heard I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? Her voice was icy, without warmth, like winter wind, cold enough to cut. Gu Sheng was stunned. He didn't expect Anua to say that and didn't know how to reply. What do you mean? He asked, full of confusion. What do I mean? Anua stepped closer, her gaze burning like fire. Every word was sharp, hitting him right in the heart. Don't think I don't know. You're in cahoots with my uncle's family. They want to kill me. Aren't you one of the people who knows? Nonsense. Gu Sheng's face turned red instantly. He hurriedly explained. That's my own uncle. How could he hurt you?
Anua sneered.
Even now, you're still defending them. Why bother pretending to care here? Anua, is there some misunderstanding? Gu Sheng looked troubled. Why would they attack you, for no reason? Yeah, I want to know too. I was sent to the countryside, and they still chase after me? Anua, I know you're upset, but that's no reason to accuse others. Besides, he's your own uncle. Gu Sheng's tone was full of helplessness. He looked at the cold, distant woman in front of him, feeling like he was seeing her for the first time. The gentle, caring fiancé who used to obey him completely was now aggressive and prickly, full of thorns, making it impossible for him to get close. Accuse? Anua raised an eyebrow, her bright eyes full of mockery. As soon as I got to the countryside, I was chased. If it weren't for saving me, Anyan wouldn't have been beaten into a fool and forced to retire. And this time, I almost lost a hand trying to save myself. Gu Sheng was speechless. His brows furrowed tightly, as if an invisible hand was choking his neck. This is not the first time someone has tried to attack Anua.
But why?
You say Anjian is my family. Anua snorted coldly, with a look of disdain.
What kind of family are they?
Would family members set fire to their own kin? Report their own father? Chase after their niece? If that still counts as family, then forget it. As for that fire, Gu Sheng's brow furrowed tighter. He still wanted to explain that it was an accident. Enough. There's no trust between us anymore. I will handle my own affairs. Anua interrupted Gu Sheng sharply, showing impatience in her eyes. She turned to Hua Tianai. Xiao Yi, lock the door and let no one in. Her tone was firm and commanding, full of authority. Hua Tianai nodded and replied, Yes, sister-in-law. He turned and locked the gate, then returned to Anua's side. Gu Sheng looked at the closed door, clenched his fists, and felt helpless. Anua was no longer the gentle and kind Anua from before. Now, she was simply unreasonable. Gu Sheng, feeling annoyed, lit a cigarette and took 2 deep drags. He placed what he was holding at the gate and helplessly glanced at the door before turning to leave. After Gu Sheng left, a figure emerged from around the corner. The night was as dark as ink, thick and unbreakable. Gu Sheng's figure disappeared at the end of the road, leaving only a fading trail of footsteps. It was as if something lightly scratched at Hua Qinian's heart, part itchy, more painful. Hua Qinian slowly stepped out of the shadows. His tall figure cast a long shadow under the moonlight, lonely and isolated. His face was grim, like the sky before a storm, clouds gathering, thunder rumbling. He had been hiding in the corner, overhearing Anua and Gu Sheng's conversation clearly. Every word Anua said was like a sharp knife, cutting through the fragile connection between him and Gu Sheng. He knew Anua no longer cared for Gu Sheng, but even so, a wave of sourness rose in his heart, like biting into an unripe green plum, sour and bitter, with an indescribable tinge of bitterness. Jealous? He was actually feeling jealous over a past feeling? Hua Qinian chuckled bitterly at himself. What was wrong with him? Could it be that he cared too much about Anua, so he was anxious and uncertain? He turned around, his gaze fixed on the tightly closed door. He sighed and pushed the door, but it didn't open. It seemed that Hua Tianai had locked it from inside. Hammer, 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 Hua Qinian knocked on the door. Commander Gu, please have some shame. With a creak, the door was suddenly pulled open, and a bucket of water was poured out. Hua Qinian quickly sidestepped to avoid the water, which splashed on the ground and still splattered mud on his pants. Xiao Yi, it's me. Hua Qinian frowned as he looked at Hua Tianai, knowing he wasn't targeting him but feeling a bit helpless. Big brother? Huitianai stared with wide eyes. When he saw that the person outside was Huichinian, he awkwardly smiled. Big brother, I didn't mean to splash you. I know. Huichinian stepped into the yard. He looked around but didn't see Anua's shadow. For some reason, he was eager to see her now. Before Huitianai could finish explaining, he interrupted him and quickly walked toward the bedroom. He pushed open the door and saw Anua standing in front of the wardrobe, changing into casual clothes. Her small figure looked especially delicate under the oil lamp's glow. Huichinian silently and quietly tiptoed behind her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. His embrace was broad and warm, like a safe harbor, wrapping Anua tightly. Startled by his sudden action, Anua stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed and leaned gently against his strong chest. How about it? Did they say who was behind it? It was Zhao and Jianxi. Huichinian's voice was muffled. But now isn't the right time to catch him. Not the right time? What does that mean? Anua turned to look at him, about to ask why, but her eyes fell on his bandaged hand. She frowned with concern. Your hand. Does it still hurt? Huichinian didn't answer. Instead, he held her tighter, resting his chin on her head and gently stroking her hair. The faint scent of medicine mixed with a subtle sweetness from her body made his restless heart gradually calm. Does your hand hurt? Anua asked again, her voice full of concern. She reached out and gently touched his injured hand, her fingertips softly tracing the edge of the bandage. Huichinian shook his head, his voice low and hoarse. It doesn't hurt. This injury was nothing to him. He had fought through gunfire and danger before, suffering injuries much worse than this, and he had never made a sound. But seeing Anua's distressed expression, his heart felt like it was being sharply torn, hurting deeply. He suddenly asked, Do you really not plan to go back to him? Even though he knew Anua wouldn't, he couldn't help but want a clear answer. Anua was stunned, realizing he probably knew about Gu Xing's visit to her home, and then understood his feelings. This man, usually cold and distant like a 1,000-year-old ice block, surprisingly also gets jealous. So adorable. She turned around, holding his face, forcing him to look into her eyes, and said seriously, Fool, my heart only belongs to you. Always has, always will. Huichinian's gaze softened, like snow melting and spring returning, but he still couldn't help but say, He treats you so well. Well? Anua sneered, with a hint of mockery in her tone. If he really treated me well, he wouldn't have broken off the engagement when I was disfigured, nor would he have abandoned me like trash. Huichinian, do you know? I am most grateful to you. Even when I was disfigured and had nothing, you never despised me, never left me. Anua's words hit like a heavy hammer, deeply stabbing into Huichinian's heart. He remembered the pain and despair Anua had endured, the grievances and injuries she silently bore, and his heart ached unbearably. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, tender yet possessive. Anua responded to his kiss, feeling his love, her heart melting completely into his gentle affection. They kissed for a long time until they ran out of breath, then parted, panting. Let's go, I'll make you medicine, Anua said shyly, pushing him away and turning toward the kitchen. She had prepared all kinds of herbs, waiting to make a medicinal paste for him. Huitianai saw the scene and knew it was time to leave gracefully. He chuckled and politely excused himself, winking at Huichinian before leaving, with a look that said, I understand. Huichinian helplessly shook his head. His younger brother was becoming more and more unreliable. In the kitchen, Anua focused on preparing the medicine. She carefully measured the herbs into the pot, added water, and lit the stove. Huichinian stood nearby, watching her busy figure, his eyes tender enough to drip water. She wore loose home clothes, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands falling on her cheeks, highlighting her snow-white skin and delicate features. Her focused and serious look was like a beautiful painting, making people want to treasure it forever. These are the herbs I specifically gathered, Anua explained while brewing medicine. They are good for your hand and will help it recover completely. Huichinian felt warm inside. This woman always cared about him deeply, even more than he did himself. He walked over and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and softly said in her ear, "With you here, I am not afraid of anything." Night fell, and moonlight shone through the window, casting a thin silver veil over the bedroom, as if the air itself was glowing gently. Huachinian held Anua in his arms with one hand and gently brushed her hair with the other, his gaze deep and focused. His lips touched her forehead, eyebrows, nose, and lips, moving softly to avoid disturbing the peaceful moment. "Wife, I want to." Anua's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently pushed his shoulder and spoke shyly and nervously in Yen. "No, it's not the right time." Huachinian paused slightly, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a comforting tenderness. He looked down, trying hard to hide his inner excitement. "Wife, did I scare you?" His voice was low and husky, like the gentle crackling of a fire in winter. Anua shook her head, showing some apology in her expression. She gently touched his face with her hand, her fingertips soft and warm. "No, I'm just worried. Because there's still a baby inside. It's a dangerous time now." This sentence was like a cold splash of water on Huachinian's head, instantly cooling his rising emotions. He stayed silent for a moment, then lowered his head and sighed, holding Anua even tighter. "I was careless. Sorry, wife." Seeing him like this, Anua felt both touched and a little pained. She gently patted his back and playfully said in Yen, "I have something to tell you. Actually, I'm pregnant with twins." Huachinian immediately froze upon hearing this. His hand, which was resting on her shoulder, trembled slightly.
What did you say?"
His voice was hoarse and almost unbelieving. "Twins," Anua smiled softly and placed her hand on her belly. "There are 2 little ones inside." Huachinian's Adam's apple moved up and down. He stared blankly at Anua's belly. The mix of shock and happiness made it hard for him to find the right words to say. He reached out carefully and gently placed his hand on her belly, as if it were a fragile treasure. "Are there really 2 babies?" His voice was a little choked, and his eyes were slightly red. "Are we really going to be the parents of 2 children?" And Nua nodded, looking at the moisture in his eyes. Her heart felt both a little sour and very happy. She softly said, "Yes, so you need to be patient during this time. Don't do anything reckless." Huachinian took a deep breath and buried his face in her neck. His voice was muffled, but full of gratitude. "Thank you, Anua. Thank you for giving me a home." Anua lifted his face and used her finger to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eye. She smiled and said, "I should thank you too. With your love and the love of the 2 babies, I feel like the happiest person in the world." Huachinian's eyes shone brightly when he heard this. He suddenly said seriously, "No. The babies will have their own home in the future, and I only belong to you."
Haha. Anua laughed.
"Huachinian, are you jealous of the babies too?" Huachinian nodded seriously. "That's right. I am jealous, so you need to give me a little more love," he said confidently, and his expression made Anua smile uncontrollably. She reached out and pinched his cheek. "You're so adorable." Huachinian held her mischievous hand and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Wife, I want to kiss you." "Then come on." Before she finished speaking, Anua turned over and pressed down on him, "Du dongwan la shangqir." Her eyes curved into a smile, her lips full of joy, like a blooming flower, making the night more beautiful. Huachinian was stunned for a second, then smiled back. His wife always made him unexpectedly happy, to the point of breathlessness. At this moment, he felt that everything in the world was complete and beautiful because of her. The night was like a curtain, covering the whole city. A pale moon hung in the sky, like a cold, indifferent eye, overlooking the chaos of the world. And Jian hurried through the winding alley. He lowered his head, hands in his coat pockets, walking quickly and carefully. The yellow streetlights cast long shadows on the ground, like a swaying snake, closely following him. He had walked this path countless times. Every corner was as familiar as his own backyard. Tonight, he felt that the alley was frighteningly cold, with every shadow seeming to hide watchful eyes. A few hours ago, and Jian Shibuilt had just received news from his subordinates. The people sent to kill Manhwa not only failed but were all captured. When he heard this, he almost crushed his teacup. This was a complete disaster. What troubled him more was whether those fools had betrayed him. He dared not think about it, nor could he. And Jian Shibuilt gently touched the note in his pocket, which only had a string of phone numbers and a few simple words.
It was his lifeline.
Zero was his superior, and everything he handled never failed. But Zero was unpredictable. Even after knowing him for years, he had never seen Zero's true face. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He knew he couldn't afford to lose tonight's gamble. Turning the last corner, he arrived in front of the hospital. He looked around to make sure no suspicious people were nearby before entering. After greeting the nurse, he wiped the microphone and dial pad with a handkerchief, then took out the note to dial the number. The phone rang twice before someone answered, but no one spoke. And Jian Shibuilt lowered his voice and read the secret code from the note exactly. Clouds cover the moon, the east wind does not come. A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end. Did you fail? Yes, and Jian Shibuilt replied as calmly as possible, though his palms were already sweaty. Meet in person, the other side said bluntly before hanging up. He stared at the receiver, his chest rising and falling nervously. In the shadows, a pair of sharp eyes was watching and Jian Shibuilt closely as he made the call in the corridor. Chow Yunfei leaned against the wall, holding a cigarette that was almost burned out. The old fox is really clever. He crushed the cigarette fiercely on the ground, then waved to the young soldier beside him. Deputy Commander, has he noticed us? A young soldier asked quietly. So what if he has?
Gao Zunfei's ne.
What can he do to us? Should we just grab him now? Another soldier suggested. Chow Yunfei shook his head. No, he's too cunning. If we act now, we'll only alert him. He paused, looking into the distance. Keep watching. This time, I must catch the big fish behind him. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, a figure hid in the thick darkness. The man wore a black trench coat with the brim pulled low, revealing only a pair of sharp, piercing eyes. A mechanical noise came from a radio headset, followed by a blurry conversation in his ear. Someone is following and Jian Shi. The man snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and tapped a series of Morse code on the radio transmitter. Danger, retreat. Then he stood up from the shadows, quickly put on his coat, and walked toward the door. And Jian Shi had just left the hospital when he was stopped by a man rushing toward him. The man wore a worn-out cotton-padded jacket and carried a bulging sack, looking like an ordinary farmer from the countryside. Are you blind? And Jian Shi pretended to be angry and shouted loudly, How could you bump into me on such a wide road? The man kept bowing and apologizing. Sorry. I really didn't see you. Their conversation sounded completely normal, but only they knew that this seemingly ordinary scene was actually full of hidden meaning. At the moment they brushed past each other, the man whispered in a very low voice, You're being followed. Be careful. And Jian Shi's face immediately showed more genuine anger. He waved his hand as if to dismiss him, then took a deep breath, continued walking forward with calm steps, but his heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might burst out of his chest. From a hidden spot in the distance, Chow Yunfei squinted as he watched in Jian Shi's receding figure. His brow furrowed. It looks like he's heading back to the military district, the young soldier reminded him. Deputy Regiment Commander, do you think he's noticed something? Chow Yunfei sneered. No matter how clever he is, he can't run forever. After speaking, he made several hand signals toward a few directions. Disperse, be careful. This old fox definitely has a problem. The soldiers quickly spread out, hiding in the shadows, locking onto their target tightly. But they didn't know that another pair of cold, sharp eyes was secretly watching their every move. That was Zero. After lunch, Huachinian helped Noah apply a rejuvenating cream on her body. Sweetheart, this ointment is really amazing. The scars have lightened quite a bit, Huachinian said happily. For 3 months, he had witnessed miracle after miracle. Although her skin has not yet fully recovered to its previous milk-like softness, Anua's fairy-like appearance is gradually becoming visible. Anua smiles slightly, reaching out to touch his face. Our Anyan is so handsome. I need to regain my old look to match you. Foolish wife, no matter what you look like, I will always stay with you, Chinian says, placing his large hand over Anua's and looking at her with love. Moved, Anua is about to say something when she hears hurried footsteps and noise outside the yard. Chinian frowns and quickly helps Anua put on her clothes. Stay inside. I will go see what's happening. Anua also notices the commotion. She grabs Chinian's hand. I want to go with you. Just as she finishes speaking, a loud voice comes from outside the door. Big brother. Sister-in-law. Open the door quickly. Mom is out of the hospital. Chinian's face turns cold instantly. He takes a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and softly tells Anua, I will handle this. Stay inside. No, Anua shakes her head and stands up. I want to see what they are up to. As soon as she speaks, Chinyanen's high-pitched voice is heard outside. Big brother. Sister-in-law. Open the door. Mom has been discharged. Chinyan's expression darkens. He takes a deep breath, calming himself, and whispers to Anua, I'll go out to deal with it. Don't worry. No, Anua says firmly, pulling Chinyan's hand. I want to see what they're planning. They walk to the gate and see Chinyanen standing outside, pregnant, while several other members of the family stand nearby, looking confident. Big brother, sister-in-law. Chinyanen speaks first, her tone somewhat pleading, but her eyes are firm. Mom was discharged today. It's so cold. We can't let her go back to that broken mud house, right? Your house is spacious and warm. Let Mom stay here. Wu Tsuehua sits on a cart, looking weak, coughing twice. Anyan, I don't want to trouble you, but there's no choice. The house collapsed in 2 places, and we can't live there anymore. Before Chinian can speak, Anua sneers coldly. Chunyanen, does it matter to us if your mother has a place to stay? Why should I let an outsider live in my house? As soon as she says this, the scene falls into silence. Chunyanen is stunned for a moment, then angrily and shamefully retorts, Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Big brother is from our family. His mother is naturally your mother. How can you treat your mother-in-law like this? Sister-in-law? Mother-in-law? Anua raises an eyebrow and looks directly at Chinyanen. You'd better clarify the situation. My Anyan is an orphan. When did she have a mother? When did I become a mother-in-law? When Wu Tsuehua heard this, her face immediately turned unpleasant. She weakly patted the armrest and said, Anyan, look at your wife. You've only been married for a short time, and you're already so arrogant. In the future, won't she look down on us? Huachinyan's face darkened completely. He stepped in front of Anua and said in a deep, strong voice, My wife is right. Maybe you've forgotten, but we signed an agreement to end our relations. Even if there was no such agreement, this house was built by my wife. I am just a son-in-law who moved in, and I have no right to control my wife. I advise you not to make trouble for yourselves. Let's not make the villagers laugh at the old Hor family. Huachinian looked around. In the countryside, whenever something happens in a family, the whole village comes to see what's going on. Sure enough, the Hor family's group was blocking the door of Anua's house. The villagers crowded around the door so tightly that it was like a wall. They seemed ready with snacks and tea, just waiting to watch the show. You! Wu Tsuehua was so angry she rolled her eyes. Li Chuanya was even more furious, pointing at Anoa and shouting, Fine. Since you're so unkind, don't blame us for being rude. Then she turned and shouted outside, Everyone, come help. Let's get our mother inside. Several men from the Hor family immediately helped Wu Tsuehua down from the ox cart and headed into the yard. But just as they stepped through the gate, a deep, fierce barking suddenly sounded. Woof! Yin Huang rushed out from under the eaves. Its fur stood on end, showing its sharp teeth as it barked threateningly at the intruder. Its large size and fierce presence made everyone step back in fear. "Is that a guard dog?" Li Chunya screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Wu Tsuehua was trembling with fright, clutching Huaqifu's hand tightly, not daring to move forward. "And Noah!" Someone shouted, "Quick, call it back." But in the face of everyone's panic, Anua just shrugged helplessly and said, "Sorry, it has its own mind. I can't control it." "Maybe. You try?" "Try?" Chen Yanin covered her stomach, her face pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her eyes were fixed on the big dog squatting at the door of Anua's house, full of fear and resentment. Her voice was sharp and piercing, trembling with a hint of hysteria. "Who dares let it bite me? I tell you, I am the only grandson of the Hor family. If anything happens to me or the baby, none of you will have a good day." Her words exploded in the air like a needle, making the villagers nearby frown and whisper to each other. The Hor family really knows how to cause trouble. She's so pregnant, yet she's causing a scene at someone else's door. TSK, this family can do anything, and they don't care about losing face. And Nua stood at the gate, dressed in a plain, faded cloth outfit, which made her look simple and cold. She looked calmly at the group in front of her, a slight smile on her lips, but her eyes were sharp like blades. "Chen Yanin, what's this? Are you here to cause trouble at my house? Sorry to say, everyone here can see through you, and they can all testify for me." She then bent down and patted Silver Emperor's head. "Be good. Guard the gate. Don't let strangers in." Silver Emperor listened to her command, immediately closed its mouth, but its cold eyes still stared at the Hor family members, making a low, threatening growl. Its limbs tensed like a stretched bow, creating a barrier between the Hor family and Anua's yard. The Hor family looked at each other but didn't dare step into the yard. Wu Tsuehua saw this and suddenly sat down on the ground, crying loudly, "Anyen, I am your mother. Do you really want to see your mother have nowhere to go?" Her crying was sharp and high-pitched, almost tearing the air, attracting more villagers to stop and watch. Huachinian stood beside Anua, his brows furrowed. He looked at his mother rolling on the ground without showing any emotion and said coldly, "Mother, when you kicked me out of the house, you never thought I was your real son. Now I have my wife and child. Please don't make things difficult for us." "Anyen." Wu Tsuehua's voice became even sharper. She suddenly looked up, staring at Huachinian with disbelief. "I did what I did for your good. You were beaten into a fool to save Njiching, so she should pay for your medical bills. If I didn't leave you with Njiching to take care of, could I raise you myself for your whole life?" "Yes, yes." Chen Yanin quickly agreed. "Big brother, if mother hadn't left you with Njiching, you wouldn't have had the chance to marry her. Now you live in a new house, eat well, and enjoy life. It's all thanks to mother's arrangement." "Exactly, big brother. How can you forget the kindness?" Huachitsai stepped forward to speak up, saying, "Mother has always cared for you sincerely. Even if there was some misunderstanding before, you shouldn't be so heartless now." Listening to this family twist the truth, Anua was so angry he laughed. "So, according to you, Anyen should thank you for mistreating him back then? Even for kicking him out of the house? Know your place, Qing." Chen Yanin raised her voice. "You're just a wife, and you don't even serve your mother-in-law. How dare you call yourself a member of the Hor family? Serve the mother-in-law?" Huachinian sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping toward Chen Yanin. "My wife isn't interested in being a daughter-in-law of the Hor family. Now I am a son-in-law who married into the family. Does my wife have a mother-in-law? Does she need to serve anyone?" Chen Yanin was so embarrassed and angry she couldn't speak, only stomping her feet and glaring. Anua patted Huachinian's arm, then turned to face the watching villagers, his voice clear and firm. "Everyone saw this. This family is taking advantage of being related to Anyen to cause trouble at my house. Do any of you not know how they treated Anyen before? If anyone thinks we did wrong, you can confront us directly." The villagers whispered among themselves, but no one stepped forward to defend the Hor family. Behind the crowd, Gusheng stood with his hands in his pockets. He wore a neat military uniform, his expression serious. Watching this scene, his eyes darkened with mixed feelings. The gentle Manhwa he once knew was now so calm and sharp in the face of her family's trouble. It's truly complicated to feel. One last time. Hu Qinyan's voice thundered like a deep roar. He stepped forward to stand in front of Manhwa, shielding her. Once you sign the severance agreement, stop bothering us. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Wu Tsuehua froze in shock but quickly reacted, clutching her chest as if about to faint. You unfilial thing. I raised you all these years, and this is how you repay me? Since I was 6, I worked at home and looked after my brother. When I joined the army at 16, I sent all my allowance home. When I retired at 28, I had already paid back all my debts for raising me. Hu Qinyan's voice was deep but firm, each word like a stone hitting Wu Tsuehua's heart. I gave birth to you, so you'll always owe me. Wu Tsuehua yelled hysterically. From the day you signed the severance agreement, you already agreed I no longer owe you, nor the Hu family. That was your decision. There's no turning back now. Hu Qinyan's voice was as cold as eternal winter.
You're.
Wu Tsuehua covered her chest, looking like she was about to faint. Mother. What's wrong, mother? Hu Qifu and Hu Qikai, standing on either side, supported Wu Tsuehua. Her mother can't go to the hospital again. All the family's money has been spent. If she stays hospitalized, how will the family get through the days ahead? And Manhwa didn't care about Wu Tsuehua's condition. After hearing what Hu Qinyan said, she felt heartbroken. A 6-year-old child has to support the family and take care of his younger brother, but she herself is still just a child. And Manhwa's eyes reddened as she held Hu Qinyan's hand. They exchanged a look, filled with love. Gusheng, watching the loving gaze between Manhwa and Hu Qinyan from the crowd, clenched his teeth in anger and turned away angrily. This time, Wu Tsuehua truly collapsed. Seeing that the Hus couldn't get any benefit from Manhwa and Hu Qinyan, the family exchanged glances. Wu Tsuehua was supported by her 2 sons and left quietly in disgrace. Once the yard was calm again, Manhwa let out a long breath. She stepped forward, holding Hu Qinyan's hand, and softly asked in Yen, "Seeing them like this, does it make your heart feel bad?" Hu Qinyan gently embraced her, his tone soft but firm. "Wife, I only have you and the children in my heart. They are no longer important." Manhwa's eyes teared up slightly. She felt deep pity for Hu Qinyan, but after today's events, she frowned slightly. "Anyen, if we truly want to cut ties completely, we need to leave here. Otherwise, they will come back to trouble us." Hu Qinyan looked down at her slightly rounded belly, his expression becoming complicated. He silently nodded, keeping this suggestion in mind. Military District Commander's office Hyongnian reported the case to Su Guohua, then suddenly smiled and said, "Commander, I have good news for you. Captain Hua has recovered and married a wife back in his hometown." Su Guohua, hearing this, slammed the table and stood up excitedly. "Great. Wonderful. Arrange a car immediately. I want to go see him myself." In the early morning, a light mist like a thin veil covered the countryside path, filled with the scent of earth and fresh grass. And Manhwa, dressed simply in plain cloth, carried a military green bag slung over her shoulder. She walked briskly toward the brigade headquarters, her long black hair flowing gently behind her, like smooth silk. She squinted her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips, thinking about the quota for this batch of young people returning home. Because she was pregnant, her previous plan to secretly hide in Anjia and observe Dejio's family was disrupted. This time, she wanted to go back to Beijing with Hu Qinyan and also have a full checkup at a major hospital there. However, just as she reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, a familiar yet annoying voice came from behind. And Manhwa.
Wait.
This voice was like a sharp needle, piercing the morning silence and hurting Manhwa's ears. Manhwa didn't turn around. She quickened her steps, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She had already recognized the voice as Gusheng's. His self-important tone made her feel a strange dislike. Sure enough, In the next moment, a man dressed in a neat military uniform with deep eyes strode up to her and stopped her. Gu Sheng's uniform was tidy and meticulous, but the worry and unease in his eyes couldn't be hidden. "What are you doing?" Manhwa asked coldly, looking up at Gu Sheng. Her eyes were clear and firm, like a deep, bottomless lake, hard to read. Gu Sheng looked at her with complicated and restrained eyes, carrying a hint of indescribable pain. "Manhwa, how did you become like this? You used to be proud, but now, you're just giving up." His voice was low and hoarse, as if long-held emotions finally burst out. Manhwa sneered coldly, "Giving up? Gu Sheng, do you know how annoying you are? Who I marry has nothing to do with you." Her tone carried a touch of sarcasm, like a sharp knife stabbing into Gu Sheng's heart. Gu Sheng's brow furrowed. "Aren't I doing this for your good? Huachinian is 10 years older than you. That's basically an old cow eating tender grass. And now he is nothing, just a rough guy. He's not suitable for you. You should have a better future, not." His words felt like a knife stabbing into Manhwa's heart. She squinted at Gu Sheng, her tones suddenly colder. "Gu Sheng, what right do you have to say that? Are you my ex-fiancé? Or Anyen's former friend and comrade? Gu Sheng, have you ever heard the saying, a good ex is like someone who has died? And don't keep pretending to be alive in front of me. It's disgusting." Every word from Manhwa was like ice shards, hitting Gu Sheng's face and making him feel a burning pain. "You." Gu Sheng's face flushed red, and he gasped. "I'm doing this for you. Huachinian is not suitable for you." He wanted to explain and try to save the situation, but found all his words seemed pale and powerless. "Enough." Anna interrupted him, her voice cold like ice. "Even if he is nothing and is 10 years older than me, so what? I like his maturity and stability. He understands warmth and cares for others. He's 1,000 times better than you. Your so-called concern for me is just your selfish desire to possess." Gu Sheng was choked and couldn't speak. He could only stare at her, looking disappointed and helpless. His eyes were full of pain and frustration, but also a hint of unwillingness. Anna didn't bother to pay attention to him. She bypassed him and continued toward the village committee. Her figure looked especially slender in the morning light, yet she carried a quiet strength. Not far behind, 2 tall figures were hiding behind a tree, secretly listening. Huatianai nudged Huachinian and whispered teasingly, "Big brother, I think you really like young girls. Sister-in-law is only 18, and you've already got her. You're quite bold." His tone was playful, but he couldn't hide his envy of Huachinian. Huachinian's face darkened instantly. His sharp gaze swept toward Huatianai, cold as winter ice, making people shiver. "Shut up," he said lowly, with a tone full of displeasure. Huatianai awkwardly touched his nose, not daring to say more, but a mischievous smile played on his face. Huachinian looked away, watching the small figure walking farther away. His expression softened, but there was a mix of complexity and concern in his eyes. He silently watched Anna until her figure disappeared at the end of the road. When Anna arrived at the village committee, she found the head of the team, Huashionong, organizing documents. The room smelled faintly of ink, with some slogans hanging on the wall and piles of files on the desk. "Team leader, I want to ask if I have a chance for this visit quota?" Anna asked directly, her tone hopeful and nervous. Huashionong looked up at her, appearing a bit hesitant. "And Jiqing, the quota is limited. The higher-ups only approved 3. But I know your situation is special, so I kept one for you." His tone was caring but also a little helpless. Hearing this, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded slightly. "Thank you, team leader." Huashionong waved his hand. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. But you need to handle the paperwork quickly, or the quota might be taken by someone else." "I understand." After completing the procedures and receiving the introduction letter from the captain, Manhwa turned and left the team office. However, just as she stepped outside, she was blocked again by Gu Sheng. What does this man want today? A strange anger rose in Manhwa's heart. "What do you want now?" Manhwa asked impatiently, feeling tired of arguing with him. Gu Sheng didn't back down. He gritted his teeth and said, "We grew up together. I really can't watch you sink deeper into trouble. I hope you think carefully about your future. Huachinian, he's really not a good match for you. If you divorce him, pretend none of this ever happened. I will find a way to bring you back to Jing City." His tone was a mix of pleading and regret. "I don't need you to worry about my future," Manhwa said coldly. "And I advise you not to appear in front of me again, or don't blame me for turning hostile." After speaking, she left without looking back, leaving Gu Sheng standing there with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, Huachinian and Huatianai came out from behind a tree. They walked silently, but a strange atmosphere filled the air. Finally, as they neared home, Huatianai couldn't help but ask, "Brother, that Gu captain is always hanging around like a pest. Do you really not mind at all?" "Mind what?" Huachinian replied calmly, with a hint of warning in his voice.
"Well,
"He's childhood friends with you," Huatianai said awkwardly, scratching his head. "And he's also your fiancé's ex-fiancé." Huachinian stopped and turned to look at him. His deep eyes flashed with a cold light. "Try saying one more word." Huatianai immediately shut his mouth, afraid to speak again, but he couldn't help but think bitterly. This Gu captain clearly just wants to steal her away. It's so frustrating. Anyan, Xiaoyi. Manhwa saw the two carrying baskets from afar. She quickened her pace and waved at them. "Where are you guys going?"
Anyan, Xiaoyi."
"Where are you headed?" Manhwa hurried over, looking at the baskets and sickles on their backs with curiosity. Huachinian looked at Manhwa gently, his voice low and magnetic. "We're going to the back mountain to hunt. Let's see if we can catch some wild game." "Hunting? I want to go too." Anna's eyes lit up immediately, shining with excitement. She had been feeling bored at home lately and almost felt like she was going to spoil. She really wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Huachinian frowned slightly, speaking with a hint of worry. "You're pregnant now, and your body is heavy. The mountain path is rough and uneven. If you stumble or get hurt, what should we do? It's too dangerous. You should rest at home." "Oh, I'm so bored I feel like I might go crazy. Staying at home all the time, I can't go anywhere. It's no different from being in prison. I just want to go for a walk." Anna tugged at Huachinian's sleeve, gently shook it, and pouted playfully. "I promise to be good, won't run around, and will stay right by your side, not leaving even a step. Please?" Huatianai watched the two flirt and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He interrupted, "Sister-in-law, my brother is right. You should rest at home. The mountain path isn't easy to walk, and you're not alone now. You have two little ones in your belly. What if something happens?" Anna glared at Huatianai, annoyed. "Stop talking. Kids like you don't understand anything." Then she turned to Huachinian and said, "I will be very careful, and with you here, nothing will happen. Just take me with you, okay?" Anyan, please agree. "Kids like me?"
"Me?"
Huatianai widened his eyes, pointing at himself in shock. "Sister-in-law, I'm 8 years older than you, okay?" Huachinian looked at Anna's big, watery eyes filled with hope and longing, and his heart softened instantly. He sighed helplessly, rubbed Anna's head, and compromised. "All right, but you must stay close to me and not leave even a step. No running around, understand?" "Yay." "Anyan, you're the best." Anna smiled happily, cheered excitedly, hugged Huachinian, and happily followed him and Huatianai up the mountain. Sighing, Huatianai watched their close interaction and shook his head. "Big brother, just spoil sister-in-law as much as you want. My wife. I'm happy to spoil her." Huachinian shot a sidelong glance at Huatianai. You're 26 and still have no wife. Serves you right for not being loved."
"You."
Huatianai glared at Huachinian's back with a dark face. What kind of person is he? Now that he has a wife, he doesn't care about others at all. The mountain path was indeed difficult to walk. After the earthquake, many parts of the mountain had cracked, and the once flat trail became full of holes. Broken stones and fallen branches were everywhere, and the terrain had changed a lot. Huachinian was worried about Manhwa. He asked Huatianai to walk ahead and lead the way, while he held Manhwa's hand, afraid she might fall or trip over something. Be careful where you step. There's a hole here, Huachinian said softly as he helped Anua cross a broken section of the mountain trail. His tone was gentle, like water. Anua smiled sweetly, feeling warm inside, like she had eaten honey. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Anua suddenly stopped and looked upset. She pointed at a messy hillside ahead, her voice trembling a little. My medicine field. How did it become like this? That medicine field was something she had worked hard to grow over the past few weeks. It was full of different herbs. Now, because of the earthquake, it was shattered and unrecognizable. Many valuable herbs were buried under the dirt and could not be seen. Some were crushed by rocks and completely ruined. Huachinian gently patted her shoulder to comfort her.
Don't be sad.
The medicine field can be replanted. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Anua took a deep breath, trying to hold back her sadness. She nodded and squatted down carefully to search through the ruins for any herbs that might still be useful. Huachinian also came over to help. The three of them worked for most of the day and managed to save quite a few herbs. These herbs, you should take them to the black market when you have time, Anua said while carefully organizing the rescued herbs. Huachinian wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. Speaking of the black market, I just went there a couple of days ago. Food prices are rising sharply. It's almost like they're stealing money. After the disaster, there was no harvest and all the crops in the fields were destroyed. We have nothing to eat this winter. Every family is tightening their belts, just hoping they can survive the cold months. He looked at Anua with admiration. Luckily, sister-in-law, you predicted this and stored a lot of food in advance. Otherwise, we might have had to go hungry and eat only bran and vegetables. Huachinian, hearing this, looked at Anua with pride and happiness. By the way, Huachinian suddenly remembered something and clapped his head. We still have a lot of cured meat and sausages at home. Maybe we can trade some at the black market for grain? It's always good to stock up more food. Better safe than sorry. Anua immediately shook her head and firmly said, No, absolutely not. Think about it, right now the whole city is in disaster and everything is a mess. People's lives are hard. In this situation, food is the most precious thing. For at least half a year, food will be very scarce. We should keep all food-related supplies tightly in our hands and not share with anyone. Besides, our family isn't short of food. Don't forget, we still have plenty stored in the cellar. It's enough for us to get through this year, so no worries. The three of them continued walking up the mountain while talking. Anua was focused on discussing with Huachinian about planning the new medicinal fields and what herbs to plant next, completely unaware of the path beneath her feet. She accidentally stepped on a loose stone. Be careful. Just as Anua was about to fall, Huachinian reacted quickly and tightly held her in his arms. Anua felt her body spin and fall into a warm, solid embrace. She caught a faint scent of soap bark mixed with a hint of sweat, surprisingly pleasant. Her heart skipped a beat, and she could clearly feel Huachinian's strong, steady heartbeat pounding loudly, as if it might jump out of his chest. I told you many times to watch your step, Huachinian said with a hint of reproach, but also with deep concern and worry. Anua's cheeks turned red like a ripe apple. She hurriedly stepped back from Huachinian's embrace, lowered her head, and whispered, I have you here, so I know you'll protect me. Huachinian rolled his eyes at the scene and couldn't help but think to himself, Great, I'm just here to be a big, bright light. Literally a huge one. This is enough. Huachinian looked at Huachinian and Anua getting close and couldn't help but purse his lips. He muttered, really in broad daylight in front of everyone, can you be a little more discreet? He turned and walked toward the stone that nearly tripped Anua. He raised his foot to kick it hard, cursing under his breath. This broken stone caused me to be so nervous too. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Huachinian looked at Anua with confusion, not knowing what she was up to. Anua squatted down carefully, picking up the stone and examining it closely. The stone was irregularly shaped, with a bumpy surface and some dirt on it, making it look ordinary. But when Anua wiped away the dirt, the stone glowed with an uneven golden shine. Under the sunset, it looked very bright. The stone was about the size of 2 fists, with one end pointed and the other rounded. At first glance, it somewhat resembled a dog's head.
This
This is. And Nua's eyes suddenly lit up, her voice trembling with excitement. This is dog's head gold.
What?
Dog's head gold? Huitianai immediately crouched down to look closer, with a look of disbelief. Really? Sister-in-law, don't joke with me. Huachinian also came over and looked at the stone. One end of the stone vaguely looked like a dog's head, with natural ridges and bumps on the surface, shining with a unique metallic luster in the sunlight. It felt heavy and cold to the touch. It really is dog's head gold. Huachinian was also surprised, having never seen such a large natural gold nugget before. My little lucky star, Huachinian affectionately rubbed Nua's head. Even falling down got you a dog's head gold. Looks like heaven is on your side. Hee, that's right. And Nua proudly raised her chin. I have the luck of a lucky fish. Huatianai stood up excitedly and started searching carefully around. Since there's one piece here, there might be more. I need to look carefully. If I find a few more, we'll be rich. I'll look too. And Nua handed the dog's head gold to Huachinian and joined the treasure hunt. The three split up on the hillside. Huatianai searched the hardest, eyes wide open, eager to turn over every inch of land. Sometimes he knelt down, moving grass aside with his hands. Sometimes he crouched to examine each stone's shape and color carefully. He checked almost every stone but found nothing. Strange. Why aren't there any more? Huatianai scratched his head, feeling a bit discouraged. Could it be that the dog's head gold grew legs and ran away? Just as he was feeling down, he suddenly heard Nua's excited shout. I found 2 more. One big, one small. And Nua cheered loudly, her voice echoing through the valley.
Come quick and see.
Huatianai hurried over upon hearing the sound and saw once again 2 pieces of dog-head gold. One piece was even larger than the first by a whole circle, with a more strange shape, resembling a cute little dog. The other was smaller, about the size of a baby's fist. Oh my sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Huatianai couldn't believe his eyes. Your luck is simply unbelievable. He looked at the 2 pieces of dog-head gold in Anua's hand, his eyes wide, almost drooling. Sister-in-law, is your eye like a radar? How do you find such accurate spots? Huatianai said enviously. I don't have that kind of luck. I searched for a long time and didn't even find a piece of gold residue. Anua smiled happily, feeling very pleased. This was such an unexpected surprise. She only planned to go up the mountain with Huachinian and others to hunt, but she ended up finding such a big treasure. We're going to be rich now, Anua said happily. With these dog-head gold pieces, life will be much better. She started to think about it. The smallest piece could sell for a few hundred yuan, and the larger ones could bring in a lot more. If they sold all of them, it would be a huge sum. She handed the smallest piece to Huatianai and said, Xiaoyi, take this to the black market and see if anyone collects dog-head gold. Find out the market price. Huatianai took the piece, feeling its weight, and carefully put it into his pocket. All right, sister-in-law, leave this to me. I'll go to the black market tomorrow and make sure I complete the task. The 3 of them wandered around the mountain for a while. As the sun gradually set and the sky darkened, they prepared to go down the mountain and head home. On the way down, Anua suddenly remembered something. She tugged on Huachinian's sleeve and said mysteriously, Anyan, I have something to tell you. What is it? Huachinian asked with a smile. Listen, don't get too excited. Anua looked up at him, her big eyes shining. I got a spot to go back to Beijing for a family visit. Huachinian paused, a hint of disappointment and worry flashing in his eyes. Though it was only for a moment, Anua caught it.
Why?
Are you unhappy? Anua teased him on purpose. No. Why would I be unhappy? Huachinian quickly said. I just worry. Worry about what? Anua asked further. Worry that once you go back, you might not come back. Huachinian lowered his eyes, speaking softly. Fool! How could I not come back? Anua said with a smile. I wouldn't leave you here alone. Of course, I want to bring you back with me. Huachinyan's eyes lit up immediately, and a small smile appeared on his face. Really? You're really willing to take me back? Absolutely. Anua tiptoed and gently kissed Huachinyan's cheek. We're family, after all. How could I leave you behind? Huatianai walked ahead, listening to the conversation behind him, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. These two are so sweet it's almost too much to watch, like too much candy, almost overwhelming. But thinking about the little dog in his arms made him happy again. Maybe this trip to the black market would bring him some unexpected gains. He'd heard that the black market has all kinds of strange and rare items. Perhaps someone there collects natural gold bars like his little dog's head. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew past, stirring the fallen leaves and swirling in the air. Anua suddenly stopped, frowning as she looked toward the distant forest. It was dark and unclear. Nothing could be seen clearly. What's wrong? Huachinyan noticed her unusual expression and asked with concern. Nothing, Anua shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking. But inside, she felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. The feeling was like the calm before a storm, unsettling and nervous. On the way down the mountain, Huatianai kept looking around. He held a wooden stick, occasionally pushing aside the grass, muttering, "There's gold here. Maybe there are other treasures too." He was lost in his search when suddenly he heard a faint movement nearby. He stopped alertly, holding his breath. Something seemed to be wriggling in the grass. His eyes lit up and he quickly crouched down, extending his stick. "Got you!" Huatianai suddenly prodded, and a grayish wild rabbit was pulled out of the bushes. The rabbit struggled desperately, kicking its hind legs in the air and making sharp squeals. Huatianai laughed loudly, grabbing it by the neck and holding it up. "Little guy, you're not escaping now." Anua and Huachinyan hurried over when they heard the noise, and seeing the wild rabbit in Huatianya's hand, they couldn't help but smile. "Not bad, little wild one," Anua praised. "This rabbit is fat enough. We can add it to tonight's dinner." Huatianai proudly waved the prey in his hand. "Of course, sister-in-law, I'm a professional." Huachinyan stood nearby, watching Huatianya's proud look, and shook his head. He took a handmade slingshot from his waist and fished out a few smooth small stones from his pocket. "Watch this." He turned and walked to the other side. Annuo curiously followed, seeing Huachinyan bend down to pick up some feathers scattered on the ground and trace the tracks. Soon, he stopped, lightly measured the distance with his fingers, then loaded a stone into the slingshot and aimed carefully at the middle of the belt. Whoosh! The stone shot out, hitting a foraging wild chicken and knocking it down. So accurate. Annuo couldn't help but praise. Before she could react, Huachinyan quickly loaded a second stone, aimed at another panicked wild chicken, and shot. The second chicken was also hit precisely and couldn't escape. 2 plump wild chickens and a fat rabbit. This hunt was a full success. Although they didn't find any gold nuggets later, the 3 of them happily carried their prey down the mountain, each with a big smile. On the way back to the village, they met some villagers. Seeing the prey Huachinyan and Huatianai carried, the villagers looked at them with envy and jealousy. An old woman in worn blue cloth couldn't help but ask, "Little Yezi, did you catch these from the back mountain?" "Yeah," Huatianai casually replied, swinging the fat rabbit. "Just got lucky." The old woman swallowed and looked at the 2 fat wild chickens, whispering, "Wow, who can still eat meat these days? This is really rare." A young man named Go, standing nearby, also came over, eyes wide at the prey. "You guys are so brave. The back mountain is so dangerous, yet you still go up." "Dangerous?" Huatianai curled his lips. "That's because you're all too timid. We're fine." Go, hearing this, looked a bit defiant. If my mom didn't care about me, I would have gone long ago." Huatianya's face immediately turned sour when he heard that. Everyone in the village knew Huatianai was an orphan. His words felt like stabbing him in the heart. Annuo and Huachinyan also looked serious, wanting to confront that person. Seeing their expressions, the old woman quickly tugged on Go's sleeve and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. The back mountain had just experienced an earthquake. Hu Xiaozi had served in the army, and Xiao Yezi was strong and healthy. Why compare yourself to them? Going up there is too risky. But Guzi seemed a bit tempted. He looked at the few prey animals for a while, then turned to his mother and whispered, "Mom, I'm not worse than them. Maybe I should try too? We can't just eat sweet potatoes every day." The other villagers overheard this and started whispering among themselves. Their food supplies were already tight, and seeing these fresh prey animals made them eager. Although they knew the back mountain was dangerous, they were willing to risk it to fill their stomachs. Anua noticed this and frowned. She pulled on Huaqinian's sleeve and whispered, "And Yen, if they rush into the mountain like that, will something happen?" Huaqinian was silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Everyone knows how dangerous the back mountain is. If they go despite the danger, they have to take responsibility for their actions." Xiao Yezi's words earlier still worried Anua. She was afraid Huatianai might overthink, so she quickly comforted him, "Your brother and I are your family. We care about you." Huatianai forced a smile through his mixed feelings, saying, "Hey, sister-in-law, don't worry. I was just joking. I won't take it seriously." "That's good." Anua patted Huatianya's arm. "Let's go home. I'll cook some meat for you." When the three of them returned home, the sunset had already dyed half the sky red. Inhuang heard their footsteps and happily pushed open the big door. Huaqinian opened the door, and Inhuang first circled around his feet, then ran to Anua, wagging his tail wildly. "Inhuang, are you watching the house well?" Anua crouched down to pet Inhuang's head. Inhuang made a soft growling sound, as if saying he was guarding the house seriously. His adorable, silly look made Anua giggle happily. "Mom, you should rest first." Huaqinian looked kindly at Anua, who was playing with Inhuang. "I and Xiao Yezi will go cook." "No, I can help." "No, you rest." Huaqinian interrupted gently with a firm tone. "You've had enough rest today. Take it easy. I've got everything under control, okay?" Anua sighed but nodded. She always found it hard to refuse such care and insistence from Huaqinian. So she moved a small stool to sit in the corner of the yard, holding Inhuang in her arms and playing with him. Meanwhile, the two men began to get busy. Huaqinian first boiled a pot of hot water, then took out knives and seasonings. Huatianai was responsible for killing and skinning the rabbit. He moved quickly, carefully removing the rabbit's skin, cleaning out the internal organs, and rinsing everything with clean water. The two worked well together. One prepared the ingredients, and the other built the fire to cook. Soon, a rich smell of meat spread through the yard, filling it with warmth. Anua sat on a small stool, watching the busy pair, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This simple, warm life was the happiness she had longed for since her rebirth. At this moment, she finally felt this happiness, like a ray of sunshine in the cold winter, making her want to get close, hug, and cherish it. Inhuang also seemed to smell the delicious aroma, twisting its head in her arms and making a few cute, gentle sounds. Anua gently patted its small head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, just a little longer, and it'll be your turn soon." As night fell, a hearty dinner was served on the table. Tender, flavorful rabbit stew, fragrant big pot chicken, and some simple yet tasty side dishes, all made by their own hands. The three sat around the table, chatting and laughing as they ate. But amid the joy, Anua suddenly remembered what the young man said earlier in the afternoon. "Mom, maybe we should try going to the back mountain too?" A faint worry rose in her heart, but she quickly pushed it aside. "Wife, what are you thinking?" Huaqinian saw her worried look and gently patted her head. "Anyan, I'm still a bit worried. What if they really go up to the back mountain? What should we do?" "Don't worry, as long as they don't go too deep, it'll be fine." Huaqinian held Anua's hand firmly, signaling her to relax. His warm palms seemed to have magic, calming her restless heart little by little. Anua looked at him, nodded, and stopped thinking about it. Deep into the night, the yard was filled with a warm atmosphere. After dinner, Huaqinian boiled a pot of hot water for Anua to take a good bath. The crackling fire and rising steam created a cozy scene. His gaze often fell on Anua, filled with gentle affection. "Wife, The water is ready. Go take a hot bath, and I'll make you some nourishing face cream, Huachinian said softly, full of tenderness. Anua nodded, took the towel and clothes he handed her, and went into the bathroom. When the door closed, she looked back at Huachinian, who was rolling up his sleeves and heading to the kitchen. His tall and steady figure made her feel strangely at ease. In the bathroom, steam rose as hot water washed over her tired body, washing away the day's fatigue. Anua carefully rinsed off the brightening cream she had applied. For 3 months, she had used this ointment daily to repair her burned skin, and today, she finally saw clear improvement. In the mirror, her face, once scarred and wrinkled, had become smooth and flat. Although the repaired area still showed a pinkish hue, the ugly, hopeless feeling had disappeared. She stared at her reflection, watching her face gradually regain its former beauty, her eyes slightly moist. This was not just a change in appearance, but a form of emotional rebirth and healing. She gently touched her cheek, as if to confirm that everything was real. "Anua, you can do it. You definitely can," she whispered to herself in the mirror, her tone firm yet gentle. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Huachinian was focused on making the brightening ointment. To better care for his wife, he had learned how to prepare the ointment himself, memorizing every step. He carefully added each herb into the pot and simmered it slowly over low heat. The fire reflected on his profile, and his deep eyes showed concentration and seriousness. He knew this ointment was not just to restore Anua's looks, but also to help her regain confidence and stand strong again in life. When the ointment was ready, he carried the jar back to the bedroom and placed it on the windowsill to cool naturally. Just as Huachinian stepped out of the bedroom, he saw Anua coming out of the bathroom. She wore a simple white nightgown that clung to her graceful figure, looking fresh and charming like a lotus emerging from water. Huachinian paused, staring at her in a daze, feeling momentarily lost. It was as if he saw the Anua from the past, like a fairy princess, radiant and shining among the crowd.
"안녕?"
Anua softly called, noticing his stillness. Huachinian suddenly snapped out of his trance, quickly walking over to her. He cupped her face with his rough hands, gently stroking her delicate skin.
"Wife."
His voice was low and hoarse. "You are so beautiful." All the words he wanted to say condensed into this simple sentence, and then he leaned down to kiss her lips. At this moment, he only wants to pour all his love into this kiss, to pass on all his reluctance, unwillingness, and tenderness to her. Anua was slightly surprised, but she quickly closed her eyes and responded to him. This tender and deep kiss made the whole room feel warm. After a long while, they slowly parted. Huachinian looked at the person in his arms, his eyes filled with deep reluctance and affection. Since he first saw Anua in Jing City, he knew he had fallen deeply in love with her. At that time, she did not belong to him. But as long as he could watch her from afar, he was happy. Later, someone pursued him, and a leader introduced him to potential matches. But none of those people were her. He didn't want anyone who wasn't her, even if he had to be lonely for his whole life. Even if she was hurt and everyone around her abandoned her. He didn't care about others' opinions. He only wanted her. Now, she belonged to him. She not only became that little fairy again, but was also carrying their child. He felt his life was complete. He knew she had been through so much suffering, and he would do his best to protect and love her, never letting her be sad again. "Anua, if I don't have my beauty cream and stay like this forever, would you still love me?" Anua asked softly, but as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Everyone loves beauty, but... Fool Huachinian held Anua's face and kissed her lips again and again. "As long as it's you, no matter what you look like, I will love you and never leave you." Anua seemed to think of something and tilted her head, asking, "Have you liked me for a very long time?" The I Anua mentioned refers to the original owner. Anua had a very bad feeling. Huachinian clearly knew her for a long time. She remembered he was in the military in Jing City, and he used to be friends with Gu Sheng, so he must also know the original owner. Huachinian did not deny, but nodded. "I liked you from the first time I saw you." Sure enough, hearing Wu Qingyan's definite answer, Anua felt her heart ache. She even felt like a thief, stealing happiness that was supposed to belong to the original owner. But she knew she had already fallen in love with Wu Qingyan. Should she give up? Tell Wu Qingyan that she wasn't the girl he once loved. That girl was gone forever and would never appear again. What he saw now was another soul reborn in the girl's body. If she told him like that, he would definitely think she was crazy. Anno clenched the sheets tightly and bit down her back teeth. She was about to become this mean little thief. She would never let go. Never. Wu Qingyan saw that Anno was silent, thinking she was shy, and lowered his head to softly say in her ear, "Wife, let me help you apply the brightening cream." Then he took Anno back to the bedroom, sat her on the bed, and gently helped her remove her clothes. He picked up the jar of freshly made brightening cream, scooped some with a wooden spoon, and carefully applied it to her exposed skin. His movements were gentle and detailed, as if treating a priceless piece of art, not daring to be careless. When his fingers touched her beautiful figure, he felt his breath become a little uneven. A hot feeling surged from his chest to his limbs, but he forced himself to suppress those unwanted thoughts. He looked down at the tent he had set up, smiled bitterly, and thought, "I really brought this on myself." "Anyan, what's wrong?" Anno couldn't help but ask when she noticed his strange behavior. "Nothing." Wu Qingyan forced a smile and changed the subject. "How much longer until I return to normal?" Anno thought for a moment and said, "Based on this recovery speed, about 5 or 6 more uses of the brightening cream, and I'll be back to my original state. Then I'll try a different recipe to improve my skin. Not as soft as eggs, but smooth like milk." Wu Qingyan suddenly remembered Anno's once reflective white skin, and his body reacted even more strongly. Now, Anno finally noticed Wu Qingyan's odd behavior and blushed with embarrassment, but she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Maybe I should do it myself." "No need. Just a little more patience, keep going." Anno covered her mouth to hide her smile. "In a month, we'll be close again." Wu Qingyan helplessly smiled. "You're so naughty." The two looked at each other and smiled, their understanding and warmth filling the whole room with happiness. In the evening, the two were sleeping in each other's arms when suddenly, a loud and sharp gong sound came from outside. Ding, 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 ding. The sound echoed through the village, sounding especially harsh and sudden in the quiet night. Silver King immediately jumped out of its nest and barked wildly at the door. Normally calm and steady, it now seemed unusually anxious and restless. "What's going on?" Anno rubbed her eyes, frowned, and sat up in bed. Anua rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Outside, the sound of a loud gong was still sharp and urgent, accompanied by villagers' shouts and commotion. Clearly, something serious had happened. She quickly put on her coat and pushed open the door. She saw Silver King barking wildly outside the yard. Wu Qingyan was already dressed and tying his belt, ready to leave. He looked back at Anua with a serious expression. "Wife, stay at home and don't go out. I'll go see what's happening." "Okay, be careful." Anua knew she was pregnant and shouldn't risk going out, so she didn't insist. Wu Qingyan grabbed his flashlight and looked at Silver King wagging his tail. "Silver King, take good care of Mom." Silver King seemed to understand and wagged his tail even more happily. Wu Qingyan kissed Anua on the lips. "I'll be back soon." At night, the village looked especially chaotic. Villagers gathered at the village entrance with torches. A blood-covered young man was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was pale, and cold sweat covered his forehead, clearly having gone through a life-threatening ordeal.
Erdan.
"What happened?" the village chief asked anxiously. Erdan looked up, trembling as he said, "Guziga." Guziga and a few others met wild animals in the back mountain. "We were out hunting, but unexpectedly, we ran into a pack of wolves. Guziga told me to come back and report. They're still trapped there." As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted in chaos. The back mountain had always been a forbidden area for the village. It was dense with trees, had a complex terrain, and wild animals often appeared there. No one dared to go near, especially at night. Wolves? Huachinian frowned when he heard the word. He instinctively clenched his fists and looked at Erdan. How many wolves are there? Huatianai, running over, heard the word wolves and looked at Huachinian. Could these wolves be Silver King's brothers and sisters? At least 7 or 8.
Erdan stammered.
They're too fierce. We couldn't fight them. The village chief's face turned pale. What should we do? Guzigo and the others are still inside. If no one rescues them, I'll go, Huachinian said calmly. He stood straight among the crowd, naturally radiating a reassuring presence. But we need more people and weapons. Just then, a series of neat footsteps approached from afar. Soon, a troop of soldiers arrived at the village entrance, fully armed. The leader was Gusheng. Gusheng's gaze swept over the crowd and quickly locked onto Huachinian's figure. His eyes were complicated, but he did not greet him. Instead, he directly said to the village secretary, "We received a distress call from the squad leader. The team is ready. Let's go into the mountains immediately to search and rescue." Huachinian looked at the soldiers dressed in military uniforms, holding weapons. A long-lost excitement rose in his heart. He used to be one of them. Those days were the most glorious and proud moments of his life. But now, he could only stand here and watch these familiar yet strange people busy themselves. A figure of Manhwa flashed in Huachinian's mind. He suppressed his complicated emotions and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since ancient times, giving up means gaining. With my wife by my side, I am already very satisfied. Gusheng also noticed Huachinian's presence, but he only cast a cold glance without any other reaction. He turned to the soldiers and issued orders. Everyone listen up. Split into groups immediately. Find the trapped people at all costs. Just as the squad prepared to enter the mountains, Huatianai frowned and looked at Huachinian, whispering, "Brother, do you want to go up too?" "But I think maybe not. These soldiers are well-trained and much better than us. Besides, between you and Gusheng." "No," Huachinian interrupted him firmly. "They are unfamiliar with the situation on the back mountain. Even if they are strong fighters, they might not find the right path. I must go." Huatianai knew he couldn't persuade him, so he sighed. "All right. But I have to go with you. We are brothers. We should watch out for each other." Huachinian nodded with relief and patted Huatianai on the shoulder. The two of them approached the village secretary together. When Gusheng saw Huachinian volunteer, he looked displeased, but due to the occasion, he did not lose his temper. Instead, he said coldly, "No need to trouble yourself. We can handle it ourselves. This is a matter of life and death," Huachinian insisted. "We often hunt in the back mountain and are familiar with the terrain. Time is precious. Every minute we delay, the dogs face more danger. Let us lead the way. It's the best plan." "Commander Gu, I think Huaxiaozi is right." The village secretary nodded in agreement and looked at Gusheng. "With Huaxiaozi leading, we can save some detours." Gusheng was silent for a moment, but ultimately chose to compromise. He waved his hand to signal the soldiers to follow, while Huachinian led the way at the front, guiding them. The night wind was cold, and the forest was pitch dark. The faint light of torches could only illuminate a few meters ahead, while deeper inside, there was an unknown and dangerous darkness. The ground was muddy and slippery, so every step had to be taken carefully. "Everyone watch your step. Beware of traps," said Huachinian in a calm and steady voice. He carefully observed his surroundings with each step to make sure he didn't miss any clues. Suddenly, a deep and fierce wolf howl came from afar, making everyone's nerves tense instantly. Right ahead, Erdan pointed to a nearby dense forest. Brother Guzi and the others should still be there. Everyone quickened their pace and soon saw several blurry figures forming a circle, fighting fiercely against a few fierce wolves. One tall figure waved a torch, constantly driving away the wild animals trying to get close, while others used simple tools to fight back. "Fire!" Gusheng ordered decisively. Gunshots rang out, and the wolves seemed frightened, quickly scattering and running away. However, when everyone rushed over to check, They found Wang Kuei barely alive, his thigh torn and bloody. "Hurry, carry him back." Gu Sheng commanded the soldiers to take the injured to a safe area while vigilantly watching the surroundings. Everyone else keep searching, try to eliminate all these wolves. At this moment, a wolf suddenly leapt out from the darkness, opening its mouth wide and rushing toward Gu Sheng. "Watch out!" shouted Huachinian. He instinctively pushed forward, pushing Gu Sheng aside, then wrestled with the wolf. He used all his strength to pin the wolf to the ground and precisely stabbed a dagger into its throat. Gu Sheng was stunned, looking at the muddy Huachinian. His lips moved, but he couldn't say a word of thanks. "Don't just stand there," Huachinian gasped as he got up. "Check if there are any more escapees." Gu Sheng frowned, clenched his fists, feeling annoyed but still commanding his men to search for the remaining wolves. Huachinian was just a common man, so why did he act so bossy toward me? No matter if Gu Sheng was angry or not, under Huachinian's correct leadership, everyone successfully eliminated the wolf pack. When the soldiers carried the wolf bodies back to the team, the villagers waiting saw so much wolf meat, their eyes lit up. "Tonight's thanks go to the soldiers," the village secretary said cheerfully, waving his hand. "Tomorrow, we'll cook wolf meat. Ladies, come help tomorrow." "Sure. We'll definitely help." Anua sat on the bed, holding a silver needle, gently turning it with her fingertips. Outside the window, the sky was turning white, the eastern horizon showing the first light, but Huachinian had not yet returned. Her heart felt like an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making her heart beat nervously. Silver King was lying at the door, ears upright, eyes fixed on the yard gate, as if waiting for something.
"Anyo."
Anua softly whispered his name, her voice tinged with exhaustion and helplessness. Since she became pregnant, she had been very sleepy, but tonight she just couldn't fall asleep. She knew that Huachinian was a careful person, but thinking about the wild animals on the back mountain, she couldn't help but worry. "He will be fine." Anua clenched the silver needle tightly, trying to encourage herself, but her unease grew stronger. The oil lamp on the table flickered with a faint light, casting a warm, yellow glow inside the house, but it couldn't hide her anxious eyes. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the yard gate. Silver King suddenly stood up, barked twice, then quickly ran toward the door.
"Anyo."
Anua almost jumped out of bed, put on her slippers, wrapped herself in a coat, and ran to the door. As the door was pushed open, Huachinian's figure appeared. He was covered in mud, his clothes stained with patches of blood, but his familiar and determined face made Anua's heart skip a beat. "Was he hurt? Are you hurt?" Her voice trembled slightly as she grabbed his arm. "Let me see." Huachinian looked at the woman in front of him, her face pale with worry. His heart softened. He reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and whispered, "Don't be afraid. It's not my blood, it's wolf blood." Hearing this, Anua finally relaxed, but the fatigue washed over her like a tide. Her legs buckled, and she almost fell. Huachinian was quick to catch her, wrapping her in his arms. "Wife, you've been up all night, right? Go back and lie down."
"I'm fine."
Anua leaned into his chest, feeling the broad warmth of his body, which made her feel safe. She nodded gently, but had no strength to say more, and he carried her back inside. Huachinian laid her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and carefully brushed her messy hair.
"Sleep now."
"I'll stay here with you." Anua closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Watching her frown gradually relax, he couldn't help but lower his head and plant a kiss on her forehead. "Wife, with me here, no one will hurt you," he whispered softly, his tone gentle as if it could drip with water. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight entered the house, the village committee was already bustling with activity. Last night, the soldiers brought back about 16 wolf carcasses, enough to pile into a small hill, attracting many villagers to gather and watch. Women rolled up their sleeves and started working. Some peeled wolf skins, others chopped the wolf meat, and some lit fires to prepare meat soup. "Such a lot of wolf meat," a villager exclaimed. We're really lucky today. Gu Sheng stood among the crowd, frowning at the pile of wolf meat. He knew these supplies weren't enough to feed everyone and the soldiers, let alone ensure everyone was full. He thought for a moment and said to the deputy company commander nearby, "Go and bring over our reserve cabbage and flour and find a few people who can make dumplings to help." The deputy was surprised. "Captain, those are our emergency supplies." Gu Sheng waved his hand firmly.
Now's not the time to worry about that.
"I'll cover the costs myself later." The deputy nodded and quickly went to fetch the supplies. Soon, a truckload of cabbage and flour arrived at the village office, causing villagers to cheer. "This is great stuff," a woman said, touching the bag of flour. "Captain Gu is such a good person." Hearing these compliments, Gu Sheng's lips slightly curled into a faint smile. He stood among the crowd and casually said, "Today, let's make more dumplings so everyone can have a hot meal." The villagers responded enthusiastically and started busying themselves with energy. Gu Sheng watched all this from the side, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. He liked being praised and admired. This made him feel he was much better than Huichinian. At least in the eyes of these ordinary people, he was the one they could truly rely on. Meanwhile, at home, Anhwa also woke up. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the kong, a traditional bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw Huichinian sitting beside the bed, gently stroking her belly with his rough hand. "You're awake?" Huichinian noticed she was awake, quickly withdrew his hand, and awkwardly scratched his head. "I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you." Anhwa propped herself up against the pillow, looking at his slightly embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing?" whispering to the baby. Huichinian coughed awkwardly and turned his gaze away. "No, I was just checking if it's behaving." Anhwa couldn't help but smile, but soon remembered what happened last night and asked, "What exactly happened on the back mountain last night?" Huichi casually said, "The dogs went hunting and got surrounded by a wolf pack. They were rescued, but some were injured. Last night was quite complicated, so don't worry too much. Rest well and focus on your pregnancy." Hearing his nonchalant tone, Anhwa didn't ask further. But she always felt things were not that simple. Huichinian just didn't want her to worry. Today, the village committee is quite lively. They say they're making wolf meat dumplings. Huichinian smoothly changed the subject. "But you're not feeling well, so don't go join the fun. Ask Tianyi to help out, and you should rest at home." "No, I want to go see it too," Anhwa said, stubbornly curious. "This is a rare big event. I can't miss it." Huichinian sighed helplessly and said, "Honey, just listen to me. So many people gathering together. It's noisy and chaotic. If you go, you won't rest well. Stay home and rest properly. Don't make me worry, okay?" Seeing his serious expression, Anhwa knew she couldn't argue, so she nodded. "All right, then stay with me a little longer." Meanwhile, at the village committee, it was a scene of happiness. Women sat together making dumplings quickly, while men were responsible for lighting fires and boiling water. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Tianyi rolled up his sleeves and joined the chopping team. Though usually quiet and reserved, he worked diligently and soon earned praise from everyone. "Little Yi is such a capable young man," an auntie said happily. "Whoever marries you will be very lucky." Tianyi shyly smiled at her words, saying nothing. But his gaze unconsciously drifted to Gu Sheng, who was directing soldiers nearby. Gu Sheng was really good at organizing things. It was his brother who led everyone and saved Gu Sheng's life, yet now all the credit seemed to be taken by Gu Sheng. He was not convinced. Huichinian carefully helped Anhwa back onto the bed, gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. He tucked her in and went to the kitchen to bring back a hot water bag, placing it beside her hand. "Honey, it's getting cold outside. Stay at home obediently and don't run around. I'll check on things at the village committee." Huichinian's voice was deep and tender, with firm determination. Anhwa looked up and smiled a little at Huichinian. This man was treating her like a porcelain doll. "And you?" she softly asked. "Last night was busy all night. Aren't you tired?" Huichinian smiled, reached out, and gently tousled her hair. "Don't worry, I'm not tired. The villagers are at the village committee. It's not good if we don't go, so I'll just show my face and come back. And Nua thought Huachinian was right, so she said nothing and closed her eyes obediently. Since she became pregnant, her body has been very easily tired. Even after just waking up in the morning, she would feel sleepy again soon. Huachinian wanted to say a few more words to Nua, but before he could speak, her light, even breathing sounded. He smiled indulgently, leaned down, and kissed her on the forehead. His little wife was always so adorable. Huachinian couldn't help but kiss Nua again. Then he carefully closed the door and went to the yard to ask Inhuang to watch over it, feeling relieved, and headed to the village committee. Nua woke up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and heard some movement in the living room. She pulled back the blanket, put on her coat and shoes, and stepped out of the bedroom. Huachinian, who was carefully polishing something, sensed the noise from the bedroom, put down what he was doing, and turned to look in that direction. "When did you come back?" Nua stood at the door of the bedroom, stretched lazily, and asked in a soft, sticky voice, "Why didn't you wake me up when you got home?" Huachinian walked over, picked her up sideways, turned around, and sat back in his previous seat. Nua sat on his lap. "You and the babies need rest. With me at home, sleeping a little longer is fine." Nua felt happy inside. She hugged Huachinian's neck, rested her head on his shoulder, and nuzzled like a little cat. "You spoil me so much. When I have the baby, I'll get so fat I'll turn into a pig." Huachinian seemed to want to prove something. He gently pinched her and said, "Being too thin isn't good. It's better to be a little chubby." "Annoying!" Nua pouted playfully. Her eyes caught sight of an object on the table, and her eyes lit up. She sat up straight from Huachinian's arms, picked up the item, and examined it carefully. "Is this a wolf fang?" "This is the upper fang of the Wolf King and a few of the alpha wolves I took down last night." Huachinian nodded, looking at Nua with pride and affection. "I plan to polish them myself and make small charms to ward off evil for you and the children." Nua was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. She hugged Huachinian and gave him a quick kiss on the face. "Yen, you're so amazing. But these things, can they really ward off evil?" Huachinian nodded seriously and said, "Wolves are the king of all beasts. Their sharp teeth can ward off evil and bring good luck. I traded hard to get these wolf teeth, and they will protect you and the baby." Seeing his serious expression, Nua felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. This man always quietly protects her and their unborn child in his own way. "Then I leave it to you," Nua said with a slight smile. "But don't tire yourself out too much." "Okay," Huachinian responded, rubbing her hair gently. "Zhomu will eat at the big team office. I'll make chicken soup noodles for you, then add a boiled egg. How does that sound?" Nua smiled and said good. Huachinian helped her onto a chair, then stood up, tidied the table, washed his hands, and went to the kitchen to cook. Nua watched his back, a faint smile on her lips. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Inhuang, lying at the door, lifted his head and barked toward the door. "Nua, it's me," Gu Sheng said outside, holding a basket. He was dressed neatly in a clean military uniform, looking energetic. Nua opened the door and saw Gu Sheng. She frowned slightly. "Is something wrong?" Gu Sheng handed the basket to her, trying to sound casual. "I heard you're not feeling well. I had someone make some wolf meat dumplings to help you recover. They're good for your health." The aroma from the dumplings was tempting, but Nua did not take them. Instead, she coldly said, "Thanks for your kindness, but I don't eat wolf meat." Gu Sheng was momentarily stunned and said pointedly, "Nanu, don't be stubborn. The countryside isn't like Jing City. Eating wild meat isn't that hard. Now that I'm here, I won't let you suffer." Huachinian in the kitchen had been tense since Gu Sheng knocked on the door. When he heard Gu Sheng say he wouldn't let Nua suffer, his fists clenched unconsciously. Just as he was about to step out, he heard Nua's next words and retracted his foot. "Lieutenant Gu, isn't that a bit shameless?" Nua sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. "I can stand here because of you and your good wife. Now you come here pretending to be a good person?" Nanu, there must be some misunderstanding. Shut up, Anua impatiently interrupted Gu Sheng. And stop meddling in my life. My husband is very capable, and every day married to him is happy. I've never suffered. My man goes hunting every day, eating wild rabbits in turn. Anua glanced at Gu Sheng's basket and smirked sarcastically. Even the wolf meat in Commander Gu's hands was only successfully caught because of my man. Gu Sheng opened his mouth to say something but saw her cold expression and could only awkwardly withdraw his basket, feeling hot and embarrassed all over. Hui Tianai, holding a lunchbox, hurried over. When he saw Gu Sheng at the door, his smile disappeared completely, like magic. He casually put one hand in his pocket, looking carefree, but his eyes showed some disdain. Hey, isn't this Commander Gu? Hui Tianai teased. What? Coming to flatter again? Gu Sheng's face changed slightly, but he suppressed his anger and looked deeply at Anua. Nan, your cousin isn't a bad person. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. I will find proof to clear her name. Proof? Clear her name? Humph. If tricking the original owner into the warehouse and setting fire to them counts as clearing her name? If saying those hurtful words to the original owner after they were burned and taken to the hospital counts as clearing her name? Then what about the suffering the original owner endured? Anua narrowed her eyes, staring at Gu Sheng, feeling more convinced that this man was truly blind and deaf. How could the original owner like such a thing? Before Anua could speak, Gu Sheng continued, Nan, whether I married your cousin or not, I am still your brother. Brothers care for their sisters. Please don't reject my kindness. After saying that, Gu Sheng put the basket on the ground and strode away. Huh, is this person sick? Hui Tianai sneered, watching his back. He shook his head and muttered, really shameless. Anua didn't pay attention to Gu Sheng but turned to the kitchen. Seeing the man's back bent over serving noodles, her eyes reddened. She hugged his waist from behind. She clearly felt the man stiffen for a moment, then relax again. Was it you who rushed into the fire to save me back then? Hui Tianai sighed, put down the basin, took Anua's hand, turned her around, and held her in his arms. I don't want you to be tied down by gratitude. This silly man. If he liked the original owner so much, why couldn't he use gratitude to win her over? All those stories and novels say that the male and female leads, out of gratitude for saving their lives, even after marriage, would favor the savior and eventually pursue each other, leading to tragic endings. Could it be that you think I got hurt and don't want to marry me? Anua raised her small face, knowing full well that Hui Tianai was not that kind of person, but she still teased him. She was just angry that Hui Tianai was deeply in love with the original owner. Now, she had taken over the original owner's body and gained Hui Tianai. But is this what the novel calls a replacement plot? She definitely doesn't want to be a substitute. She will make Hui Tianai love her even more. Sure enough, when Anua said this, Hui Tianai got anxious. He hugged her tighter, afraid the little one in his arms would run away. Nonsense. If I really disliked you, would I be here in the countryside? Could I marry you? Okay. Anua replied helplessly with a smile, tapping Hui Tianai's back lightly. Tell me, have you been planning this for a long time? Hui Tianai lowered his head and pecked her on her talkative little mouth. Not enough, he pecked again. Yes, you're right. I've been planning this for a long time. Cough, cough, cough. A light cough interrupted their flirtation. Hui Tianai raised the lunchbox in his hand. It's not that I don't have eyes, but if I don't eat now, the dumplings will get cold, and the noodles will turn into clumps. Anua shyly buried her face in Hui Tianai's embrace, while Hui Tianai looked at Hui Tianai with a dark glare. When Hui Tianai looked back at Anua in his arms, he suddenly felt that their hearts were growing closer. He liked her more now. 3 days later, the village was bustling. A military green jeep slowly drove into the village entrance, kicking up dust. The vehicle bore the emblem of the military district, looking very imposing. Villagers stopped their work, standing by the roadside to watch and talk quietly. Wow, that's definitely a high-ranking leader. Why is the big leader coming to our poor place? Gu Sheng, dressed neatly in his military uniform, had been waiting at the village entrance. He wore a modest smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of unease. When the car door opened and a sturdy, resolute middle-aged man stepped out, he immediately saluted properly. "Hello, Commander." Su Guohua nodded slightly, glancing over Gu Sheng but not lingering. His expression was stern and commanding. After exchanging a few words with Gu Sheng, he asked directly, "Where does Hu Qinian live?" Gu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his smile froze for a moment. "Commander, this way, please." He tried to suppress his complicated feelings and led Su Guohua toward Hu Qinian's house. On the way, his mind was racing with thoughts. Hu Qinian? The man who once made him so jealous he felt itchy? Now he's just a retired fool. Why is he still allowed to visit the commanding officer personally? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists, but he quickly relaxed, trying to keep his calm appearance. In the yard, Silver King lazily lay at the door, sunbathing. When it heard footsteps, it immediately pricked up its ears, barked softly, and looked alertly outside. Hu Qinian was sitting in the yard, sharpening a wolf tooth. Hearing Silver King's bark, he put down his work, wiped his hands, and stood up. When he saw the person outside the gate, Hu Qinian was momentarily stunned, then a look of surprise and excitement appeared in his eyes. "Commander." Su Guohua stepped into the yard, his sharp eyes examining Hu Qinian from head to toe, finally resting on his face, which still looked heroic but a bit tired. "You little guy." Su Guohua's voice was deep but carried obvious excitement. Hu Qinian's throat moved, and he took a step forward.
"Salute, Commander."
At this moment, he straightened his back, and the commanding presence of a soldier seemed to return to him. Su Guohua looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly patted his shoulder. "Good, good. You really didn't let me down." After saying this, his eyes slightly reddened, and he took a deep breath through his nose, suppressing his emotions. He knew that the soldiers he brought out were all good, having braved gunfire and explosions, and these minor injuries would surely heal. Hu Qinian's gaze lightly swept over Gu Sheng. Faced with Hu Qinian's indifferent look, Gu Sheng gritted his teeth silently, took a deep breath, and reporting to the commander, "There's still a mission at the headquarters. I'll go back first."
Su Guohua note that.
"Go ahead. The mission is urgent." Gu Sheng stood at attention and saluted, then glanced at Hu Qinian before turning to leave. Su Guohua sensed the subtle tension between Hu Qinian and Gu Sheng, frowned slightly. "You too." "It's nothing," Hu Qinian smiled slightly. "Commander, please come in and sit." And Noah was sitting inside reading a book when she heard the noise outside and came out. Seeing the scene in the yard, she was momentarily stunned. Who was that tall, middle-aged man? Why did he feel familiar? Before she could think too much, she heard Hu Qinian turn and wave at her. "Wife, come here." And Noah raised an eyebrow but still walked over and stood beside Hu Qinian. "Commander, this is my wife." Hu Qinian's tone carried a mix of pride and affection. "And Noah?" Su Guohua looked at Noah upon hearing this, and at that moment, he froze in surprise. He examined the small girl covered in dark medicinal ointment from head to toe. Her sharp eyes, like blades, gradually showed complex emotions, astonishment, doubt, sympathy, and a hint of disbelief, making his expression very rich. You are." He hesitated before speaking. "Are you the granddaughter of Commander and Wayman?" Anul was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect him to recognize her, but she quickly regained her composure. "Yes, I am." After saying this, she quickly recalled her memories. Yes, her grandfather was a military commander before being transferred. The general in front of her, Su Guohua, was one of her grandfather's old subordinates. "Uncle Su, long time no see," Anua said with a gentle smile, her tone calm. "Little girl, it's really been a long time," Su Guohua replied with a faint smile, then took a deep breath and looked at Hu Qinian. "Have you really married?" "Yes," Hu Qinian answered firmly, without hesitation. "We registered our marriage. She is my wife, and she is my life." Hearing this, Su Guohua's expression grew more complicated. He remembered Anua, the little princess once held in the palm of the old leader's hand. She was so beautiful and innocent, but after that big fire, she was disfigured. Su Guohua furrowed his brows tightly. If he remembered correctly, Anua had a marriage engagement with Gu Sheng, right? Later, Gu's family and Anua broke off the engagement. He still thought the Gu family had acted a bit unkindly. But now, she had become Hua Qinyan's wife. What a twist of fate. The atmosphere inside the room grew tense, but it was soon broken by a lively voice. Uncle Su, don't leave today. Let's have a good gathering. Indeed, those words made Hua Qinyan smile. He turned to Su Guohua and said, Commander, please stay and try my cooking. Su Guohua nodded without refusing. All right, I won't leave today. And Nua maintained her calm and composed appearance, speaking softly. Uncle Su, please come inside and sit. At the dinner table, Su Guohua tentatively asked some questions about Anua, such as why she came to this village and why she married Hua Qinyan. But Anua skillfully avoided the main points, only saying she was a rural youth sent to the countryside and that she and Hua Qinyan fell in love and got married. Although Su Guohua had doubts, he didn't press further and could only let it go for now. After dinner, he sat in the garden on a wicker chair, smoking and watching the busy couple nearby washing dishes. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Outside, Su Guohua sat on a wicker chair, holding a cigarette, smoking intermittently. His gaze casually swept over the yard, like a general inspecting his territory. Eventually, his eyes settled on Anua, whose weathered eyes slightly squinted as if thinking deeply. Little girl, he suddenly spoke, his voice deep and commanding, with an undeniable force. Anua was startled, but quickly walked over. She sat opposite Su Guohua, her hands neatly resting on her knees, appearing calm and composed, not at all shy like a rural girl. You and Hua Qinyan. Su Guohua paused, choosing his words carefully. How did you end up together? Don't say it was love at first sight.
He was sick back then.
His tone carried curiosity, suspicion, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Anua looked up at him. Her bright eyes were like clear water, calm and distant. Hearing Su Guohua's words, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You might not know much about Nyen's family situation, his parents and brothers. Thinking of the Hua family, Anua couldn't help but show some disdain. They didn't want to take care of Nyen, so they forced me to marry him. I took the opportunity to bring Nyen out of the Hua family and made him my son-in-law. Hearing this, Su Guohua's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A flash of the sharp, critical face of Nyen's mother appeared in his mind. Forcing a daughter-in-law out of the family was indeed something that old woman would do.
But, son-in-law?
After a long pause, he regained his voice, a faint guess forming in his mind. You're not pretending to be married, are you? At first, it was just for Nyen's treatment. A fake marriage. Anua glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen and smiled softly. But later, we developed feelings and we really got together. Su Guohua hesitated for a moment, sighing inwardly. Fate was truly unpredictable. After a moment of thought, he said slowly, Nyen is an excellent soldier. He's the best among those I've trained. He deserves a better woman. His words were direct and harsh, like a knife stabbing into the heart. But Anua showed no sign of displeasure. She raised her head, looked into Su Guohua's eyes, and said clearly, marrying him is my blessing. I've never thought I am inferior to anyone. Her voice was soft but firm, like a small stone thrown with force. Su Guohua was stunned. He thought the girl would be shy, retreat, or even get angry, but he didn't expect her to be so calm and confident. Her attitude and strength made him see her in a new way. Su Guohua put out his cigarette and looked at Anua. Little girl, I heard you healed Hua Qinyan? Anua nodded without saying much. She knew that explaining too much at this moment would seem forced, so she let him judge for himself. Sure enough, Su Guohua just responded with a soft hum and didn't ask further. But inside, he already had a guess. that Huachinian was probably afraid he'd think this girl wasn't good enough for him, so he said that to boost her confidence. After all, a girl used to a comfortable life wouldn't be able to treat wounds that even the military hospital couldn't handle. Thinking of this, he shook his head and pushed the thoughts aside. Soon, Huachinian came out of the kitchen with a teapot, smiling at Su Guohua. "Commander, it's cold outside.
Let's go inside and have some tea."
Su Guohua stood up and said with a smile, "All right, I have something to talk to you about." Then he led the way into the living room. "Wife," Huachinian hugged Anua's waist and looked at her with a smile. "What are you talking about with the commander?" Anua smiled and shook her head. "Nothing much. Uncle Su just asked how we got married." "How did you say it?" "Of course, I told the truth." Anua winked playfully. "I said I was brought here by your mother to be your wife." Huachinian let go of Anua and gently pinched her nose with a smile. "You little rascal. All right, don't keep the guests waiting. Go serve the tea," Anua said, pushing Huachinian into the living room. After Huachinian entered, Anua hid her smile where he couldn't see and gently touched her face, which was covered with a glow-enhancing cream. This world couldn't be perfect. Not everyone could be like Huachinian. Huachinian didn't care about her looks. He loved her for who she was. But what about others? Su Guohua was still an old subordinate of her grandfather. Just now, he subtly implied she wasn't good enough for Huachinian.
Why not?
Was it because she had a disfigurement? If Huachinian is in a high position, unless she is not taken out, people will definitely mock her for having an ugly wife. And Nua chuckled at herself, then stepped forward to follow Huachinian into the living room. When she entered, Huachinian was just talking about funny stories from the army, and Su Guohua even laughed out loud. However, when the conversation shifted to Huachinian's injury, the mood became serious. "When you were hurt, we all thought." Su Guohua paused but didn't continue, showing clear worry and regret in his words. "Kid, I actually didn't process your discharge from the army," Su Guohua suddenly said. "I believe you can recover, so I arranged sick leave for you." Everyone was surprised at this. Huachinian, holding a teacup, froze with his hand in the air, looking at Su Guohua with disbelief.
"What?"
"About the pension. The 300 yuan pension isn't from the army, but from your own pocket, right?" Huachinian's voice was calm, but carried a faint sense of gratitude and respect. Su Guohua didn't deny it, only sighed. "You boy. Sai, I know some of your family's situation. I was worried your family couldn't take good care of you, so I took the initiative to give you money in the name of a pension. I didn't expect that even after giving money, your family still mistreated you and made such a good young man marry a woman with a disfigurement." The living room fell silent again. Yin Huang lay at Huachinian's feet, softly whimpering as if sensing his owner's complex emotions. The sunset was setting, casting a golden glow over the yard, giving everything a shimmering light. Su Guohua took a deep breath of smoke, then slowly exhaled, as if releasing a heavy burden or contemplating a major decision. Su Guohua's words earlier hit Huachinian like a heavy hammer. His hands trembled slightly, and the hot water in his teacup swayed, spilling a few drops onto the table. "Commander, what did you just say?" Huachinian almost couldn't believe his ears, his throat bobbing as his voice became hoarse and difficult to speak. "Which part?"
"Oh."
"I said your military service is still active," Su Guohua said calmly, but with an undeniable authority. "You're a good soldier. I don't want the army to lose someone like you." Huachinian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling sharply. His fingers gripping the teacup turned white from the force. He thought he would never return to the army he loved. But now he actually had a chance. "Commander," he whispered, but his throat felt tight, and he couldn't say more. Su Guohua looked at him with complicated eyes. He patted Huachinian on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you are an eagle. You should fly high, but whether you want to go back depends on you." Su Guohua's gaze briefly flicked over Anua. Huachinian nodded, but his eyes involuntarily shifted to Anua. His excitement was replaced by hesitation because he knew this decision involved not just him, but their future together. Anua noticed his gaze and looked up to meet his eyes. Her bright eyes showed no doubt, only firmness and encouragement. She smiled softly and said, "Anyen, you have your dreams. I support you to achieve them." This sentence made all of He Chinyen's worries disappear. He strode over to Anua and took her hand. His rough hands trembled slightly with excitement. "Wife, thank you," he said softly, full of gratitude and love. "Thank me for what?" Anua raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. "You are my man.
Uncle Sue is right.
You are an eagle. You can't stay in this small mountain village forever. And didn't we agree? Whenever there's a chance, we'll leave here." He Chinyen felt warmth in his heart. He knew Anua would support him. Su Guohua watched the scene and smiled with satisfaction. He stood up and patted He Chinyen's shoulder firmly. "Since you've made your decision, get ready. But kid, this time when you go back, prove yourself. I believe you can go further." He Chinyen nodded seriously. "Commander, don't worry. I won't let you down." That night, moonlight shone through the window, casting a gentle silver glow over the simple house. Anua sat at the table reading, but she couldn't focus on the words. She was thinking about her next plan. He Chinyen walked over and sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, letting her lean into his embrace. "Uncle Sue has gone to bed?" Anua put down her book and said calmly. He Chinyen had put Su Guohua in the guest room. They talked for a while in the room, and only after Su Guohua was resting did He Chinyen come to find Anua. "Wife." He finally spoke, his voice low but serious. "I want to tell you something." Anua raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "What's the matter?" He Chinyen took a deep breath and shared his thoughts. "I just asked my superior, and I want to bring you with me to the army." Anua was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. "I thought you would return to the unit first, then arrange for you to come along."
"Fool."
He Chinyen shook his head gently, with a loving tone. "Your body is heavy now, and I can't just leave you here alone. I've been thinking about how to take you away. Since I have a chance to return to the unit, of course I want you to come with me. If the army can't arrange a house right away, we can find one outside to stay in." He Chinyen kissed her on the forehead. "Anyway, I won't let you leave me." Anua felt touched. She rubbed her cheek against He Chinyen's neck and hugged his waist. "We have some savings and 3 pieces of gold haven't been spent. With our assets, buying a courtyard in Beijing isn't a problem." "Sounds good." He Chinyen smiled. "We can ask my friend to help find a better house." Anua didn't tell He Chinyen that after the new millennium, owning a courtyard in Beijing would be very hard, even for the rich. In her past life, she worked herself to the bone every day. Sleeping only 4 hours a day was a luxury. This time, she started by tricking herself into having a good husband. From now on, she plans to save some houses and become a landlord, just relaxing and enjoying life. Doesn't that sound good? But all of this depends on avenging her original self first. Anua paused for a moment, then gently held He Chinyen's hand. "Anyen, although we've temporarily escaped the Hor family's trouble, once we return to Beijing, we can avoid some problems like settling down." Hearing the words settling down, He Chinyen's brow furrowed slightly. He knew what settling down meant to Anua in Nightmare. "Don't worry, I'll be with you," He Chinyen said firmly, with determined eyes. "My wife, I will protect you. Even if the Hua family are wolves and tigers, even if I have no backing, as long as I'm alive, I won't let them hurt you again." "I'm not afraid," Anua said calmly, but with strength. "Instead of guarding against their tricks, it's better to take the initiative. If I couldn't come with you, I plan to take leave and visit Beijing to see the situation. This time, it saves me a trip." Anua thought for a moment and decided to talk to He Chinyen. She straightened up from his embrace, looked up, and met his eyes. "Anyen, I want to be honest with you. Since that big fire, I have lost some memories. I wanted to go back to Jing City to visit family, hoping to find those memories. I strongly feel that only by recovering that part of my memory can I understand why Jiancheng is targeting me." He Chinyen's eyebrows furrowed more and more as he looked at Anua's determined face. He didn't know what to say at first, feeling a deep sense of worry for her. "Okay," He Chinyen said firmly, looking into Anua's eyes. He held her small face with both hands. No matter what, I will stay with you to find your memories and face everything together. The next morning, after breakfast, Huachinian and Huatianai took Su Guohuar into the mountains for hunting. While Anua was packing at home, she found the introduction letter for visiting relatives in her backpack. Since she was going to follow Huachinian as part of the military, this visiting permit was no longer useful to her. Thinking of this, she folded the letter and put it into her pants pocket. She put on a mask and a small padded jacket, then headed out to the youth camp. Before reaching the camp, Anua heard laughter from afar. The young people at the camp saw her coming and greeted her one by one. They picked up their bowls and went back to their rooms for breakfast. She hadn't seen Jiang Mei for a while. The cheerful girl had become worried and anxious, which made Anua frown slightly without realizing it. In Jiqing, Jiang Mei greeted Anua with a smile, walking toward her. She held her hands. "Why are you free to come today?" Then she pulled Anua's hand and led her into the dormitory. "Come in, it's cold outside. Let's sit inside." Inside the room, Anua looked at the familiar dormitory and saw the empty single bed in the corner. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed, as if the days of conflict with Yi Ruolin were very long ago. "Here, drink water." Jiang Mei cheerfully poured a glass of water for Anua and sat on the bed, staring intently at her. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Anua looked at Jiang Mei again, not answering her question, but instead asking her own. "Jiqing Jiang, you look worried. Are you facing some trouble?" Anua took the hot water handed to her by Jiang Mei, holding the cup with both hands, feeling the warmth spread from her palms to her heart. She looked up at Jiang Mei, her gaze falling on her slightly tired face. Usually, her eyes were full of smiles, but now they were covered with a faint layer of sadness. Jiang Mei's smile froze slightly, and her eyes flickered away, as if hiding something she couldn't say. But soon, she forced herself to smile again and tugged at the corner of her mouth. "It's nothing serious, just some family trouble lately." "What kind of trouble?" Anua put down her cup, leaned forward slightly, and looked directly into Jiang Mei's eyes. "I can tell you're hiding something. We are both young people from the countryside, and we should support each other. If you need help, just say so." Jiang Mei was silent for a moment, seeming to weigh whether to speak. Outside the window, cold wind howled, hitting the glass with a woo-woo sound, as if urging her to make a decision. Finally, she sighed deeply, her voice lowering a bit. "It's not a big deal, really. It's just that my mom, she's not in good health. She's been sick for years, and this winter is especially cold. I'm worried she won't make it through." Hearing this, Anua's brow furrowed slightly. She could feel the heaviness and helplessness in Jiang Mei's words. "Why don't you go back and see her?" she asked. Jiang Mei gave a bitter smile and shook her head. "I want to, but I didn't get a chance this year. The team only allows a few visits each year, and it's not my turn this time.
I'm afraid.
If I wait until next year, it might be too late." Her voice choked up here, her eyes turning red, tears welling up as if they might fall at any moment. Anua could see that Jiang Mei was truly worried about her mother and felt powerless to help. The feeling of being far away from loved ones in trouble was something she had experienced before, helplessness and anxiety that could break a person. She took a deep breath, feeling grateful she had come today, and then spoke. "Jiang Jiqing, actually, I have a visiting permit. I came today for that reason." Jiang Mei suddenly looked up, staring at Anua in disbelief, her eyes wide. "What did you say?" "My visiting permit." Anua took the letter from her pocket and waved it. "I was planning to use it to visit Beijing, but now, it seems you need it more than I do." "No way." Jiang Mei kept shaking her head, as if trying to push away a hot potato. "That can't be. That's your permit. I can't take it." Anua spoke calmly, but with a firm tone that left no room for doubt. "Your mother is seriously ill. As her daughter, shouldn't you go see her? Can you really justify not going? Besides, I can always go back to the city at any time. But what about you? If you miss this chance, you might regret it for the rest of your life."
Jiang Mei var stund.
She stared tightly at the letter of introduction, a thin piece of paper that now felt as heavy as a mountain in her eyes. Her struggle and longing were clear. On one side, her mother's illness. On the other, Anua's kindness. She was caught in a difficult dilemma. Finally, she shook her head. But this is too precious. I can't take it. Precious? Anua raised an eyebrow and smiled. She pushed the letter into Jiang Mei's hand. Take it. It's not that important to me, but it might be a lifeline for you. Jiang Mei held the letter, tears suddenly welling up in her eyes. They dripped onto the paper like beads breaking loose, spreading out in blotches. Choking with emotion, she held Anua's hand tightly, unable to speak. She could only look at her with gratitude in her eyes. Don't cry. If your face gets all swollen, you won't look good, Anua teased lightly, patting her shoulder. Pack your things quickly. Later, we'll go to the captain and change the name on the list to yours. Jiang Mei nodded, her tears shining as she smiled. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve and whispered, Thank you, Anji Qing. I really don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. Anua stood up, then added, but I want to remind you of something. If you ever get the chance to continue high school, don't give up. These lessons will be useful in the future. Jiang Mei was momentarily confused. She didn't understand why Anua suddenly mentioned this, but she nodded seriously, remembering her words deep in her heart. The two went together to the village office to find the captain. Since Anua was giving her spot to Jiang Mei, the captain couldn't say much. He rewrote a new letter of introduction for Jiang Mei. Before leaving, Anua took 30 yuan out of her pocket and handed it to Jiang Mei. Keep it, she said softly, placing the money in Jiang Mei's hand with gentle insistence.
No.
Jiang Mei quickly refused. She couldn't accept Anua's money again. I can't take this. Don't be so stubborn, Anua said calmly, but with an undeniable strength in her voice. Your mother needs money for her treatment. Take this first. Don't worry, I'm lending it to you. You'll pay me back later. Jiang Mei knew that Anua's words were just to make her feel better. She held the 30 yuan tightly, tears streaming down her face. She felt that this money was heavy in her hands. And Jiqing, I will always remember your kindness. No matter what happens in the future, I will repay you. All right, then remember what you said today, and Nua patted her shoulder. After parting from Jiang Mei, and Nua went straight home. By then, Huiqinian, Huitianai, and Su Guohua had already returned from hunting. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard Huitianya's excited loud voice echoing throughout. Sister-in-law, come see what we caught today. The yard was full of hunted animals, wild chickens, rabbits, and a fairly large wild boar. Huiqinian was squatting nearby, peeling the wild boar's skin with a dagger. His movements were skillful and quick, clearly an expert. Are you tired? He turned around, smiling at Anua with a hint of concern and tenderness in his voice. No, I'm not. Anua shook her head and looked at the game. Good harvest today. Huitianai grinned proudly. Of course. Today, Leader Su led the team, so everything went smoothly. But sister-in-law, guess who shot the wild boar? Who? Anua asked playfully, a faint smile on her face. Huitianai pointed at himself and patted his chest hard. Of course, it was me. Sister-in-law, if I hadn't shot so accurately, it would have run away long ago. His words made Su Guohua chuckle softly. All right, Xiao Hui, only you can boast about luck as if it's skill. Huiqinian also couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and ruffled Huitianya's messy hair, making it even more disheveled. Good job, Xiao Yi, keep it up next time. The yard was filled with laughter and joy, and all of this made Anua, who had just experienced emotional turmoil, feel incredibly warm. This simple yet genuine little life was something she had never had in her previous life, and it was the thing she most wanted to protect in this one. Looking at these people, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Her lips unconsciously curled into a happy smile. Anua looked at the large wild boar in the yard, a complex feeling rising in her heart. She knew that in a few days, she and Huiqinian would set off to return to Beijing. Life accompanying the army was full of unknowns, but it was clear that days like these, hunting freely in the countryside and always having meat to eat, would become a thing of the past. She pursed her lips and looked at the wild boar, quickly making a decision in her mind. Onion, she said clearly and firmly, since it's cold now, let's turn the wild boar meat into cured meat and sausages. Huachinian paused his skinning and looked up at her with some confusion. Cured meat and sausages? Yes, Anua nodded. Whether for ourselves or to give to others later, it's a good idea. Besides, we have so much fresh meat now, it would be a pity not to store some. Huachinian smiled slightly. He liked Anua's careful planning and how she always arranged things well. He waved to Huatian. Xiao Yi, come help. We're killing the pig. I'll go assist your sister-in-law. Huatian, hearing this, also came over excitedly. Sister-in-law, I want to help too. Teach me how to do it. Later. His eyes glanced at Su Guohua subtly. I can do it myself too. Anua understood what Huatian meant. Looking at his bright eyes, she smiled helplessly. All right, then you two just follow my lead. They got to work. After the wild boar was cleaned, Anua asked Huachinian to cut the meat into suitable-sized chunks and used a silver needle to pierce each piece thoroughly so they could absorb the flavor better. While busy, Su Guohua came over with a teacup. Watching Anua skillfully handle the meat, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Anua, I remember when you were a child, you wouldn't even go into the kitchen. Anua paused slightly, but didn't look up, only smiling faintly. Uncle Su, that's all in the past. Now, people have to learn to adapt, right? Su Guohua looked at her calm side profile, feeling a mix of emotions. He still remembered the young Anua, the little princess everyone in Jing City envied, loved dearly by her family. But now, this once spoiled girl had learned many skills in the countryside and faced life's challenges calmly. What a twist of fate. He sighed silently, saying nothing more, just standing quietly by and watching them work. As time passed, the cured meat was hung on bamboo poles to dry. The yard was filled with the aroma of spices and smoky scent, making mouths water just smelling it. By nightfall, all the cured meat and sausages were finally finished. The three of them tidied up the yard briefly, then sat together at the dining table to enjoy a hearty dinner. At the table, Su Guohua put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and said, Young man, Anua, I will leave for Beijing in 2 days. I've made arrangements. You should come with me. Huachinian nodded. Thank you, sir. Su Guohua waved his hand. No need to thank me. The team will send a truck to travel with us. Just pack what you need to take. Okay. Huachinian agreed quickly, but his gaze shifted to Anua, as if he wanted to hear her opinion. Anua nodded softly, not objecting. This trip back to Beijing was a new start for her and an important step in her plan for revenge. She felt a little excited. Meanwhile, Huatian on the other side felt complicated about the upcoming farewell. He lowered his head, drinking one glass after another, soon getting a bit drunk. He raised his flushed face and looked at Anua and Huachinian with longing. Sister-in-law. He choked up for a moment, then forced a smile. You're leaving? I really will miss you. Anua looked at him with some helplessness and tenderness. She reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, Xiao Yi, don't worry. Even if we go to Beijing, we won't forget you. If there's a chance, we'll take you with us to develop there. Really? Huatianya's eyes lit up, but he quickly looked down and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sister-in-law, I know. I'm just a black market trader. I can't compare to you guys. But I'll remember what you said. That's good to remember, Anua said seriously, without any pretense. Huatian was moved to tears by her words. He raised his glass, forcefully tapped the table, then tilted his head back and drank it all. Sister-in-law, big brother, thank you. From now on, whatever you need, just ask Huatian. By the end of the night, Huatian was drunk and collapsed on the table. Huachinian helped him back to his room, and they rested together with Su Guohua. This young man is good, suitable for the army. Su Guohua sat by the bed, his sharp eyes studying Huatian lying on the folding bed. Xiao Yi is indeed good, but he's too old now. Huachinian looked regretfully at the grinning Huatian, then turned to Su Guohua. Sir, tonight, please watch over him for me. Su Guohua waved dismissively. Don't worry. Huachinian gently closed the doors for both of them. When he returned to the bedroom, he couldn't find Anua's shadow. He frowned and went out to look for her. To his surprise, Anua was standing alone in the yard, gazing thoughtfully at the dried meats hanging on bamboo poles. Huachinian approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Why are you standing here?" "I just can't bear to leave my medicinal herb field," Anua said with a faint, bitter smile. She had put a lot of effort into it. "Sometimes you have to let go," Huachinian said softly, resting his chin on her head. He leaned down and kissed her gently on her hair. "When we get to Jing City, I'll help you plant more herbs in our yard." Anua's eyes lit up. "That sounds great. I'll go to the back mountain tomorrow." "Good," Huachinian said with a loving tone. "I'll go with you." The next morning, as the sunlight filled the small yard, Anua made an important decision. She would leave her house in Huatianya's care. She told him after breakfast that she wanted him to watch over the house. In truth, she knew she probably wouldn't live here again. Huatianyi was surprised at first, then shook his head quickly. "Sister-in-law, this isn't right. This is your home. I can't take advantage of you." "Who said I'm taking advantage?" Anua said seriously. "This house is just sitting empty. Instead of leaving it unused, I want you to take care of it. I trust you'll keep it in good shape."
But
"No buts," Anua said firmly, without hesitation. "It's my decision. You just need to accept it. If there's anything that needs fixing or maintaining later, just do it for me, okay?" Huatianyi looked at her for a moment, then nodded firmly. He understood that this was her trust and care for him. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. As long as I'm here, this house will be safe." Seeing his serious expression, a warm feeling filled Anua's heart. She patted his shoulder and said lightly, "All right, no need to be so serious. Let's go. Today, I'll take you up the mountain to gather herbs." They exchanged smiles, while Huachinian silently watched from the doorway. A gentle smile appeared on his face, a true sign of his inner happiness and satisfaction. His wife is truly kind and good-hearted. Early in the morning, a faint sunlight filtered through the window, shining on Anua's peaceful face. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the familiar scenery outside. The dawn was just breaking, and a thin mist like light fabric covered the whole village, adding a touch of poetic softness to this cold winter day. Anua put on her cotton coat, turned out of bed, and opened the window. A fresh breeze blew in, carrying the scent of earth and plants, making her feel refreshed. She took a deep breath, thinking about leaving soon, and felt a little reluctant. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the yard. Anua looked out and saw Su Guohua, a guard, and Huatianyi walking towards the back mountain, all dressed in full gear. Su Guohua carried a machete and looked eager. The guard and Huatianyi followed closely, holding various hunting tools, excitedly discussing their plans for the day. "It looks like they plan to come back with a full load today," Anua smiled slightly and said to Huachinian, who was bringing breakfast into the house, "We need to hurry too. First wash up, then eat breakfast." Huachinian put down the breakfast, gently kissed Anua's cheek, and said, "Later, I will go with you to the mountain to transplant herbs." Anua nodded with a smile. Huachinian picked her up and carried her towards the bathroom. He gently set her down on the ground, and Anua looked around the table. Sure enough, the man had prepared toothpaste and hot water for her. After washing up, Huachinian tidied the house. When Anua finished her breakfast, they went out together, walking along the winding path toward the mountain. The mountain trail twisted and turned, with trees on both sides having lost all their leaves. Bare branches swayed gently in the cold wind. Anua walked ahead, her bright and sharp eyes seeming to see through everything. She carefully observed the plants around her. Along the way, she directed Huachinian to dig out precious herbs and carefully wrapped them, placing them into bamboo baskets. To Anua, these herbs were not just plants, but symbols of her hard work and hope for the future. "Anyan, look at this yellow root, so beautiful." Anua crouched beside a shrub, carefully digging out a thick-rooted yellow herb, her face showing a satisfied smile. The root of this herb was a tempting golden color, like a gift from nature, filling her with joy. Huachinian stood beside her, watching her focused expression. He softly smiled and said, "These herbs are treasures when they reach Jing City. Later, we can plant them in our yard and keep using them." Anua nodded, placing the yellow essence into a bamboo basket, then looked around to find the next target. "Anyen, look over there." She suddenly stopped and pointed at a bush. Huachinian looked in the direction she indicated. Carefully, he pushed aside the dead leaves under the bushes. Sure enough, a few small, vibrant herbs were hidden beneath the bushes. They stood out clearly against the yellowing surroundings. "Is this?" Huachinian asked, surprised. It was the first time he saw this kind of herb. "This is Baijio. It's very good for treating injuries." Anua carefully dug out the herb with its roots and wrapped it in a damp cloth before placing it in the bamboo basket. "These are rare in Jing City, valuable but hard to find." Watching Anua's skillful movements, Huachinian's eyes showed admiration. "Wife, you really know a lot." "Of course." Anua proudly lifted her chin and continued searching for herbs. For the next while, Anua seemed to find rare herbs effortlessly, as if she had special powers. "Look, there's a dangshin here." She pointed to a patch of weeds. Huachinian went over and saw a dangshin hidden among the weeds. If Anua hadn't been sharp-eyed, they wouldn't have found it. "Wife, your eyes are amazing," he exclaimed. "That's right. Just look at who I am." Anua smiled proudly. From dangshin to lingji, from yellow essence to gastrodia, each herb was valuable. They worked busy all morning, filling the bamboo basket until it was full, like a mobile small pharmacy. Just as they were about to head back, Anua suddenly stopped and squatted beside a bush, carefully examining it as if searching for something. "What's wrong?" Huachinian asked, alert. He looked around, thinking there might be danger, maybe a wild boar.
"Huh?
"There seems to be something over there," she whispered, curiosity and anticipation in her voice. Then she quickly walked over and pushed aside the bush. Under the bush, they found several shiny stones. Thinking of the dogs had gold they found on the back mountain a few days ago, Anua's heart started pounding faster. She picked up one of the stones and gently wiped away the dirt on its surface. The bright gold color made her freeze. This was truly dogs had gold. "Anyen, come look!" She shouted happily, her voice full of uncontrollable excitement and joy. Huachinian heard her and hurried over. After seeing what she held, he raised an eyebrow. "Is this gold nugget?" "Yes." Anua excitedly picked up several other small gold nuggets. Each one was only the size of a fist, but their heavy weight made her feel very secure. Under the sunlight, these gold nuggets sparkled with a charming glow, like treasures from nature waiting to be discovered by someone lucky. "You're really lucky," she couldn't help but say. "I didn't expect to find such treasures before leaving." Huachinian smiled gently. "It seems even the heavens don't want you to leave empty-handed." They carefully wrapped the gold nuggets and placed them into a bamboo basket. After searching for a while longer, they didn't find any more. But even so, these few gold nuggets were enough to make them happy for a long time. On the way down the mountain, Anua couldn't help but ask, "Anyen, do you think we should deal with these gold nuggets and herbs soon? Bringing them back to Jing City might be troublesome." Huachinian shook his head, his eyes shining with wisdom. "These things are too precious. Selling them in the county won't get a good price. It's better to wait until we get back to Jing City, where resources are richer and we might find better buyers." He paused and added, "Think about it. Jing City is the capital of our country. People there are experienced and know quality. Only there can these gold nuggets and rare herbs be sold at their true value." Anua thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's keep them for now. But we need a safe place to store them." She looked around, a hint of worry in her eyes. "If someone finds out about these treasures, it could be trouble." "Don't worry about that," Huachinian said confidently. "I'll take care of it." He patted Anua's shoulder and comforted her. "Rest assured, I'll hide these things safely and bring them out when we reach Jing City." They exchanged smiles and continued walking briskly toward the village. Her family what? The commander is coming to pick up Huachinian himself? Hua's mother was stunned when she heard the news. She stared wide-eyed at the messenger, unable to believe her ears. This news was like a thunderbolt to her, making her already irritable mood even worse. The messenger nodded. It's true. I saw the commander's car and the guard's vehicle parked at the village entrance. He described the scene vividly, as if he had witnessed it himself. Mother Hu's face immediately turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "That foolish kid. He usually acts useless, and now he's got backing from the elders. He really thinks he's something special." Her voice was full of anger and jealousy, as if she wanted to tear Huachinian apart. "Mother, what should we do?" Second brother Huachifu asked with a frown. "If they leave, what about the house?" His voice carried a hint of frustration and worry, clearly upset about the situation. Her mother's eyes flashed with a fierce look. She sneered and said, "Humph, do they think they can just leave? As long as he and Jiqing aren't divorced, the house is ours." She paused and continued, "But we need to think of a way to make that stubborn girl hand over the house willingly." Third brother Huachitsai interrupted, "Mother, why don't we just go and ask for it directly? Since they're leaving anyway, why let the outsiders get the benefit? Don't you think?" His tone was impulsive and reckless, showing he's a quick-tempered person. "No, absolutely not." Mother Hua immediately rejected. "Now that the elders are in the village, we can't do this openly. Maybe like this." She lowered her voice and shared her plan with her two sons. After listening, the brothers exchanged meaningful glances and both smiled knowingly. Manhwa and Huachinian walked side by side, their bamboo baskets full of herbs they had gathered with hard work and a few pieces of shiny gold. They chatted happily and moved quickly toward the village. "It's the call of the Silver Emperor," and Manhwa frowned, quickening her steps. Huachinian's ears twitched, and he became alert. "Let's go back and check," he said. He instinctively protected Manhwa, shielding her behind him, and they hurried toward home. Before reaching the gate, they saw a funny and frustrating scene. Huachifu was awkwardly climbing down from the wall, his pants torn badly, exposing his pale thigh. His face was full of fear as he looked back toward the yard while climbing down. Meanwhile, the Silver Emperor was standing under the wall, barking loudly and showing sharp teeth that gleamed coldly. "Help! This dog is going to bite me!" Huachifu screamed, his voice sharp and desperate, like a pig being slaughtered. He finally fell over the wall and landed the ground, but he ignored the pain, rolling and crawling away quickly. And Manhwa couldn't help but smile. "So, this is your good brother?" Huachinian snorted coldly, "Serves you right." The two approached the gate, where Wu Tsuehua, Hua's mother, stood with her hands on her hips, loudly scolding Silver Emperor. "You beast. Hurry up and get out of here. If you bite someone again, I'll stew you." Silver Emperor ignored her threats and growled at her with sharp teeth. Its deep, fierce eyes made Wu Tsuehua step back 2 paces. "Anyan, you're finally back." Wu Tsuehua saw Huachinian and Manhwa, immediately pretending to be pitiful. "Look at this beast. It's already hurt your little brother so badly. You'd better kill it now." And Manhwa sneered and said coldly, "Kill it? Why should I?" Wu Tsuehua choked for a moment, but quickly regained her confidence and said firmly, "It's a beast. Biting people is wrong. Anyan, are you still part of the Hor family? How can you tolerate this thing bullying your own little brother?" "Little brother?" And Manhwa raised an eyebrow, stepped forward to stand in front of Wu Tsuehua, and said coldly but clearly, "Little brother sneaks into someone's house while the owner isn't around. What does that mean? If he hadn't done anything wrong, why would Silver Emperor chase and bite him?" "You." Wu Tsuehua was speechless, unsure how to respond. "Stop talking nonsense." And Manhwa didn't want to argue with her. She turned around, pushed open the yard gate, and softly called to Silver Emperor, "Silver Emperor, come in." Hearing her voice, Silver Emperor immediately stopped barking, trotted back to Manhwa, gently rubbed its head against her hand, then turned to the crowd outside and bared its teeth in a warning, as if saying, "Try to get closer if you dare." Wu Tsuehua's face turned pale. She pointed at Anua and scolded angrily. You little brat. Is this how you treat your elders? Anyan, are you just going to watch and do nothing? Huachinian shot her a cold look. Mother, I advise you not to provoke my wife. Otherwise, next time, it won't be just Silver Emperor scaring people.
You
Ungrateful thing. Wu Tsuehua stomped her feet in anger. Have you even disowned your own mother? Do you have any filial piety? Filial piety. Huachinian sneered. We've already cut ties long ago. What filial piety are you talking about? This sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing into Wu Tsuehua's heart. Her face flushed red, but she couldn't find words to argue back. She could only glare fiercely at the two of them. Meanwhile, Huachifu, who had been bitten and was rolling on the ground, covered his bottom and ran back from a distance. Seeing his mother humiliated, he mustered his courage and scolded, Brother, you're too much. I am your younger brother, and you let the dog bite me. Oh. How Chinyan's gaze was cold and sharp. So, when we were at home, you sneaked into my house over the wall. What were you trying to do? I just wanted to see if there was anything I could help with, How Chifu stammered, but his eyes flickered nervously, clearly lying. Help? Anua sneered. Why not walk in confidently through the front door? Why sneak over the wall? Do you think we're fools? After being exposed, How Chifu suddenly became angry and embarrassed. He jumped up, pointing at Anua, shouting, You little brat, stay out of our family affairs. This isn't your place. Before he could finish, the silver dog suddenly growled and lunged forward, biting his backside. Ah! How Chifu screamed in pain. He struggled desperately but couldn't shake off the silver dog, so he covered his backside and ran wildly around the yard. His funny and clumsy appearance made the onlookers burst into laughter. Wu Tsuehua saw this and felt both anxious and angry, but she didn't know what to do. She tried to step forward to help her son, but each time she got close, the silver dog growled warningly, showing its teeth, forcing her to stop. Finally, Hao Chinian spoke up to stop him. Enough, come back. Hearing his master's command, the silver dog reluctantly released its grip and backed off to Hao Chinian's side. But it still stared fiercely at Hao Chifu, as if ready to lunge again. Hao Chifu was now sitting on the ground, panting heavily. He clutched his injured spot, feeling both pain and fear, unable to speak, only looking up at his mother with a sad face, begging for help.
Anyo.
Wu Tsuehua finally found a way to vent her anger. She pointed at her son's nose and scolded loudly. Do you have any conscience? To bully your own younger brother? How could you do such a thing? I don't care. Your dog bit your brother, and now you're leaving for Jing City. You should give the house to your brother's family as compensation. Faced with her mother's hysterical accusations, Hao Chinyan's expression remained cold as ice. He slowly spoke, each word like a heavy hammer hitting Wu Tsuehua's heart. Mom, I told you long ago, since I got hurt, our relationship has been over. If you want the house, that's impossible. But Wu Tsuehua showed no sign of reflection. She continued to rant wildly, You little brat. Are you bewitched by that? You dare to bully your own mother and brother. Do you still have any conscience? If you don't give the house to your younger brother, this matter will never end. This statement caused the crowd to erupt in discussion. Some whispered secretly, some took pleasure in others' misfortune, and some quietly sighed. But no one dared to speak up for Wu Tsuehua. After all, her family's reputation was already notorious. Seeing the situation stall, Anua, who had been silently watching, suddenly spoke to break the deadlock. She smiled slightly and said in a calm but sharp tone, The house was allocated to me by the team, and I paid for building it. An yen was abandoned by you, Wu Damao. What right do you have to ask an yen for the house? Do you think your face is thicker than others? That house was given to me by the team, and I paid for building it. An yen was abandoned by you, Wu Damao. What right do you have to ask an yen for the house? Do you think your face is thicker than others? When Anua finished speaking, it was like an invisible slap sharply hitting Wu Tsuehua's face. The originally quiet crowd suddenly burst into low, sneering laughter, like a flock of ducks quacking loudly, noisy and harsh. Wu Tsuehua's face instantly turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. She glared at Anua, her dull eyes almost shooting fire. She trembled with anger, like chaff being shaken, and shouted, "You little brat!
How dare you talk to me like that?"
How so?" Anua raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eyes. She spoke slowly and calmly. "Did I say something wrong? Your son sneaked into the yard when we weren't home. We haven't even settled that score with you, yet you come here to ask for the house?" While speaking, she glanced sideways at Huachinian standing nearby. He still looked expressionless, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Wu Tsuehua was choked speechless by Anua's words, like a duck with its throat squeezed, opening her mouth but unable to make a sound. But she was a seasoned veteran and quickly regained her confident attitude. She straightened her neck and shouted loudly, "So what if I paid for the house? You and my son are married. What's yours is his. As long as you don't divorce, this house must stay with us. Unless you divorce my son, I won't want this house anymore." Hearing the word divorce, Huachinian's face immediately darkened, as if ink was dripping from it. He knew his mother all too well. His mother's thoughts were simple: either give her the house or make him divorce Anua, then use his allowance to support the Hur family for life. This is his real mother. His mother has been scheming against him his whole life. Anua seemed to realize this too. She turned to look at Huachinian, whose face was a bit sad, and silently comforted him by holding his hand tightly. "Don't even think about me and my wife divorcing. You won't succeed in this lifetime unless I die." Huachinian tightened his grip on Anua's hand. His tall, strong body stood firm like a mountain, but his dark eyes were calm and untroubled. Anua tilted her head to look at Huachinian's handsome side profile, feeling a bit excited inside.
"What?"
Wu Tsuehua couldn't believe her ears when she heard this. "You that house." "As for the house, that's even less something you can dream about," Huachinian interrupted Wu Tsuehua, his dark eyes fixed on her, his lips cold and ruthless as he spoke. "In the past, I tolerated your bullying because of family ties, but now we have no relationship anymore. Don't use our patience as an excuse to step on us. Otherwise, I will make the Hui family taste what it's like to have nothing. Don't doubt it. Since I've said this today, I will do it." Hearing this, Wu Tsuehua's eyes widened, her small eyes now like copper bells, her face looking extremely ugly. Her voice was sharp, almost piercing ears. "Huachinian, I am your mother." "Your mother?" Huachinian's voice was deep and cold, like a frozen lake in winter, chilling to the bone. "You should be glad you're my mother. Otherwise, do you think your family can keep leeching off me for so many years? Mother, do you like eating blood buns?" He slowly raised his head, his deep eyes filled with a terrifying coldness, like two sharp blades stabbing straight at Wu Tsuehua. Wu Tsuehua stammered, unable to say a word. As soon as he spoke, the whole place fell silent. "While the elders and villagers are here, I will say this one last time." Huachinian's gaze swept across everyone's faces. "I, Huachinian, only have two close relatives in this life, my wife Anua and our child, and my only younger brother, Huatianai. Beyond that, please do not try to interfere with my family. If you come in front of me again, don't blame me for being ruthless." The onlookers looked at each other, all seeming to be struck by a spell, standing there in shock. Some people even couldn't help but gasp sharply, making a hissing sound that seemed especially out of place in the quiet area. They never expected that Huachinian, usually silent and as stiff as a wooden post, would say such words. Standing nearby, Wu Tsuehua looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place like a stone statue unmoving. Only her face showed a changing expression, like a spilled paint palette, flushed with red, then white, then blue, full of unpredictable and fascinating emotions. At that moment, familiar and hurried footsteps approached from afar, breaking the silence of the yard. The footsteps were steady and strong, each step seeming to press on everyone's hearts, making people tense up with the rhythm. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Tanya carrying a basket full of game, walking quickly and confidently. He held two plump wild rabbits and a brightly feathered mountain chicken, heavy and clearly a good catch. His young face showed signs of tiredness from a long journey, with beads of sweat on his forehead shining in the sunlight. But when he heard Hua Qinyan's words, he suddenly stopped, as if frozen by an invisible spell, standing still. Big brother. His throat felt blocked, dry and hoarse, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. He stared blankly at Hua Qinyan's side profile. His once clear and bright eyes now reddened, strangely moist, as if tiny tears were swirling in his eye sockets. He had never thought that someone in this world could accept him and treat him like family, let alone see him as a younger brother. Since he was a child, he felt like an extra, rejected and ignored by his family. When he grew older, his parents passed away, leaving him alone to live in the world. Only his big brother Hua Qinyan treated him like a person, always caring for him. Even when his brother went to join the army, he never forgot about him. He thought he was used to the coldness and distance, but when he truly heard Hua Qinyan say those words, his heart trembled uncontrollably. That long-lost warmth and emotion surged like a tide, flooding his heart and making him almost unable to bear it. At this moment, he felt a warm current in his chest, like a hot spring flowing through his limbs, dispelling all cold and loneliness. That rare warmth almost brought tears to his eyes. He blinked forcefully, forcing back tears, then took a deep breath to calm himself. He quickly stepped forward and placed a basket full of hunted game on the ground with a loud thud, making a dull sound. He looked up at Hua Qinyan, his eyes full of gratitude and determination. He nodded heavily at Hua Qinyan, speaking softly but firmly, "Thank you, big brother." "Thank me for what?" Hua Qinyan glanced at him with a calm expression. He didn't say much, but his gentle gaze revealed deep, complex feelings inside, like a calm pond with hidden currents beneath the surface. "Wow, having such a family is really unlucky," a low, slightly mocking voice came from the crowd, breaking the brief moment of warmth. Everyone turned to look and saw Su Guohua standing in the distance, holding a cigarette and casually smoking. His expression was dark and unreadable amid the smoke. His eyes swept over Wu Tsuehua's family with complicated feelings. Then he shook his head and sighed. Having such a family is really quite unlucky for Xiaohua. This remark was like a loud slap across Wu Tsuehua's face, making her feel ashamed and furious. But she didn't argue. Instead, she clenched her teeth, her old face twisting with a fierce, terrifying expression. She stared with extreme hatred at Manhwa and Hua Qinyan, her eyes like poisoned blades, eager to cut them down as if they owed her something. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't change the truth. The scene ended with her leaving in a huff. The atmosphere in the yard gradually returned to calm as she departed. The sunlight shone again, warming everyone. And Manhwa turned around and looked at Hua Qinyan, who was trying hard to hide his emotional excitement. She smiled slightly, like a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing. "All right, now this is your home. You must guard it well. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just use a shovel to chase them away. Don't worry, sister-in-law. With me here, they won't dare step further," Hua Qinyan promised confidently, pounding his chest. His voice was loud and firm, like a vow. His confident words made Manhwa smile softly. Meanwhile, Hua Qinyan, standing quietly nearby, showed a tiny, almost unnoticeable smile. When a few people returned to the yard, a sound came from Hua Qinyan's basket, catching Manhwa and Hua Qinyan's attention. There was a faint noise coming from Hua Qinyan's basket, which immediately drew the attention of Manhwa and Hua Qinyan. They looked at each other with some confusion and curiosity. "What's inside your basket?" Manhwa asked first, her tone curious. She kept her eyes fixed on the slight movement of the basket, as if trying to see the secret inside through the rough cloth. Hua Qinyan grinned, his smile a mix of pride and mystery. "Sister-in-law, big brother, you two better take a good look. Today, I think I've found a treasure." He carefully lowered the basket from his shoulder and gently placed it on the ground. He bent down, reaching inside with both hands as if holding something precious, handling it softly, like a newborn baby. "Stop teasing us. Just take it out so we can see," Manhwa urged, her eyes slightly narrowed with a faint smile, full of anticipation. Huatianai chuckled and didn't delay any longer. He carefully lifted the contents from the basket, as if afraid of disturbing something. When the two furry little creatures appeared, Aniwa's eyes lit up instantly, like two small flames being ignited. "Oh wow, two little wolf pups. And they're both females," she exclaimed happily, her voice bright and excited, clear and melodious like a mountain stream. The two wolf pups had gray and white fur, about 3 or 4 months old. They looked soft and fluffy like two little balls of fur. Their bright, lively eyes darted around constantly. Their black pupils shone like sparkling obsidian, full of curiosity. They still seemed to be getting used to the new environment. At this moment, they curled up in Huatianya's arms, their tiny bodies trembling slightly, but they still sniffed around curiously, examining everything around them. They were adorable beyond words. "What's going on? How did you get these two little ones?" Anua crouched down, gently touching one of the wolf pup's soft ears. The soft feel made her feel warm inside, as if she had touched a cloud or a baby's face. Huatianai scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "I found them today while I was hunting in the mountains in a cave. At that time, their mother wolf was not around. I thought that these adorable little creatures might not survive in the mountains, so I brought them back." As he spoke, he gently stroked the puppy wolf's chin with his finger, his touch tender like he was caring for his own child. "You're quite thoughtful," Chinian said calmly. He stood nearby, watching the two little wolves with a look that was still cold but with a hint of warmth in his eyes, like an iceberg melting. Suddenly, the Silver King, who had been lying lazily in the corner of the yard, basking in the sun like a well-fed cat, stood up. It seemed to be attracted by something, its ears standing straight like antennas. It quickly ran to Tianai, moving as fast as a gust of wind. The Silver King circled the two little wolves, sniffing them with its nose, and occasionally making soft whimpering sounds. It looked excited and curious, as if it had found a new toy.
Ha ha ha.
Anua couldn't help but laugh. She patted the Silver King's big head and said, "Silver King, do you want to mate?" The Silver King seemed to understand her words, wagging its tail happily. Its tail swung like a windmill, making everyone smile, as if it was full of joy. "All right, you can choose one of these two little female wolves. Pick whichever you like," Anua teased. As soon as she finished speaking, both little wolves moved toward the Silver King at the same time. Clumsily, they pawed at its legs, looking very affectionate. The scene was so warm and touching it felt like the heart would melt. This is really hard to choose," Tianai said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, maybe we should just keep both?" He looked at the two adorable little wolves and the excited Silver King, feeling very happy inside. Anua shook her head. "I plan to take Silver King with me, so I'll leave one of the little female wolves here, and the other can be Silver King's mate." "Sounds good." Tianai looked at the two little wolves with a loving and tender gaze, as if they were his own children, full of warmth. Seeing that everything was settled, Chinian spoke up. "Since you're going to live here, before we leave, help us move your things. From now on, this will be your home." Tianai was a bit surprised but nodded. "Okay. Thank you, big brother and sister-in-law." His tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude, and his smile became even brighter. Without hesitation, Huachinian and Huatianai quickly started organizing the prey, cleaning the game they caught, and handing it over to Anua for cooking. One by one, wild chickens and rabbits were gutted, cleaned, and neatly placed aside. Su Guohua volunteered to help Anua, but she politely pushed him out of the kitchen, saying, "Uncle Su, you better not interfere in the kitchen. I'm worried you might make things worse." Hearing this, Su Guohua blushed and awkwardly smiled, touching his nose. He said shyly, "Hee, I won't cause trouble. I'll go help Xiaoyu with moving." Reluctantly, Su Guohua had to bring his bodyguards to help with the move. Huatianya's original home was not far from here. After a few trips back and forth, they moved all his belongings over. Meanwhile, the kitchen at Anua's place was already filled with a tempting aroma. She cooked a pot of fragrant mushroom stew with the wild chicken Huatianai brought back. The smell was so strong it invaded everyone's noses, tempting their taste buds. She also made a braised rabbit dish, with shiny, red sauce coating each piece of rabbit, making it look very appetizing. Additionally, she prepared a small dish of mustard greens, fresh and tasty, perfect for clearing the palate. Finally, she mixed cornmeal and white flour to make several golden pancakes, crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a delightful aroma. When Su Guohua and the others finished moving everything, Anua's meal was just ready. "Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat," Anua called out, serving the dishes onto the table. Su Guohua had long been craving the delicious smell. As soon as he heard her, he hurried over, looking at the colorful, fragrant dishes on the table, and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Little girl, your cooking skills are amazing. Just smelling this makes my mouth water." "Of course. My sister-in-law's cooking is better than the chefs at state-run restaurants." Huitianai chimed in. He had tasted Anua's cooking before, and every time, he was still amazed. "If you like it, eat more," Anua said with a smile, confident in her cooking skills. The group sat around the table and began enjoying this hearty dinner. Su Guohua picked up a piece of rabbit, took a gentle bite, and the tender meat and rich broth exploded in his mouth, making him squint happily. Delicious. So good. This chicken soup is also wonderful, very fresh and tasty." Huitianai scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, took a sip, and said happily, "This pancake is also very tasty, fragrant, and soft." Su Guohua's guard couldn't help but praise. "I'm glad you like it." Anua watched everyone enjoy their food, feeling happy inside. "Little girl, your cooking skills are amazing." Su Guohua kept praising as he ate. "I've never had such delicious food in my life." Initially, Su Guohua didn't have high hopes for Anua's cooking, but at this moment, he was completely impressed. He felt a bit dazed. Could this still be the same little princess he knew? "Haha, Uncle Su, I'm glad you like it," Anua said with a smile. "Come, little girl, you've worked hard."
Cheers.
Su Guohua raised his cup, speaking generously. "Okay." Anua picked up a jar, using water instead of wine, clinked it with Su Guohua's cup, and drank it all in one go. Everyone ate and talked happily, the atmosphere very warm. Huachinian watched Anua getting along so well with everyone, feeling very pleased. 2 days later, with the help of the soldiers, Huachinian and Anua's luggage was loaded onto the liberation truck. The morning dawned, and the sky was just beginning to turn white, with gentle sunlight shining on the earth. The young soldiers moved in and out of Anua's house, carrying sturdy wooden boxes onto the liberation truck. All these boxes were locked to prevent anything from falling out. Huachinian stood nearby, calmly directing. These were his and Anua's belongings, packed and ready to be taken to Jing City. Once all the boxes were loaded, Huachinian took 2 suitcases from the bedroom and put them into the back of the jeep. "Our important things are all in these carry-on bags," he whispered to Anua beside him. Anua nodded, glancing at the 2 suitcases, feeling a sense of security. Anua linked her arm with Huachinian's, then looked back at the home they had lived in for a few months. "I never thought we'd leave so soon. Are you feeling sad?" Huachinian smiled slightly, gently pinching Anua's nose. "Not exactly." Anua rested her head on his shoulder. "It's just that everything that happened this year feels like a movie, somewhat unreal." "Unreal?" Huachinian looked a bit confused, but soon his expression softened with gratitude. "I'm very thankful you came into my life, became my wife, and gave me a home." Anua tilted her head and looked at Chinian with love in her eyes. "I also want to thank you for giving me a home." They exchanged a smile, the happiest thing in the world. Nothing is better than loving you and being loved by you at the same time. Suddenly, loud footsteps from the direction of the youth station broke the morning quiet. A group of young people was coming this way, their faces showing mixed feelings, some reluctance, some blessings, and a bit of envy. Leading the group was Jiang Mei, carrying a small package wrapped in floral cloth. She hurriedly ran to Anua, gasping for breath. "Anji Qing, I made some snacks for you. Eat them on the way." Jiang Mei's voice was a little choked, and she handed the cloth package to Anua, her eyes full of reluctance. Thank you, Jiang Jiqing. Anhwa took the package, feeling a warm wave in her heart. Jiang Mei was one of her few friends at the youth station. They shared similar temperaments and got along very well. When you arrive in Jing City, take good care of yourself. Jiang Mei's eyes slightly reddened. She tightly held Anhua's hand, her voice trembling, clearly really reluctant to see her leave. You too, take good care of yourself. Anhua gently patted Jiang Mei's hand to comfort her. She turned around and looked at Dong Yongsheng, standing behind Jiang Mei. Jiqing Dong, please help take care of Jiang Jiqing. Anhua knew Dong Yongsheng was a good person. She felt at ease, leaving Jiang Mei in his care. Dong Yongsheng was initially stunned, then scratched his head and smiled honestly. Don't worry, An Jiqing. I will take good care of her. Hearing this, Jiang Mei's cheeks blushed bright red, like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, afraid to look at Anhua. Anhua raised an eyebrow, glanced at Jiang Mei, then at Dong Yongsheng. Something was definitely going on between them.
Could it be?
You too. Anhua's lips curled into a teasing smile. But that's okay. It makes me more at ease.
We.
Jiang Mei hesitated, unable to speak, her face turning even redder. We agreed to go to Jing City together to see you in the future, Dong Yongsheng said confidently, wrapping his arm around Jiang Mei's shoulder and smiling.
It's settled then.
Don't forget to invite me to dinner when you come, Anhua said with a smile. I'm looking forward to your good news. She knew that, in this era, it wasn't easy for two people to be together. She sincerely hoped they could be happy. After saying goodbye to the young workers, Huachinian walked over to Anhua and gently helped her into the jeep. His movements were soft and careful, as if Anhua were a fragile treasure that needed gentle care. Silver Emperor had already jumped onto the back seat, occupying a spot like a proud general, looking very commanding. The little female wolf, Tangdang, obediently curled up beside Silver Emperor, curious with big, shiny eyes, observing everything around her with a mix of curiosity and caution. Su Guohua sat in the front passenger seat, wearing a military cap, with a serious expression but a hint of concern in his eyes. The guard driving the vehicle had already started the engine, which made a deep rumbling sound, like a fierce beast ready to charge, prepared to go at any moment. Huatianai stood outside the car, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed, but his eyes never left Huachinian. He knew that after this farewell, they might not meet again for a very long time. Big brother, you must take care. Huatianai stepped forward, reached out, and shook hands tightly with Huachinian. He patted Huachinian's shoulder firmly, showing brotherly affection and reluctance to part. You too, Huachinian said calmly. His words were brief but meaningful. When I get the chance, I'll come to Beijing to visit you. Huatianya's eyes welled up slightly. He took a deep breath and nodded strongly. Okay, I'll wait for you. The jeep slowly started moving, heading into the distance as the morning sun rose. Huatianai chased after the car for a while, waving his hand as he ran. Big brother, sister-in-law, safe travels. His voice was carried away by the wind, but the deep feelings remained in everyone's hearts. Huatianai stopped and watched the jeep disappear into the distance. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then grinned and muttered to himself, Big brother, sister-in-law, you must be happy. Only after the jeep was completely out of sight did he slowly lower his arm, a single tear slipping from the corner of his eye. He wiped his face and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm such a crybaby, grown up and still crying. Meanwhile, inside the office at the headquarters, Gusheng stood by the window, watching the jeep leave. His expression was complicated, fists clenched and then relaxed, as if he was struggling inside. Finally, he sighed, picked up the phone from his desk, and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, and a deep, somewhat hypocritical voice came through. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Gusheng. He spoke coldly, without any small talk. Nanan got married in the countryside and has now returned to Beijing with the army. She suffered a lot there. When she comes back, I will take good care of her. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Then, The man suddenly chuckled, his smile cold and chilling. Oh, returning to Beijing with the army?
Haha.
Nan is my niece. Of course, I will take good care of her. Gu Sheng heard this and instinctively frowned, but he didn't think much of it. After hanging up, he stared at the phone in a daze for a long time. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He had willingly given up in Manhwa and chosen and ran. But when he met in Manhwa again and saw her eyes filled with another man's image, he felt jealous and almost went crazy. Until he heard that Manhwa was returning to Beijing, he told himself that his connection with Manhwa was destined by fate. Otherwise, she wouldn't come back to Beijing at this time. So, Manhwa, this time I won't let go. We are meant to be entangled forever. As dawn faded, the jeep smoothly traveled along the country road, the wheels making faint crunching sounds over the gravel. Manhwa leaned on Huachinian's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the office of the Beijing mechanical factory, a secret plot was quietly brewing. And Jianxi hung up the phone and placed the receiver back heavily. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtain, his gaze dark and cold as he looked outside. The morning sunlight shone on his face, but couldn't dispel the coldness in his expression. And Noah, he whispered her name, his tone filled with intense hatred. After a moment, he took a hat from the drawer, put it on, then draped a coat over his shoulders and quickly left the office. He didn't use the factory's phone but went directly to a nearby hospital. In the hospital corridor, people came and went. Nurses pushed carts of medicine between wards. And Jian quickly walked to a door marked staff-only phone room. He looked around to make sure no one noticed him before pushing the door open. Dialing the number, he patiently waited for the other side to answer. A few seconds later, a deep, cold voice came from the receiver. Hello? It's me. And Jian lowered his voice. And Noah has already followed Su Guohua's car back to Beijing. There was a moment of silence, then the other person asked, What route? Do you know which way they took? I haven't found out yet. And Jianxian hesitated, but Su Guohua was always cautious. They would probably choose a safer route. A light laugh came through the phone, and the smile was chilling even through the signal.
Don't worry about it.
Leave this to me. Just focus on completing the tasks I assigned. Okay, I'll leave it to you, and Jianxian nodded in agreement. But when he hung up, his expression was complicated. He clenched his fist, nails digging into his palm. He knew that this time, Zero was personally involved, and Manhwa would definitely not come back. However, he didn't know that, just as he left the hospital, a sharp pair of eyes was watching his every move from the shadows. Meanwhile, a young man in casual clothes hurried back to the small courtyard where Chow Yunfei was. He entered, immediately took off his hat, and wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Deputy Commander, I just heard some news from Jianxian. Chow Yunfei was sitting at the table looking at a map. Hearing this, he looked up.
Go on.
I vaguely heard the commander and someone named Manhwa being mentioned, and also something about the route back to Jing City. The man spoke hurriedly. I didn't catch everything, but it fell off. Chow Yunfei frowned slightly, put down the map, and stood up, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment, he suddenly stopped. If Zero is involved, the commander might be in danger. What should we do? The man also realized the seriousness of the situation. Should we notify the troops?
No.
Chow Yunfei shook his head decisively. We can't alert the enemy. We must not let Zero realize we're on guard. He thought for a moment, then picked up the phone on the table and issued a series of commands. Immediately deploy personnel to several key points along the route the commander might pass. Also, have the brothers stay alert. If they see any suspicious people or vehicles, report immediately. Yes. The man saluted and quickly turned to leave. Chow Yunfei looked at the marked points on the map, his eyes growing sharper. He knew this was not just about protecting the commander, but also a crucial chance to confront Zero directly. If they could see some clues about Zero at this moment, they could gain more control for the upcoming actions. The jeep continued along the winding mountain road, flanked by endless yellow earth. To prevent the guards from becoming tired, Huachinian and the guards took turns driving along the way. At this moment, Chinian sat in the driver's seat, carefully controlling the steering wheel while occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to check behind the car. What's wrong? Su Guohua, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed his unusual behavior and asked. Chinian slightly shook his head. Nothing, I just feel like this road is a bit too quiet. Too quiet? Su Guohua raised an eyebrow. This place is remote, and it's still early, so it's normal for there to be few people. Chinian didn't say anything further, but his intuition told him that this peaceful silence might hide something unusual. He clenched the steering wheel and sped up. No matter what, he had to ensure Manhwa and the children's safety. In the back seat, Manhwa felt the car speed up. She opened her eyes and looked ahead. Why are we driving so fast all of a sudden? It's nothing, Chinian replied calmly. I just think driving at night isn't safe, so I want to get to the city early and find a place for everyone to rest. Manhwa nodded silently. She stroked her pregnant belly. After a long drive, even with thick blankets on her seat and over her body, she still felt sore in her back and waist.
She really needed rest.
Silver King and Tang Tang also seemed to sense something was wrong. The two wolves pricked up their ears and occasionally let out low whines. What's wrong? Silver King and Tang Tang. Manhwa reached out to gently rub Silver King's head. Are you tired too and want to get out and rest? Hang in there. We'll rest soon. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, at a hidden spot, a black car was parked by the roadside. Several men were whispering near the car. One man wearing sunglasses took out a map, pointing to a location. According to the plan, they will pass through here. We just need to. Before he finished, another man suddenly looked up alertly and stared into the distance at a patch of bushes. Someone's there. The others quickly drew their weapons, aiming in that direction. However, when they rushed over to check, they found no one. Only a trampled patch of grass. The man with sunglasses frowned and looked at his men. It might be an animal.
Don't worry about it.
But stay alert. This time, we can't afford any mistakes. The men nodded and then hid again in the shadows, waiting for their target to appear. On another small road, a military truck was rushing forward at high speed. The soldier in the driver's seat reports to Chow Yunfei via radio, Vice Regiment Commander. We have arrived at the planned location. No unusual activity detected so far. Keep observing, Chow Yunfei calmly orders, then turns his gaze outside the window. The jeep and the liberation vehicle, one behind the other, finally enter a relatively flat road lined with dense trees on both sides. At the end of the road, a small village is faintly visible. However, just as they are about to enter the village, an unfamiliar vehicle suddenly rushes out from a fork in the road and quickly intercepts them. Huachinian slams on the brakes and shouts, "Get down!" The sharp screech of the jeep's sudden stop sounds especially loud on the quiet mountain road. Huachinian presses the brake pedal hard, causing the front of the vehicle to a halt, and dust rises from the tires rubbing against the ground. Blocking their way is a black car. The doors open, and several tall men step out one after another. They are dressed in casual clothes but exude a trained, disciplined aura. They quickly spread out and surround the jeep tightly. The vehicle behind, the liberation car, is forced to stop as well. Several guards lean out from the driver's cabin, watching cautiously around them. Get out of the car. The man wearing sunglasses, the leader, shouts loudly. He wears a black leather hat and has a fierce scar across his face, looking intimidating. He toys with a dagger in his hand, the blade gleaming in the sunlight. Commander Su, long time no see. The man with sunglasses speaks in a deep, hoarse voice with a hint of mockery. Huachinian narrows his eyes. He turns off the engine, tucks the key into his pocket, and slowly steps out of the car. His movements are calm but commanding, each step carrying a sense of pressure.
Who are you?
Su Guohua gets out from the front passenger seat, standing alertly beside Huachinian, eyes fixed sharply on the others. You're bold to block our way here. The man with sunglasses chuckles softly, casually tossing the dagger into the air and catching it steadily. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, today, none of you will leave. As soon as he finishes speaking, his men behind him disperse quickly, surrounding both the jeep and the liberation vehicle. Anua sits in the back seat, watching this scene with a warning bell ringing in his mind. It's clear these people are not here for friendly reasons, and their choice of this place to attack shows they planned this in advance. She quickly lowered her head, took out a few silver needles from her silver needle pouch, and hid them in her sleeve. At the same time, she glanced sideways at the trees. If they fought head-on, they might not get a good result, but if they could find a chance to break through. Silver Emperor and Tang Tang stood on the seats, their fur standing on end, and they growled lowly. "Honey, stay in the car and don't move," said Chinian in a deep, firm voice. He didn't turn around, but his tone made Anua feel a strong sense of reassurance. She clenched her teeth without arguing and tightened her grip on the silver needles. She knew that, given Chinian's personality, he would fight to protect her and the children. But she wouldn't just wait passively. "What are you all trying to do?" Su Guohua asked in a deep voice. He slightly turned his body and quietly reached for his gun at his waist, but soon realized he hadn't brought any weapons. Because they wanted to avoid attracting attention, they didn't carry any gear this time, which made the situation even more dangerous. The man with sunglasses seemed to see through his plan and sneered disdainfully. "Commander Su, I advise you not to struggle uselessly. We've already sealed off this road. Even if you shout to the sky or scream to the ground, it won't help." He snapped his fingers, and several of his men immediately drew weapons from their waists, aiming at Chinian and Su Guohua. The situation instantly became tense. Chinian's eyes were sharp as a hawk. He slowly raised his hands to show surrender, but his deep eyes held hidden danger. He whispered to Su Guohua, "Commander, I will hold them off. You find a chance to take Anua and go." "No way." Su Guohua firmly refused. "Do you think I will leave you alone?" "Now is not the time to argue," Chinian said coldly. "Listen to me, or we all will die." They looked at each other for a moment and finally, Su Guohua relented. He nodded and quietly moved back to the car, blocking the rear seat with his body to protect Anua. He whispered very softly, "I'll cover you so you can run. Be sure to seize the chance." Anua didn't reply. She just nodded firmly. She knew that now was not the time to be brave. She had to stay calm and rational to fight for her and her baby's life. At that moment, the man with sunglasses waved his hand. "Move in," he ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the armed men immediately pulled their triggers.
"Get down!"
Chinian shouted loudly and lunged at the nearest, knocking him to the ground. His movements were quick as a cheetah. He punched the man in the face, causing him to grunt and faint immediately. However, before he could stand up, two more villains rushed over. Meanwhile, Su Guohua was also fighting the enemies. Although he was a bit older, his soldier training was still strong. Every punch and kick was quick and precise, and he quickly knocked down one attacker. But there were many enemies, and he was soon forced to retreat step by step. Su Guohua's bodyguard and the soldiers in the convoy also fought with the villains. Anua patted Silver Emperor and Tong Tong's heads, then took them and slipped out from the back seat during the chaos. They hid behind the car, and Anua aimed a silver needle at a villain trying to attack Huachinian. When the villain raised his gun, she acted quickly. Her needle accurately pierced his neck. The villain screamed and fell to the ground.
"Good job."
Huachinian turned and gave her a thumbs up. But in the next second, his face changed suddenly. He shouted, "Be careful." Before Anua could react, Huachinian pulled her into his arms with strong force. He was protecting her from a flying bullet. The bullet grazed his shoulder, and blood instantly stained his sleeve. "Are you okay?" Anua exclaimed. She reached out to check his wound, but he pushed her away.
"Don't worry about me. Run,"
Huachinian said, and then charged again into the enemy group, fighting fiercely. Silver Emperor also joined the fight, snarling and biting at the villains trying to get close to Anua. Just as they were in a standoff, the sound of a car engine roared from afar. Several military trucks sped toward the scene. One tall figure jumped out first, Chow Yunfei. "Everyone listen. Surround the area immediately. Do not let any suspects escape," Chow Yunfei shouted. He led his soldiers to quickly take action and soon subdued all the ambushers. The man in sunglasses saw things turning bad and tried to run, but Chow Yunfei kicked him to the ground. Chow Yunfei stepped on his chest and sneered, trying to run? Too late. Within minutes, the sudden crisis was completely resolved. Huichinian, holding his injured shoulder, walked over to Manhwa. His face was pale, but he forced a small smile. Are you okay? Manhwa shook her head and glared at him fiercely. Do you know how dangerous that was? What if? Her words caught in her throat as tears started falling. She tremblingly reached out to touch his wound, afraid of hurting him, and kept murmuring, "Idiot. Idiot. It's fine now, I'm okay," which she gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, "Don't cry. I hate seeing you cry the most." This sentence completely broke Anna's last line of defense. She threw herself into his arms, crying loudly, while he gently patted her back like soothing a child, full of affection and concern. However, amidst this warmth, no one noticed in the distant woods a pair of cold, sinister eyes watching them. Several criminals were tightly, like lambs ready for slaughter, being escorted by soldiers. Their faces showed shame and unwillingness. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and their heads hung low, like defeated roosters, no longer arrogant. The man with sunglasses had a deep, bloody scar on his face, shocking to see, like a beast's claw mark. He had just struggled desperately but was kicked to the ground by Chow Yunfei, falling face first into the dirt. Now, he could only glare at Chow Yunfei with gritted teeth, his eyes burning with hatred, as if he wanted to swallow Chow Yunfei alive. "Take them away," Chow Yunfei said coldly, his voice like it came from a frozen cellar, without any emotion. He waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately picked up the criminals like chickens and loaded them onto a military truck. The truck door slammed shut with a loud bang, kicking up dust, as if announcing the fate of those criminals. Huichinian sat leaning against the jeep, with a white bandage wrapped around his shoulder, faintly stained with blood, like blooming blood-red roses, shocking to see. Anna squatted beside him, holding a silver needle, skillfully stopping the bleeding. The silver needle shimmered coldly, flying around the wound like agile butterflies. After stopping the blood, she quickly took out bandages and disinfectant from her small medical kit, wrapping his wound simply. "Does it still hurt?" she asked softly, her voice gentle, with a hint of hidden concern. Huichinian shook his head. "It's just a small injury, no big deal." His tone remained calm, as if he wasn't hurt at all. But the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his true feelings at the moment. Bullets, though not deadly, had caused him quite a lot of pain. Anna looked up at him, glancing at him irritably, and said, "Don't try to be brave. If you keep pushing, your arm will be ruined. Honey, can't you say something nice?" Huichinian forced a smile. "I'm just trying to help you." Manhwa glared at him. "The bleeding has stopped, but you must go to the hospital to get the bullet casing removed." Huichinian chuckled softly. "I'm not that fragile. I can handle it. Then just endure it. When you can't hold on anymore, I'll find a new father for the kids," Manhwa pouted, looking angry and fierce. Huichinian. He put away his playful smile and tightly held Manhwa's hand. "Nonsense. You're my woman. You can only be with me in this life." Although he was injured to protect her, Manhwa was still very angry, upset by his indifferent attitude. She didn't realize how much it hurt her to see him covered in blood, wishing the wounds were on her instead. At that moment, she was truly afraid of losing him. Manhwa sniffed and carefully wrapped the bandage, tying it tightly. She shot Huichinian a fierce look. "You should take care of yourself too." Huichinian's mouth twitched, but he didn't argue. He knew Manhwa was really angry, but he was also very happy because she cared about him and had feelings for him. In the distance, among the trees, a pair of cold, sinister eyes watched everything. Like a lurking venomous snake, ready to strike at any moment. Ling hid in the shadows of the trees. His face, shrouded in darkness, looked even more terrifying and gloomy. His gaze was sharp as a blade, staring fiercely at the subordinates being driven onto the truck, as if to cut them into pieces. Good-for-nothings. All useless. Ling cursed softly. His voice was hoarse, like the whisper of a demon from. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms, veins bulging on the back of his hands like twisting worms. These people were carefully chosen elites, his trump cards. And yet, they couldn't even handle a woman and exposed themselves completely. What a disgrace. Ling's anger burned inside him, almost consuming him entirely. He felt his lungs about to explode from rage. But he quickly calmed down. He knew this was not the time for impulsiveness. Anger wouldn't solve anything. He had to stay calm to find a way to fix the problem. You're ruthless. He spat through clenched teeth, each word full of hatred, as if forced out from between his teeth. Then he turned and left, like a ghost, quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest, leaving only the broken branches and a silent, desolate scene behind. The forest gradually returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. But a tense and serious feeling still lingered in the air, not fading away. Meanwhile, Chow Yunfei was reporting to Su Guohua. He stood straight like a spear, his voice loud and clear, reporting to the commander. All the criminals are now under control. We will send them to the military district for questioning immediately. Su Guohua nodded. Good job. It was thanks to your quick arrival. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible. He looked pleased, clearly satisfied with Chow Yunfei's performance. Hearing the praise, Chow Yunfei instinctively puffed out his chest, showing pride. But when he turned his head, he suddenly froze, eyes wide like bells, mouth open as if to fit a chicken egg. He saw Huachinian, the once famous leader of the sharp knife team, a man feared by many enemies. That man in his heart was like a god. Team leader. Chow Yunfei shouted excitedly, his voice trembling a little. He almost stepped forward to Huachinian, a strong man with tears in his eyes, tears shimmering in his gaze. Huachinian looked excited as he patted Chow Yunfei's shoulder. Chow, long time no see. Team leader, we missed you so much. Chow Yunfei choked, unable to hold back his emotions, tears pouring out. He raised his right hand and saluted Huachinian with strength and precision. All the brothers in the sharp knife team have been waiting for you to return. The words waiting for you to return hit Huachinian like a heavy hammer, making him feel breathless. He was silent for a moment, then raised his left hand to return a proper military salute, his eyes complex. I will return to the team as soon as possible. Hearing this, Chow Yunfei's tears suddenly spilled over, like broken beads falling to the ground one by one. He nodded hard, and when he saw the wounds on Huachinian's body, his pupils shrank suddenly. Team leader, you're hurt. Huachinian looked down at his wound. It's nothing. My wife already stopped the bleeding. When we get to the hospital, they can remove the bullet casing. Then, I'll take you to the hospital right away, Chow Yunfei said eagerly, wishing he could be there immediately to get medical help for Huachinian. No need to rush. Huachinian held Anua's hand and smiled at her. We're not far from Ding City. We can go to Ding City Hospital later. Chow Yunfei widened his eyes as he looked at the hand held by Huachinian and Anua. This is sister-in-law, right? But why does sister-in-law look so dark? Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Anua. Huachinian put his arm around Anua's shoulder proudly and introduced her to Chow Yunfei. Sister-in-law, this is my brother, Chow Yunfei. Hello, sister-in-law. No matter if she's dark or fair, as long as she's the captain's wife, she deserves their respect.
Chow Yunfei salute Anuo.
Hello. Anua smiled and nodded at Chow Yunfei. She was mainly worried about Huachinian's injury. She tugged at his clothes. Let's go to the hospital first. When we get back to Beijing, I'll cook a big meal and invite the brothers to gather. Still, sister-in-law cares for the captain. Chow Yunfei saw that Anua cared about Huachinian, and his impression of her improved.
I'll drive.
Get in the car. Chow Yunfei was the first to open the car door and sit inside. Su Guohua, Anua, and Huachinian also got into the jeep one after another. Chow Yunfei drove at the front, followed closely by the other vehicles, rushing down the dusty road like lightning. Anua leaned her head on Huachinian's shoulder. Sugar, the dog, lay on her lap. She absent-mindedly stroked Sugar's fur. She was sure that today's attack was aimed at her. Therefore, she was even more convinced that her uncle's family was plotting something. Since they were so afraid of her returning to Beijing, she would appear in front of them completely safe and sound. She wanted to see what their relentless efforts to harm her were for. The jeep jostled along the bumpy road and finally entered Ding City. Su Guohua sat in the front passenger seat and turned back to Huachinian. Chinian, let's go to the military guest house first to settle down. You guys go to the hospital. If anything happens, just ask Xiao Chao to find me. Yes, Commander. Huachinian immediately straightened his back. His face was still pale, but his eyes were firm and strong. The jeep sped along the dusty road, but the atmosphere inside was tense. Huachinian leaned back in his seat. His shoulder wound had been briefly bandaged, but it still throbbed with pain. Anua sat beside him, holding his hand tightly. Her heart was full of complicated feelings, like a bottle of mixed flavors, with every taste. Even Silver Emperor knew her owner was hurt. As she touched Huachinian's hand, it seemed to comfort him. We've arrived in Ding City. Chao Yunfei's voice came from the driver's seat, breaking the silence inside the car. His gaze flicked through the rearview mirror, subtly glancing at Anua. Anua replied softly. She knew that the most important thing now was to quickly remove the shrapnel from Huachinian. Once they entered the city, their car separated from Su Guohua's group. Chao Yunfei quickly drove to Dingshi People's Hospital. The streets of Dingshi were busy with people and cars, and the hospital entrance was crowded. Although the hospital from the 1970s wasn't as modern as today's, it was considered the most advanced medical facility of that time. The hospital sign at the entrance read Dingshi People's Hospital. The outpatient building was a 3-story red brick structure, with various slogans on the walls, like Save Lives and Heal the Wounded, Implement Revolutionary Humanitarianism, and Serve the People. Chao Yunfei skillfully parked the car, then got out to open the doors for Anua and Huachinian. Older sister-in-law, I'll go arrange things first, Chao Yunfei said before hurrying away, leaving only his back. Are you okay? Anua turned to look at Huachinian, her eyes full of worry. I'm fine. Huachinian forced a smile, grimacing from the pain of his wound. It's just a small injury, no big deal. That's just him. If it were someone else, they'd probably be crying out in pain already. Anua frowned but said nothing, silently helping him into the hospital. She knew Huachinian was pretending to be strong. His wound must hurt a lot. He just didn't want her to worry. This man always carried everything himself. Thinking of this, Anua felt a pang of sadness in her heart. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The corridor was crowded with people, those seeking treatment, visiting patients, or staying by bedsides. It was noisy and chaotic. Anua carefully helped Huachinian through the crowd, afraid of bumping into his wound. After the doctor examined him, and because of his military background, arranged for surgery, Huachinian was taken into the operating room. Anua and Chao Yunfei waited outside the door, standing silently. After a while, Anua noticed Chao Yunfei constantly watching her in secret. His gaze seemed mixed, curious, probing, and maybe a hint of sympathy. Do you have something to say? She turned to face Chao Yunfei directly, her tone calm but firm. Anua wasn't naive. She could sense that there was more behind Chao Yunfei's gaze, stories he wasn't telling. Chao Yunfei hesitated for a moment, then forced a somewhat awkward smile. Sister-in-law, I'm just curious. What are you applying on your face? He pointed at Anua's face, hesitating to speak further. I was burned before. This is a burn ointment, Anua explained calmly. She spoke lightly, but that memory was like a thorn deeply embedded in her heart. Even though she had been reborn in the original body, she could still feel the pain and despair the disaster brought to her. That fire not only destroyed her appearance, but also took away her hope for life. Chao Yunfei nodded, aware that many hidden secrets lay behind this incident. He had researched Anua and knew about her experience with the fire. However, The fire was suspicious, yet the case was quickly closed. He didn't know what was really behind it. At the time, Huachinian asked him to investigate secretly, but before he could find out anything, the matter was put on hold due to the movement. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to expose your scar," Chow Yunfei said softly, full of apology and sympathy. He knew he shouldn't ask, but his curiosity was hard to control. Anhwa shook her head. "It's okay. I'm used to it." She was honest. Since her face was disfigured, she had heard many harsh words and seen many strange looks. At first, she felt sad and hurt, but over time, she became numb. They fell silent again, each lost in their own thoughts. Time passed slowly, every minute feeling especially long. The operating room door was tightly shut, with no sound, making their mood even heavier. Anhua's heart was restless. She didn't know how Huachinian was doing or how much longer the surgery would take. She could only pray silently, hoping Huachinian would be safe. Chow Yunfei stood nearby, watching Anhua's anxious face, feeling uneasy himself. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the lights in the operating room went out, and the door slowly opened. A doctor came out, took off his mask, and showed a tired but smiling face. "The surgery was successful. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Anhwa breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. "Thank you, doctor." Chow Yunfei immediately stepped forward and asked, "When will our leader wake up?" "He needs a few hours to fully wake up," the doctor said. "But don't worry, he is in good health."
Cao Junphi nốt đét gỡ ra phù ly.
When Huachinian was pushed out, his face was pale as paper, but his breathing was steady. The anesthesia had not worn off, and he was still unconscious. Anno followed closely, carefully escorting him into the hospital room. The room was small, with 2 beds near the window, one empty, the other occupied by Huachinian. His shoulders were wrapped in bandages, and his chest rose and fell with each breath, looking fragile compared to his usual strong self. "Sister-in-law, you should rest for a while. I'll stay here and watch over the leader," Chow Yunfei said as he placed his luggage in the corner, looking at Anno with concern. "You've been tired these days." "I'm fine." Anno shook her head. She moved a chair to sit beside Huachinian's bed, her eyes never leaving him. "I'll stay here with him." Seeing this, Chow Yunfei couldn't persuade her further and sighed. "Then I'll go buy some food. Remember to eat something, or your body won't handle it." Anno nodded but didn't really listen. She held Huachinian's hand, which was cold and weak, making her feel so distressed she could hardly breathe. Time passed slowly, with only the ticking of the machines and Huachinian's shallow breathing filling the room. Anno, who hadn't slept all night, had red eyes but still refused to leave his side, unwilling to close her eyes. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, bringing a bit of warmth to the otherwise dull space. But before this warmth could spread, a sudden dizziness hit Anno's mind. She felt blackness before her eyes and collapsed straight down. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Chow Yunfei, holding the breakfast he had just bought, pushed open the door. The smell of food was strong and inviting. But before he could greet her, he saw Anno suddenly fall straight to the ground, her face turning pale in an instant. He almost reflexively dropped the lunchbox. The sharp sound of it hitting the floor was especially loud in the quiet room. Chow Yunfei quickly rushed over, skillfully catching Anno and preventing her from hitting the ground. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law," he called softly, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing that she didn't respond, his face immediately turned cold, as if covered in frost. He suddenly picked her up and carried her in his arms, feeling the light weight. His heart tightened with worry as he quickly strode out of the hospital room, rushing down the corridor like a gust of wind. The nurses and doctors in the hallway were startled by this scene and turned to look.
Cao Junphi ugenti sao Tết, doctor.
"Quickly check what's wrong with her. Someone come quickly." His voice echoed through the empty corridor, filled with anxiety and concern. The on-duty doctor hurried over, looking at Anhwa, who was unconscious in Chow Yunfei's arms. The doctor frowned tightly, like a knot that wouldn't loosen. "Take her to the examination room now," the doctor ordered decisively, with a firm tone. They ran quickly to the examination room. The doctor swiftly checked on Manhwa, moving efficiently and calmly. When Chow Yunfei heard the diagnosis, he froze, like he'd been struck by lightning, standing there blankly. "What's wrong with you men? Your wife is 4 months pregnant, don't you know? And you let her get so exhausted. Men are really... It makes me so angry." The doctor scolded angrily while instructing the nurse to give Manhwa 4, his hands moving without pause. "Pregnant?" Chow Yunfei's eyes widened in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. He stood there dazed for a long time before stammering, "No, I..." He wanted to explain but hesitated, unsure how to clarify. "Not again?" The doctor snorted coldly, looking at Chow Yunfei as if he were a fool. "Your wife is so tired, and you still dare to argue? I tell you, if you don't pay more attention, she'll be in real danger." The doctor's words felt like sharp knives stabbing Chow Yunfei's heart. He was speechless, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start. He couldn't tell the doctor that this wasn't really his wife, let alone that the baby wasn't his. If he said that, he'd be seen as an irresponsible, unfaithful man. All right, the doctor waved impatiently. "Hurry up and take your wife back so she can rest properly. Remember, be more careful in the future." After saying that, the doctor turned and left, leaving Chow Yunfei alone, feeling lost and overwhelmed. He nodded reluctantly, like a child who had done something wrong, then quickly walked away from the examination room, his steps hurried, as if someone was chasing him. His mind was a jumble of feelings, worried for Manhwa, yet also feeling that this misunderstanding was absurd, even more dramatic than a movie plot. When he returned to Qinyan's hospital room, he specifically asked the nurse to add an extra bed. Gently, he laid Manhwa on it, covering her with a blanket, moving so carefully as if she were a fragile porcelain piece. Looking at the two people lying on the bed, one unconscious and the other still under anesthesia, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling like a worried mother. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere in the ward was quiet and heavy, only the ticking sound of the 4 drip breaking the silence, monotonous and dull. Huachinian was still asleep, like a statue, completely still. On the other side, Manhwa showed no signs of waking up, her face pale as paper, which made people feel distressed. Chow Yunfei sat in the corner, watching over them. He crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair, his gaze complicated as he looked at the couple. His heart was a mix of feelings, sweet, bitter, sour, and salty. Suddenly, he felt a bit jealous of Huachinian. Even though this guy was now lying in bed unable to move, at least a woman was willing to give everything to care for him, ignoring her own health. And what about himself? He had been busy all his life, but had no close friend or loved one. It was a little sad. While lost in thought, Huachinian suddenly moved, as if waking from a nightmare. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, trying to shake off the fog of anesthesia, as if fighting some force. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, looking a bit confused, like a child just waking up. The unfamiliar environment stunned him for a moment. White walls, the strong smell of disinfectant, and the strange hospital bed made him feel uncomfortable. But soon, he remembered what had happened before. The intense scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. He turned his head and looked around desperately, as if searching for something important. When his gaze landed on the familiar figure on the next bed, he suddenly sat up, springing up like a coil. But this movement pulled at his shoulder wound, causing him to gasp in pain and break out in cold sweat on his forehead. "Captain, what are you doing?" Chow Yunfei quickly rushed over and held him down, moving swiftly to prevent him from moving again. "You just had surgery. Why are you messing around? Are you trying to risk your life?" Chow Yunfei's tone carried a hint of reproach, but mostly concern. "What's wrong with my wife?" Huachinian's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, but filled with obvious anxiety. He stared tightly at Manhwa's pale face, his deep eyes full of worry and guilt, like a whirlpool trying to pull someone in. She just fainted from exhaustion. Chow Yunfei lowered his voice to explain, afraid of waking Anua. After days of travel and the previous attack, she's at her limit now. Chow Yunfei's words hit like a heavy hammer, deeply stabbing Hao Qinyan's heart and making him feel breathless. Hao Qinyan's face suddenly turned very grim, like the sky before a storm, dark and terrible. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, with veins bulging on the back of his hand, like worms wriggling. "It's all my fault." His voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from deep in his throat, full of guilt and regret. "Captain, this has nothing to do with you," Chow Yunfei sighed, patting Hao Qinyan's shoulder to comfort him. "Your wife is 4 months pregnant. You both need to take good care of yourselves." "I didn't take good care of her and the children." Hao Qinyan looked down at his hands. Once, these hands had held guns to fight enemies and protect the country, but now they looked so powerless and pale. He felt so guilty he could hardly breathe. He should have protected her well, but instead, he made her worry so much for him, and now she and the children are suffering because of him. He felt like he wasn't a real man. "No, I have to go see her." Hao Qinyan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, but the wound on his shoulder made him sweat cold with pain, as if countless ants were biting his bones. "Captain, don't move around so much." Chow Yunfei was sweating nervously, grabbing his shoulder like holding back a stubborn mule. "Your wife is right next to you. She'll be fine. The most important thing now is to rest and heal." But Hao Qinyan refused to listen. He stubbornly pushed Chow Yunfei away and slowly moved toward the next bed, step by step, slow and difficult like a snail. With each step, his forehead veins bulged from the pain, as if they might burst, but his eyes stayed fixed on Anua, without any hesitation, as steady as a mountain. Finally, he reached the bed and carefully reached out to hold Anua's cold fingers, as if holding a rare treasure.
"I'm sorry."
His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, like the wind, yet filled with deep guilt and love, like a dull knife slicing his heart again and again. Feeling his touch, the unconscious Anua slightly furrowed her brows, then quickly relaxed, as if she had a brief dream. Hao Qinyan let out a breath of relief, but still didn't want to let go of her hand. He stayed quietly by her side, refusing to leave, like a guardian. On the other side, Chow Yunfei watched the scene and felt as if something was blocking his chest, making him uncomfortable and suffocated. He never thought that a usually cold and silent man could have such a soft side, like melting ice. All of this belonged only to the woman named Anua. Forget it," he muttered, rubbing his nose and giving a self-deprecating smile. "It's none of my business about the couple's matters." After saying that, he turned and walked to the window, leaving space for the couple. The warmth from his fingertips felt like a gentle stream, slowly flowing into Anua's heart. She felt as if she was in a warm ocean, gently rocked by soft waves. This feeling was very comfortable, making her want to get closer and have more. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, like butterfly wings trying to break free and fly toward the light. It was also like a traveler lost in darkness suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope, eager to grasp it. Hao Qinyan was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, and he stared at Anua's face without blinking. He could feel that small hand in his, soft and warm, as if it would break if he squeezed too hard. His heart was pounding loudly, like a drum beating non-stop. He held his breath, afraid that his breathing might disturb this fragile calm. Finally, after a long wait, Anua slowly opened her eyes. "You." Her voice was a bit hoarse from waking up, like a guitar string sanded with sandpaper, each note rough. She blinked, and the scene before her gradually became clear. When she saw the person in front of her clearly, her brows furrowed immediately, like two caterpillars fighting. "Hao Qinyan, why did you get out of bed? What are you doing? Not resting properly and healing your injury? Are you trying to tempt fate?" Hao Qinyan saw her wake up, and the big stone in his heart finally settled. But hearing her scold him, he looked like a naughty child who had done something wrong, lowering his head obediently and muttering softly, I
was worried about you.
worried about me? And your way of worrying is running around on your own? Anua rolled her eyes angrily, grabbing his arm. Get back to bed now. Your wound isn't healed yet, and you're causing trouble. Do you want to die? Huiqinyan's lips moved, but he didn't argue. He knew he was in the wrong and could only let Anua drag him back to the bed. But after all, he is a tall and strong man. Even when injured, his weight is not something Anua can easily move by herself. After several struggles, she was sweating on her forehead and panting heavily. Huiqinyan watched her struggle and felt both guilty and caring. Really, why am I so hard to please? Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Anua's wrist, pulling her forcefully into his arms.
Hey,
What are you doing? Anua was startled by his sudden action and struggled to stand up, but Huiqinyan held her tightly. This person acting like a little kid and even learning to act cute? Don't move. Huiqinyan's voice was deep and gentle, with a hint of huskiness. Just let me hold you for a while. His tone carried an unspoken vulnerability, like a hurt little animal seeking comfort. Anua's anger, which was already boiling, cooled down significantly. She sighed, stopped struggling, and looked up at him with a glare.
you might hurt your wound that way.
It's okay to hurt a little. Huiqinyan looked down at her, his deep eyes full of guilt and regret. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, you and the children wouldn't have suffered so much. Anua was momentarily stunned, then gently tapped his forehead. Nonsense. If you hadn't risked your life to save us, I and the children would have already lost our lives.
But
Huiqinyan wanted to say more, but Anua interrupted him. No buts, Anua said firmly, her eyes full of trust and encouragement. Anian, I believe in you. From now on, our family will be fine. No matter what difficulties we face, we can get through them together. Huiqinyan's Adam's apple moved up and down as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. He nodded and hugged the woman tightly. Yes, I swear, I will never let you or the children get hurt again. As they snuggled together, the door of the ward suddenly sounded a light cough, cough, cough. Both turned their heads at the same time and saw Chow Yunfei standing at the door, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Behind him was a tall, resolute-looking man, Master Su Guohua.
ah,
Chow Yunfei chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law. Captain, are we disturbing you? Master Su is here to visit the captain. Come in. Anua was the first to speak to break the awkward silence. She sat up from Huiqinyan's embrace and instinctively tidied her clothes. Su Guohua entered the hospital room, glanced at Huiqinyan lying on the bed, and then looked at Anua standing nearby. A hint of complexity flashed in his sharp, eagle-like eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. How are you feeling? Better now? Su Guohua asked calmly, with concern in his voice. Thank you for your care, I'm fine. Huiqinyan replied, trying to sit up and salute, but Su Guohua gently pressed his shoulder. That's enough. Your main job now is to rest and recover. No need for formalities. Su Guohua paused, then turned to Chow Yunfei. Chow, stay here to take care of the couple. I'll go back to the military district. Let me know if anything comes up. Chow Yunfei immediately straightened and saluted. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Su Guohua's gaze returned to Anua. He noticed her slightly rounded belly and the loose coat she wore. She was dressed warmly for winter, so he hadn't noticed this detail before. A quick thought crossed his mind. Could she be pregnant? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance again at the couple. He had always believed that Huiqinyan chose to be with Anua to repay a kindness. But now, from Huiqinyan's eyes, he saw sincere and deep love, a love so strong that he would protect her with his life, no matter what she became. Su Guohua felt mixed emotions inside. He knew his daughter, Su Xiang, cared for Huiqinyan, but now it seemed she had no chance at all. As Su Guohua left the room, he couldn't help but sigh. Fate in this world is truly wonderful. After Su Guohua left, the room returned to silence. Chow Yunfei, sensing the moment, found an excuse to slip out, leaving the space for the couple. And Nua looked toward the door, then turned her gaze back to the man on the bed. All right, now that no one is bothering us, you stay still and behave. Hwachinian smiled helplessly but obediently lay flat. He reached out and took her small hand, placing it on his chest. Don't be angry. I listened to you. His soft, gentle words instantly softened Nua's previously stern expression. She sighed and sat by the bed, carefully tucking in the blanket. Outside, the cold wind howled, making a whistling sound like a winter symphony. Inside the room, it was warm and cozy. A fresh bunch of wild chrysanthemums sat on the bedside table, emitting a faint, pleasant scent. At this moment, they seemed to forget all conflicts, leaving only pure reliance and trust between each other. 3 days later, at Ding City People's Hospital, Anua sat by the window in her hospital room. The winter sun shone through the glass, casting a gentle glow on her delicate face. After careful rest and recovery, her health had improved significantly. Her previously pale cheeks had regained a healthy red, shining with vitality. Even her tired, dull eyes now sparkled with life, like thawed lake water in spring, shimmering and lively. Hwachinian lay semi-reclined on the bed, his deep eyes always watching Anua. His hands were folded on his stomach, fingertips lightly touching, as if hiding some inner emotion. The sunlight outlined his strong profile, the high nose and tightly pressed lips, showing the calm and strength typical of a soldier. Sweetheart, do you really not want to rest one more day? Hwachinian's voice was soft and gentle, tinged with concern and reluctance. He slightly frowned, worried about Anua's health. Anua turned to glance at him, a faint smile on her lips, playful and relaxed. I'm fully recovered now, no need to rest, she said casually, trying to ease Hwachinian's tension. Besides, nowhere here feels like home. Hwachinian smiled affectionately, reaching out to hold her hand and gently it. All right, let's go home, wife, he said in a deep, husky voice with a magnetic charm that made hearts race. Just then, with a creak, the door to the room opened. Chow Yunfei, dressed sharply in military uniform, stepped in confidently. His young face was lit up with a bright smile, looking energetic and full of spirit. Sister-in-law, Commander, my car is ready. We can leave any time. Chow Yunfei's voice was loud and excited, full of anticipation. Anua nodded and handed Hwachinian's coat to him. Okay, let's go. They quickly packed up and left Ding City People's Hospital. At the entrance, a military jeep was parked quietly, shining brightly under the sun, reflecting dazzling light. Chow Yunfei smoothly opened the door and gestured for them to get in. Sister-in-law, you sit in the front.
I'll drive.
Commander, your injury isn't fully healed, so you can rest in the back. Chow Yunfei's tone shows concern and care. No need, Hwachinian said immediately, refusing without hesitation. I'll sit in the front. My wife will sit in the back seat. She's been tired these days and needs to rest well. And Noah was about to argue, but was silenced by a stern look from Hwachinian. His eyes were full of determination, not allowing any disagreement. All right, whatever you say, she sighed helplessly and obediently sat in the back seat. The jeep started with a loud roar, breaking the quiet of the morning as it sped toward Beijing. Chow Yunfei held the steering wheel, focusing on the road while occasionally glancing at Anua through the rearview mirror. He saw her leaning back, closing her eyes to rest, and couldn't help but think, my sister-in-law really is hardworking. She's been taking care of the team leader all this time. Now she can finally take a break. Hwachinian cleared his throat softly and said, Xiao Chow, drive carefully and don't talk too much. Chow Yunfei chuckled and said nothing more. The 2-day drive was tiring. Road conditions in the 1970s weren't as good as today, and bumps were common. Fortunately, Chow Yunfei kept the mood lively with jokes about army life, making Anua occasionally burst into cheerful laughter. With Hwachinian's company, time passed quickly. When the jeep reached the entrance of the Beijing military district, the sunset had painted the sky in shades of gold and red. The glow lit up the military compound, giving the gray buildings a golden hue. At the gate of the family area, a young soldier was on duty. When he saw the jeep approaching, he immediately stood straight and saluted properly. "Good morning, Commander." "Sister-in-law." Huachinian nodded slightly.
Good job.
The soldier lowered his salute and hurried to the driver's side, saying, "Deputy Commander, please follow me. The commander specifically instructed me to take you directly to the family area." Chow Yunfei responded with a nod and slowly drove into the residential area. This area was more lively than the military camp, with neat little courtyards arranged in order. Each home had flowers or plants in front, some even had grapevines, making it look warm and cozy. "We've arrived." The soldier pointed to a small courtyard ahead. The commander approved this house for the team leader. "We've cleaned it up and added some basic supplies. Hope you and the team leader will be comfortable here." Huachinian got out of the car and gently helped Manhwa. Shaoli also volunteered to help carry the luggage, running back and forth with eagerness. Manhwa stood at the gate, looking at the small courtyard in front of her. She couldn't help but smile happily. The yard was small but decorated very carefully. A little house made of blue bricks and gray tiles was hidden among green trees. Under the eaves, strings of red peppers hung, showing a strong sense of life. A stone path stretched from the gate to the front of the house. Alongside it, there were a few oddly shaped stones blending into the surroundings, making it feel like a peaceful paradise. "Do you like it?" Huachinian asked softly, with a hint of expectation in his voice. "Yes, I like it very much," Manhwa nodded. She was about to step into the yard when her eyes were caught by two familiar figures, Silver King and Tangdang. These two little wolves had clearly heard the noise and now excitedly ran out to greet them. Silver King wagged its fluffy tail happily, circling Manhwa and occasionally rubbing its head against her legs to show how much it missed her. Tangdang was even more enthusiastic, jumping into Manhwa's arms and using its damp nose to nuzzle her face, making soft, affectionate sounds. "Oh, all right, I know you miss me." Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. She crouched down, stroked Silver King's smooth fur, then picked up Tangdang, gently petting their fluffy heads with a happy smile on her face. "I miss you too," she said happily. Huachinian stood nearby, quietly watching the scene with a slight smile. Shaoli handed the key to Huachinian and briefly explained a few things before leaving. Chow Yunfei offered to help organize the luggage, but Huachinian politely declined, saying, "You've been running around for these days. Now that we're here, you should rest well. All right, call me if you need anything." Chow Yunfei agreed cheerfully and then turned to leave, leaving only the couple in the yard. After Chow Yunfei left, only Huachinian, Manhwa, and two small dogs napping on the ground remained in the courtyard. Sunlight streamed through the window, adding warmth to this simple home. "How do you feel? Do you like it here?" Huachinian asked softly. He took Manhwa to the window and let her look outside. "I like it very much," Manhwa nodded, her smile sincere and content. It felt like a traveler who had been wandering for a long time finally found a safe harbor, making her feel peaceful and secure inside. Huachinian reached out and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin softly on her shoulder. "From now on, this is our home. No matter what happens outside, as long as you're here, I am not afraid of anything." Manhwa heard this and couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. Her bright eyes were full of tenderness and emotion. "Anyan, we will be fine. No matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together." The two looked at each other and smiled. Their understanding and trust were so deep that they could feel the most genuine feelings in each other's hearts without needing many words. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on the living room floor. The sunlight of the 1970s always carried a simple, warm feeling, unlike modern times, where tall buildings break the light into fragments. This sunlight made the whole room bright and cheerful, lifting people's moods as well. Huachinian stood in the center of the living room, looking at the pile of wooden boxes. His eyes were soft, and he seemed to be in a good mood. These wooden boxes were specially made by a carpenter according to Manhwa's ideas. They could be used to store things, and when combined, they made a large bed, similar to modern modular beds, but not exactly the same. Overall, they were more practical and sturdy than the iron bed frames of the 1970s. Huachinyan's gaze on Anua grew warmer. He wondered how many amazing things she had in her little head. At this moment, Anua didn't know what Huachinyan was thinking. She was busy planning how to arrange their home. Since one was injured and the other pregnant, carrying the wooden boxes might be a bit difficult. It was better to take out the daily essentials first, so the empty boxes would be easier to move later. "Wife, you rest now. I'll handle the tidying up," Huachinyan said softly and gently, with a tone full of unwavering determination. He quickly walked over, trying to take the work from Anua's hands. Anua glanced up at him and gave a faint smile. "You just finished surgery and are still recovering. These aren't heavy, I'll do it." She was about to continue, but Huachinyan grabbed her wrist. "Listen to me," he said quietly, with a hint of helplessness and affection. "You've been tired these days. Now that we're home, just rest properly." His words were firm and not open to argument. Anua snorted softly and pulled her hand back from his palm. "I think you're the one who should be resting." She wasn't the delicate young lady who couldn't do any work. Furthermore, she is a modern woman, so how could she let her husband do all the work alone? They looked at each other for a moment, and the air was filled with a subtle tension mixed with a touch of sweetness. After a brief stalemate, Huachinyan sighed helplessly. "Let's clean up together, okay?" He realized that his wife was determined to work with him, and if he kept insisting, they probably wouldn't get anything done. Anua raised an eyebrow and looked at him, a hint of mischief in her bright eyes. "That's more like it." She took out a key from her pocket and handed it to Huachinyan. "Here, open these wooden boxes first." Huachinyan took the key, bent down, and opened each box one by one. When he opened the boxes, he found quite a few items inside. These were their belongings. They exchanged smiles and started working together, placing everything in its proper spot. The house suddenly became lively. Silver King and Sugar also gathered around, circling them and making soft sounds, as if expressing their excitement. Since moving into this new home, these two little pets had been full of energy, excited beyond measure. Some toiletries and other items were neatly arranged on the windowsill, like soldiers waiting for inspection. Huachinyan carefully folded the clothes and placed them into the wardrobe. In just a short while, several wooden boxes were emptied, and the room no longer felt so empty. It now had a warm, homely atmosphere. Huachinyan and Anua worked together to carry the empty boxes into the bedroom. "Anyan, you first take apart that metal bed frame and set it aside," Anua said, giving the metal bed frame leaning against the wall a look of slight disdain. "I'll go get the bed skirt, and we'll nail it to the wall." After speaking, she turned to the living room, found the prepared bed skirt in one of the boxes, and returned to the bedroom. The white walls from the 1970s were always dusty and easy to get dirty. Most families habitually pasted newspaper on the walls, but that didn't look nice, and Anua disliked it. So, after moving into the new house, she tore an old bed sheet in half and made a simple bed skirt to cover the wall dust, which looked much better. Huachinyan set the disassembled bed frame aside, then took the bed skirt from Anua and held it against the wall, measuring. "Wife, how about this height?" Anua roughly gauged the height of the wooden box and nodded. "Okay, right here." Satisfied with her answer, Huachinyan immediately grabbed a hammer and nails, fixed the bed skirt to the wall, and began working. The bed frame was securely fixed, and two people pushed the wooden box to the designated spot. Soon, they assembled a sturdy and practical large bed. Huachinyan opened another box, which was neatly packed with bedding and pillows. He took out 2 sets of blankets and handed one to Anua. "Use this to make the bed first."
"Got it."
Anua quickly took the blanket and spread it on the bed. Huachinyan followed closely, placing a pillow at the head of the bed, then took out a clean sheet from the box and laid it down. The two worked well together and soon finished tidying up the bed. Sunlight shone on the bed, and the new bedding emitted a faint, fresh scent, making it feel very comfortable. "All right, I can handle this alone now," Huachinyan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and speaking to Anua. You can go rest for a while. But Anua shook her head. I'm going to the kitchen to see if there's anything to organize. Don't work too hard. Call me if you need anything. After speaking, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. The kitchen was small but very clean. A few simple cooking utensils were placed on the stove, clearly new. In the corner, there were many cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes stacked together. Next to the wall near the stove, there was a tall cabinet. The top shelf held new tableware, while the bottom was filled with rice and flour in burlap sacks, along with a few bottles of oil. Uncle Sue is really thoughtful and careful. Anua couldn't help but admire. He prepared everything so thoroughly. These items were rare in this era. Ordinary families wouldn't usually be able to afford such supplies. It seemed that Su Guohua truly valued Huachinian. Now, we won't have to worry about food and drinks for a while, she said with a satisfied smile, closing the cabinet door. Anua remembered they brought a box of cured meat and sausages, which couldn't be kept in the box for too long or they would spoil. She hurried to find the box containing the cured meat and sausages, took them out, and placed them in the kitchen. She looked up and suddenly brightened her eyes. In the kitchen, some iron wires were hanging, probably used by the previous occupant to hang things. This made things easier for them. They didn't have to do it themselves. Carefully, Anua hung up the cured meat and sausages.
In Huang. Tang Tang.
She called out to the little wolf pups lying at the door. The two pups immediately perked up their ears and ran over. Remember, you can't sneak and eat these meats, she said, gently touching their damp noses. The two little wolves looked guilty and lowered their heads, but they couldn't resist sniffing the fragrant smell of the cured meat. Little greedy wolf. Anua chuckled as she scolded him, then turned to tidy up the other items. After finishing, Anua wiped the oil from her hands and returned to the living room. At this moment, Huachinian was kneeling on the ground, organizing items in another wooden box. His movements were smooth and focused. His large, knobby hands carefully arranged everything neatly. How is it? Are you satisfied with the kitchen? He looked up at Anua with a hint of expectation in his eyes. It's pretty good, Anua nodded, but soon frowned again. But the only thing I don't like about this small yard is that there's no private bathroom. I still have to go to the public toilet outside. It's such a hassle. Huachinian was slightly taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that is a bit inconvenient. Imagine in the middle of winter having to go outside to use the bathroom. How cold that must be.
Anua complained.
And with so many people coming and going, it's not very clean either. Also, I really miss my bathroom and bathtub, Anua exaggeratedly sighed, looking miserable as she sat on the sofa. Taking a bath used to be so relaxing. Now I can only wash with a basin of water. It's so tough. Huachinian watched her like this and couldn't help but smile. He stood up, walked over to her, and gently rubbed her soft hair with his broad palm. Don't worry, wife. Leave this to me. I'll find a carpenter to make a bathtub and figure out a simple bathroom. Really? Anua blinked at him eagerly, her bright eyes full of hope. Don't lie to me. Of course it's true. Huachinian gently pinched her cheek, his tone firm and tender. Anything you want, I'll do my best to get it. You're so good. Anua stood up from the sofa, tiptoed, and kissed his face. I knew you loved me the most. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden glow on the two of them. The air seemed filled with a sweet, happy feeling, making people want to stay immersed in it. But just then, a crisp knocking at the door broke the peaceful silence. Knock, knock. The knocking was sharp and urgent, breaking the quiet inside. Anua and Huachinian exchanged a glance. Both were a bit stunned. Who could be knocking at this time? They had just moved in not long ago, had met the neighbors, let alone known anyone well. Go check, will you? Anua whispered. Huachinian nodded and strode confidently toward the door. His movements were swift and precise, carrying the calm demeanor typical of a soldier. As he opened the door, several plain but tidy women stood outside. Leading them was a slightly plump middle-aged woman with a friendly smile, carrying a bamboo basket filled with eggs and sweet potatoes on her arm. Oh, someone finally moved in. The woman said cheerfully. I'm Zhao Feng, wife of Battalion Commander Liang Qingzhen. These are the sisters-in-law from our military housing area. I heard someone new moved in here, so I came to take a look. Huachinian raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised by the sudden visit, but quickly regained his composure. He slightly turned to the side, making space. Please come in, sisters-in-law. Zhao Feng was about to step inside, but paused when she recognized Huachinian's face. Her eyes looked him over with mixed feelings. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated and said nothing. Are you sister-in-law? A younger woman nearby gently nudged Zhao Feng's arm with curiosity. Zhao Feng snapped back to her senses, her expression quickly returning to normal, though her tone was still cautious. Are you Huachinian, battalion leader Hu? Huachinian's gaze sharpened slightly, but he nodded in acknowledgement. That's me. Hearing this, Zhao Feng looked even more surprised. She lowered her voice. You weren't you involved in an accident while visiting your hometown? Were you hurt badly? She didn't finish her sentence, just pointed to her forehead. Huachinian smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. It's all better now. Zhao Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Good. That's wonderful. You don't know, when we heard about your accident, everyone in the military district was worried for you. The other sisters-in-law also chimed in whispering, that's right. It was quite the talk at the time. They said the soldier king of the sharp knife squad had gone crazy. What a pity. Huachinian's face remained calm, showing no emotion. He nodded slightly in response and then gestured politely. Sisters-in-law, please come inside. The women entered one after another, curiously observing the interior of the house. Although it was a small courtyard from the 1970s, it was now warm and tidy, thanks to Manhwa and Huachinian's careful cleaning. At that moment, Manhwa came out of the bedroom, catching everyone's attention. Oh! One sister-in-law couldn't help but exclaim. Who's this girl? Why does she look so dark? Manhwa was slightly startled when she heard this, but quickly realized that her face was covered with a brightening cream. She and Huachinian had long been used to this. However, being directly pointed out like this made her feel a bit embarrassed. This is my wife, Huachinian said in a deep voice. He stood beside Manhwa and protected her behind him. His sharp, deep eyes looked at everyone. Her name is Manhwa. His words instantly silenced the women who had been whispering. For some reason, they sensed a tone in Huachinian's voice that suggested they should not argue. Zhao Feng noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, is this your sister-in-law? She seems very capable. Surely she's good at managing the household. She reached out her hand with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Zhao Feng, wife of Liang Qingzhen, the team leader. We're all military families. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Manhwa smiled gently and confidently shook Zhao Feng's hand. Thank you for your kindness, sister-in-law. I might trouble you in the future. Her tone was calm and polite, without showing any annoyance or embarrassment despite the awkwardness earlier. Her calmness and confidence made Zhao Feng like her more. She kept waving her hand. No trouble at all. We're all military families after all. We should look out for each other. She handed Manhwa a basket. These are some sweet potatoes and a few eggs from our farm. Since you just moved in and must be busy, consider this as a welcome gift. No need, Manhwa quickly refused.
Please keep these for yourselves.
Oh, these are just homegrown. They're not worth much, Zhao Feng insisted, pushing the basket into her arms. Manhwa held the basket with a helpless smile. Then thank you, sister-in-law. In the following days, the sisters-in-law started chatting more warmly with the two of them. Zhao Feng, as the leader, naturally took charge of guiding the conversation, while the others responded and asked questions. Young sister-in-law, how long have you been pregnant? One of the younger sisters-in-law suddenly asked. Thank you all for your concern, Manhwa replied in a steady, calm voice. My wife is over 4 months pregnant now. I might be busy sometimes, so I hope everyone can help take care of her. If there's anything, just tell me directly. His words were brief, but showed his care and respect for Manhwa. This made the other military wives think highly of him and feel a bit envious of Anuo. Their husbands come home like lords. If only they had a leader like Hua, life would be much easier. Someone kindly asked, "How is your sister-in-law usually? Is there anything special she wants to eat? If you need anything, just tell us." The military family compound doesn't have much, but there are many kind-hearted people. Hearing these warm words, Anua felt a little touched inside. But she knew this was the special kindness of the military community and the genuine goodwill of these military wives. So she patiently responded to each one and said that her family had everything they needed right now and didn't require extra help. Zhao Feng glanced at the time and said, "Today, we won't bother you with tidying up. When you have free time another day, I'll ask Xingzhen to gather everyone together for get-together. It will be lively and fun." "Okay." Huachinian nodded politely.
"Thank you, sisters-in-law."
After seeing off the women, the small courtyard finally became quiet again. Huachinian closed the door and let out a long breath. He turned to Anua and asked, "Are you tired?" "No, I'm not tired. I just find these sisters-in-law quite adorable." Anua shook her head, then couldn't help but complain, "But they do talk quite fiercely. I almost couldn't keep up." Huachinian smiled softly and gently ruffled her hair. "You'll get used to it over time." It was lunchtime. To let Anua rest, Huachinian took on the task of cooking. He made a fragrant pot of egg noodles. After they finished eating, they went back to the bedroom for a nap. Lying on the bed, Anua was so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open, but she stubbornly held Huachinian's hand and started talking about giving gifts to the sisters-in-law. "Anyan, do you think we should give something to the sisters-in-law who came today? After all, they are so enthusiastic." Before she finished speaking, she had already leaned into his arms and fallen asleep. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. The courtyard was peaceful and warm, filled with hope and beauty. Huachinian rarely took naps. At this moment, Anua was already deeply asleep, breathing evenly and steadily. He leaned by the bed, quietly watching her. Outside, the afternoon sun gently shone in through the window, casting dappled light on her face through the gaps in the curtains. Her face, covered with makeup, was bathed in a soft glow from the sunlight, looking especially peaceful. She slept soundly, her previously furrowed brows slightly relaxed, as if all her worries had disappeared with her dreams. Huachinian's eyes showed a gentle tenderness. He leaned down and gently brushed aside a stray strand of hair from her forehead, planting a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. This kiss was as light as a feather, full of deep affection, gentle enough to avoid waking a sleeping kitten. After everything, he quietly got up, took a thick coat from the hanger, put it on, and tiptoed out of the room. Outside, the yard was very quiet, with only the breeze softly rustling the treetops, sounding like a gentle lullaby. He walked to the gate, gently closed it with a soft squeak, which sounded particularly clear in the quiet afternoon. "Take good care of the house," Huachinian reminded Silver Emperor, who wagged its tail quickly. If it could, it would happily promise its owner that it would watch over the house well. Huachinian looked at Silver Emperor with satisfaction, then turned and strode confidently toward the main gate of the military residence. During her afternoon nap, Anua slept very soundly, like a well-fed kitten, lazy and happy. When she slowly opened her eyes, the sky outside had darkened a little. The sunset glow shone through the curtains, tinting the room with a soft orange red. She instinctively reached out to touch the bed beside her but found it empty. Huachinian was not there. Where did he go? Anua muttered lazily, with a hint of confusion and sleepiness in her voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, put on her shoes, and got out of bed. The room was quiet, only the clock on the wall ticking softly, as if responding to her question. She went to the kitchen, pushed the door open, and a delicious aroma of food wafted out, but the stove was empty. No sign of Huachinian. Did he go out? She frowned, then thought it wasn't strange. Huachinian usually seemed quiet, but was very organized and never disappeared without reason. If he left, he must have had something to do. Anua took some dried meat made for the two wolves from the kitchen and stood in the yard feeding Silver Emperor and Tangdang. Suddenly, she felt a heavy sensation in her stomach. Oh, what a bother. She frowned and sighed. It was so inconvenient to go to the bathroom these days. Really enough. Anua went back inside, grabbed some toilet paper, and slowly walked out of the house, feeling very reluctant inside. Although this military housing area is much better than when she moved to the countryside, the public toilet remains a big feature of the old times, dirty, smelly, and cold. Every visit feels like a huge mental challenge, almost driving her crazy. Anua was visiting this military housing area for the first time and was not very familiar with the roads here. She walked while looking around, trying to find the location of the public toilet. But all around were rows of similar small courtyards, with red bricks and gray tiles, looking almost the same. It made her dizzy, and she temporarily couldn't tell the way. Where exactly is this toilet? It's so frustrating, Anua muttered to herself, feeling a little anxious. Just as she hesitated whether to knock on a neighbor's door to ask, a woman walking quickly with her head down approached her. The woman radiated a cold aura that made her seem unapproachable and distant. Hey, sister-in-law. Anua's eyes lit up and she quickly greeted her, thinking she might finally find someone to ask for directions. The woman stopped when she heard the voice, raised her head, and looked at Anua. As soon as they made eye contact, she froze. Anua's face was covered with a dark makeup, which looked very strange in the dim light, almost like charcoal. The sudden black face startled the woman. She instinctively took a step back, her body stiffening. But her good manners helped her quickly regain composure. A hint of doubt and caution flickered in her eyes.
Who
are you? The woman asked with a frown, her tone cautious, clearly doubting Anua's identity. Sister-in-law, I just moved here. I live in the house in front, Anua explained quickly, smiling shyly. She pointed in her direction. I want to ask, where's the public toilet around here? I've been looking for a long time, but can't find it. Hearing this, the woman finally relaxed, seeming to believe Anua's words. She nodded and pointed in one direction. Go straight ahead, then turn left at the end. You'll see it. Thank you, sister-in-law. Anua quickly thanked her, feeling a weight lift from her heart. She turned and headed in the direction the woman pointed, walking more lightly. The woman watched as Anua left. She had just taken a few steps forward when she suddenly remembered that there were many icicles on the ground near the public restroom, which were very slippery. The woman saw that the new girl was clearly pregnant, with a big belly, and wondered what would happen if she fell while going there alone. Feeling uneasy, she hesitated for a moment, but finally sighed and quickened her pace to follow Anua. When she arrived near the restroom, she saw Anua standing at the entrance, looking around with a confused expression, seeming unsure. It was understandable, since the place was quite difficult to walk on. The ground was covered with slippery ice and small water puddles, making it uneven and easy to twist an ankle, especially since she was pregnant. I'll help you go over, the woman said quickly, stepping forward loudly. This place is very slippery. You're pregnant, so be careful not to fall. Anua turned around and saw the woman who had given her directions earlier. She looked a bit surprised. Auntie, why are you still here following me? I remembered the ice on the ground and was worried you might get into trouble and cause me trouble, the woman replied, her tone still cold, her face as frosty as if covered with frost. Even though her words sounded a bit harsh, Anua felt a warm feeling inside and was grateful to her. Although the woman's attitude was not very warm and even a little cold, her effort to remind her was a rare act of kindness. Thank you so much, Auntie. You're really kind, Anua said with a smile, carefully stepping into the restroom, one step at a time. When Anua came out, the caring woman was still waiting there. Anua felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry to trouble you and make you wait here. Did I waste your time? Yes, you did waste my time, the woman said calmly, but she naturally reached out her hand to help Anua. Anua's mouth twitched slightly. The woman was quite direct in her words. But she liked it. Why was that? Hello, I just moved here. My name is Anua, she said cheerfully, not minding the woman's cold attitude. The woman seemed surprised by her reaction and simply replied, My name is Su Xian.
Hello, Su Xian.
From now on, we're neighbors. Feel free to come visit me when you're free. Anua warmly invited Su Xian, and she truly liked Su Xian's personality. Su Xian didn't speak, but looked at Anua thoughtfully. Given her status, the family members in the courtyard all tried to avoid her, afraid of getting involved with her in any way. Now, Anua actually invited her to visit her home. If Anua knew her true identity, she would probably regret what she said today and regret inviting her. The two of them walked back slowly, with Su Xian supporting Anua until they neared Anua's residence. She stopped without saying a word and turned to leave. Anua watched Su Xian leave, feeling that this woman must have a story. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. When Huichinian saw Anua standing at the gate, he paused briefly, then hurried over. Why did you come out? Are you cold? Huichinian reached her side, inspecting her carefully, with genuine concern in his tone. I went to the bathroom, Anua said, linking her arm with his and telling him what had happened earlier. Huichinian frowned and thought for a moment before saying softly, I think I know who she is. Huichinian's brows furrowed, and his eyes showed a complex expression. I think I have an idea of who she is. Anua was about to ask for clarification when hurried footsteps interrupted them. Li, a guard from Su Guohua's team, hurried over with big strides. He reached Huichinian, still catching his breath, and saluted sharply, very properly. Commander, the division commander asked me to tell you and your wife to come to his house for dinner tonight. Li's voice was loud and respectful. Huichinian was surprised and instinctively looked at Anua. He knew very well that Anua grew up in the military compound, familiar yet strange to her. Especially since she had suffered so much, he wondered if she was willing to step into this world again. He felt uncertain. What do you think? Huichinian asked softly, lowering his voice so as not to disturb her thoughts. Anua looked up and met his deep eyes, a slight smile on her lips. Go, of course. The division commander asked personally. We can't refuse his kindness, right? Huichinian's furrowed brow finally relaxed a little, but he still looked a bit worried. Are you sure everything's okay? That place. Oh, don't worry so much. I'm not made of glass. I won't break just like that. Anua smiled lightly, speaking casually as if it were no big deal. Besides, I want to take a look too. Although she said it casually, Huichinian still sensed a hint of complicated emotion in her eyes. He didn't say much more, just nodded, and then turned to Shaoli. Go back and tell the supervisor we'll arrive on time. Shaoli immediately stood straight, saluted, and then turned to leave. He walked away quickly and decisively, but a silence lingered between the two of them. Since this is the first time going to Su's house, we can't go empty-handed. Anua broke the silence first. Huichinian nodded. Yes, we should prepare some things. Anua turned back into the house, rummaged through a box, and pulled out some cured meat and sausages. She also carefully took out a piece of ginseng from a small wooden box. This ginseng didn't look ordinary. It was golden yellow, full-shaped, and clearly valuable. Anua had personally dug it up from the back mountain in the countryside, originally meant to sell later, but she used it to help Huichinian first. When Huichinian saw the ginseng, his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. This is too precious. It's not suitable. What's wrong with it? Anua raised an eyebrow. Su's supervisor is your old leader and has always taken care of us. What's a little thing like this? Huichinian opened his mouth to say something but saw Anua's firm expression and could only close it helplessly. He knew she was paving the way for his future, and how could he refuse her kindness? Everything was packed up, and the two changed into neat clothes, ready to leave. Before leaving, Huichinian specifically told Yin Huang and Tang Dang to watch the house well, then held Anua's hand, and they walked out of the yard together. Huichinian drove a jeep out of the military family compound. After about 20 minutes, they finally entered the military district. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the entire area. The car stopped in front of a two-story small building. Huachinian got out, opened the door for Anua, and gently helped her down. Then he opened the back door, picked up the things they brought, and carried them out. Throughout the journey, Anua seemed a little distracted. She looked at the familiar yet strange trees and grass, as if memories were flooding her mind, but she couldn't grasp any clear images. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chinian noticed her discomfort, stopped walking, and asked with concern. Anna shook her head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just a bit of a headache." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, and a flood of memories from the original owner rushed into her mind like a tide. The scenes were broken and scattered, but so real they took her breath away. Childhood play here, her parents taking her to various gatherings, and that big fire that changed everything. "Anna." Chinian saw her face turn pale. She staggered and almost fell, quickly reaching out to steady her. His large, warm hand made Anna feel a little safe. She took a deep breath, shook her head hard, trying to shake off those messy memories. "I'm fine, just suddenly feeling dizzy." Chinian didn't let go of her, but held her closer. "Maybe we should go back? We can come again another day." "No need." Anna clenched her teeth and insisted. She looked up at Chinian with bright, determined eyes. "I can handle it." Chinian sighed softly, but didn't argue further. He silently supported her as they continued walking forward. He knew that no matter what happened, this woman had her own stubbornness, and all he could do was stay by her side, shielding her from the wind and rain. Shaoli had been waiting there for a while. When he saw the two, he immediately came over and led them inside. Su Guohua was sitting in the living room waiting. When he saw Chinian and Anna come in, he showed a rare smile. You finally arrived. Come in, sit down." Su Guohua's wife, Dong Zichuan, looked at the two as well. When she saw Anna, she was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. Everyone in the military compound knew about the fire that burned Anna years ago, and they also knew that her stunning beauty had been completely destroyed in that fire.
Now.
Well, she was a pitiful girl. She invited the two to sit, personally served tea, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the house was quite warm. Little Anna, Dong Zichuan smiled as she took Anna's hand and asked, "Do you still remember Auntie Dong?" "Forget who?" "I can't forget my Auntie Dong." Anua smiled gently and handed over the gift. "Aunt Dong, this is some wild boar cured meat and sausages I made with Onion when we were in the countryside. Please try some fresh." "I can vouch for that," Su Guohua said loudly with a hearty laugh. "I saw the girl making the cured meat and sausages myself. The smell was so good, it made me really hungry." Dong Zichuan took the gift and glared at Su Guohua with a smile. "You're so eager. I'll have it prepared for you soon, so you can satisfy your craving." "This ginseng root is for Uncle Su," Anua said, placing the simple wooden box with the ginseng on the coffee table in front of Su Guohua. Then she stepped back to stand beside Huachinian. Su Guohua looked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng, and his expression changed slightly, but he quickly masked it. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, you're too kind. Next time, don't bring such expensive gifts. Otherwise, I might not dare to invite you again." A few words brought everyone closer together, easing the initially awkward atmosphere. "Chinian Gij, you finally came back. Brother Chinian, you finally returned, and Xiang misses you so much." This shout was sweet and tender, making people feel warm inside. But, whether someone acts cute depends on the person. Some people's acting cute makes everything better and makes others feel happy. But for others, it's awkward, like a poor imitation that just feels off. The girl right now belonged to the latter. Anua frowned. It wasn't even dark yet. Who was causing trouble now? She instinctively looked up toward the second floor. Sure enough, a young girl dressed like a butterfly was leaning on the staircase railing, looking down at Huachinian from above. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, almost sticking to Huachinian. It looked like she was trying to swallow him whole. Anua felt a sudden discomfort, like a fly had flown into her throat. In this day and age, are people so blatant about stealing someone else's man? She silently observed the girl, her mind clear as a mirror. This girl clearly wasn't a simple person. Her gaze and posture showed she was targeting Huichinian. Anua sneered inwardly. Anyone daring to show up like this? What strange ghosts and monsters are out there now? Just as she was thinking this, her memories suddenly flooded in like a dam breaking, overwhelming her all at once. Here is some information about this girl, quickly forming in Anua's mind. Su Xiang, the only daughter of Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan, is a star in the art troupe. She dances very well, has a soft figure, and looks handsome. Basically, she is a little princess raised by her parents' care, who gets whatever she wants and has never known what frustration means. Thinking about it, Anua realized that Su Xiang has some connection to Huichinian. Su Xiang likes to follow Huichinian around, and everyone in the courtyard knows her biggest dream is to marry him. At that time, the original heroine even teased Su Xiang about this. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Anua's face, a cold, meaningful smile. Now, Huichinian belongs to Anua. She would never allow anyone to him away. Su Xiang didn't seem to notice Anua standing nearby. Her attention was all on Huichinian. When she heard that Huichinian had returned home and was hurt so badly he became mentally slow, she was really upset for a long time. She even gave up on him and started dating other men as her parents advised. But those high-ranking young men were all disappointing. None could compare to her brother Chinian. Unexpectedly, heaven was kind to her, and Huichinian appeared healthy and safe before her. She ran down the stairs quickly, her steps light like a bird just learning to fly, full of anticipation and joy, almost throwing herself into Huichinian's arms. Chinian Gij. She stopped in front of Huichinian, nervously twisting her dress, her fair face flushed with two pink clouds, looking quite pitiful. "You're finally back. I missed you so much." After saying this, she shyly lowered her head, acting coquettishly, as if confessing her feelings to her beloved. If it had been another man, he might have been overwhelmed by her sweet words. But who was Huichinian? He was a tough soldier who had survived gunfire and explosions. He had seen all kinds of scenes, and in his heart, besides his wife Anua, no other woman could enter. Oh no. Maybe his daughter in the future could enter his heart, but her status would never surpass his wife's. He frowned slightly, but quickly returned to his usual calm expression. He simply smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Su Xiang, long time no see." The tone was very flat, almost as bland as plain water, like greeting an ordinary friend. But to Su Xiang's ears, it felt completely different. She thought that Huichinian was responding to her feelings, and her heart suddenly felt sweet, like she had eaten honey. Her smile was even brighter than peach blossoms in March, impossible to hide. And Nua, standing nearby, saw everything clearly. Her eyes turned cold and curious as she looked at Su Xiang. Did this woman completely ignore her status as the wife? Su Guohua and Dong Zichuan, standing beside them, watched their daughter's small actions clearly. They exchanged worried and helpless looks. They say only a mother truly understands her daughter. Dong Zichuan knew her daughter's little thoughts well. Su Xiang liked Huichinian openly. Everyone in the big yard knew this. But the problem was Huichinian was already married, and his wife was a Nua. The old couple would never allow Su Xiang to ruin this marriage. Moreover, breaking a military marriage could lead to legal trouble. If word got out, would the Su family still have face? Dong Zichuan felt anxious, like she was frying in oil. She quickly stood up, trying to pull her daughter away from Huichinian, but before she could act, Huichinian had already reached out, wrapped his arm around Nua's waist, and brought her to his side. This move was very commanding and protective. Su Xiang, his voice was deep and strong, with an undeniable authority. "Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Nua." After saying that, he looked down at Nua with full affection and pride, soft and tender. "From now on, when you see her, call her sister-in-law." This simple sentence hit Su Xiang like a heavy hammer, sharply stabbing her heart. The atmosphere in the living room instantly froze, as if even the air had stopped moving. Su Xiang's smile froze on her face. She stared blankly at Hechinian, then turned to look at Anua, who was protected in his arms. Her expression was a mess, like a palette of colors, vibrant and mixed. In that moment, her face looked as if she had swallowed a live fly, and it was flopping around in her stomach. She looked up and down at Anua, her gaze like an X-ray machine, eager to scan her from inside out. My entire body is filled with disdain and contempt. Especially when I see Anua's dark little face, I can't help but frown and whisper, so it's that ugly monster who ruined her face. Although my voice is soft, in this quiet living room, it sounds very harsh and clear, as if someone turned up the volume loudly. Dong Zichuan's face darkened. This disobedient girl is becoming more and more unreasonable. She hurriedly scolded, Su Xiang. What nonsense are you talking? Apologize to your sister-in-law right now. But who is Su Xiang? She is a spoiled little princess who has never suffered such injustice before. She stubbornly pouted, refusing to admit her mistake, and raised her chin. Mom, I didn't say anything wrong. She's really an ugly monster.
You.
Dong Zichuan's face was so angry it was hard to describe. She was trembling with rage. Su Xiang, this girl, is usually spoiled to the limit, and today she dares to say such things in front of so many people. She was so angry she almost fainted.
Su Xian.
Shut up. Dong Zichuan's voice carried uncontrollable anger. But Su Xiang seemed not to hear her, standing stubbornly with her arms crossed, looking fearless. Her lips curled slightly, a mix of provocation and pride. Mom, I'm telling the truth. She ruined her face. Isn't that known to everyone? I didn't say anything wrong. Dong Zichuan's head buzzed loudly, almost fainting. She quickly took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Just as she was about to speak again, she heard a deep, commanding voice from beside her.
Su Xian.
Hechinian spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a hammer, heavy and impactful. The living room instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hechinian's eyes were cold as knives. He slowly stood up, his tall figure overshadowing Su Xiang. His deep eyes stared directly at her, making her feel nervous.
What did you just say?
Say it again, he asked calmly, but his tone was frighteningly cold. The more calm he was, the more it sent chills down everyone's spine. Su Xiang felt guilty under his gaze and involuntarily took a step back. But soon she straightened her back stubbornly, showing her defiance. I was just speaking the truth. Hechinian sneered and asked, Are you insulting my wife with your honesty? As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Anua, shielding her protectively. He looked down at Anua with a gentle gaze, as soft as spring breezes on a lake, completely different from his expression when facing Su Xiang. Anua looked up at Hechinian's sharp side profile, feeling a warm wave in her heart. This man always stands by her side at the most important moments, shielding her from all storms. But to Su Xiang, this scene felt like a sharp thorn stabbing her heart. She clenched her teeth, nails digging into her palms, refusing to bow her head and admit fault. Hechinian, brother, I didn't mean it that way. She tried to explain, but Hechinian cut her off coldly. From now on, no matter what you think, remember this. Anua is my wife and also your sister-in-law. I hope you will respect her. His words hit Su Xiang like a heavy hammer, pounding her heart. She felt suffocated, even breathing becoming difficult. Yet, she stubbornly lifted her head, staring directly at Hechinian with her tear-filled eyes. I don't believe it. She suddenly shouted loudly. Brother Hechinian, how could you truly marry a plain-looking person? There must be some secret, right? As soon as she spoke, not only Dong Zichuan but also Su Guohua, who had been silent nearby, frowned. He sternly said, Su Xiang. Shut up. But Su Xiang refused to listen. Her eyes red. She continued, Dad, don't lie to me. Brother Hechinian is so excellent. How could he marry someone who looks ruined? That's impossible. Anua stood nearby, watching Su Xiang's confident attitude, a meaningful smile curling on her lips. This girl really is spoiled beyond measure. But she liked it. Su Xiang, she said slowly, her tone playful, I know I don't look good enough for Qinian. But what can I do? He just likes me, this plain-looking girl. What should I do? Her words sounded modest and self-deprecating, but each one cut into Su Xiang's heart, making her feel worse and worse. Yet, she couldn't find anything to say in reply. She could only grit her teeth and glare at Anua, looking like a small cat with its tail stepped on.
You.
Su Xiang trembled with anger, but ultimately couldn't say a complete sentence. In her heart, she wondered silently, why does Anua seem like a different person altogether? Where has that gentle, quiet, soft-spoken Anua gone? Is this still the same Anua she knew? Dong Zichuan felt her face burning with embarrassment upon seeing this. That girl has truly embarrassed their family's reputation. She wished she could find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Little Nan Nan, Dong Zichuan forced a laugh. I'm really sorry. This child is too willful. I apologize to you on her behalf. Anua nodded slightly, showing a tolerant and generous attitude. Auntie, you're being too kind. Kids are like that, saying things without thinking. I won't hold it against her. Her words sounded gentle, but upon closer look, they carried a sharp edge. Dong Zichuan was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded, not knowing what else to say. At this time, Su Guohua, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke. He approached Anua and said seriously, little girl, it's my poor discipline that made you upset. I apologize on behalf of our family's brat. Please don't take it to heart. His words were firm and sincere, leaving no room for criticism. Anua naturally wouldn't refuse. She smiled and nodded. Su uncle, you're too kind.
I really don't mind.
Come on, let's go eat. Su Guohua cheerfully called out, then turned to Qinian. Qinian, today let's have a few drinks together. Yes, master. Qinian nodded with a smile. Dong Zichuan looked at Qinian with a smile. Qinian, your master brought out his treasured Maotai today. He's happier than anyone to see you back in the army. Qinian was also moved. He knew how much Master Su cared for him and respected him deeply. I will not let my master down. Qinian solemnly saluted Su Guohua. Su Guohua patted Qinian's shoulder, his nose feeling a little moist. Good, good. You're one of my soldiers. Everyone gradually sat down at the table. The dishes were laid out generously, fish, meat, and several exquisite side dishes, looking very delicious. Qinian sat upright, chatting with Su Guohua about army matters while quietly serving food to Anua. He even thoughtfully peeled shrimp shells and picked out fish bones, doing it so skillfully it seemed he had done it countless times before. This scene nearly drove Su Xiang crazy. In the past, Qinian was always aloof and quiet, indifferent to everyone. But now, for a woman, he had changed so much. He is so gentle and caring. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but speak up, saying, Brother Qinian, when did you become so thoughtful? Before, when we ate together, I never saw you like this. As soon as she spoke, everyone at the table stopped their actions, and even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qinian frowned slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He looked up and said in a natural tone, That's because my wife is my bones and blood. She deserves me to bring all the good things to her personally. His words made the whole dining table fall silent again. Sitting beside him, Anua couldn't help but smile faintly. When did this man become so good at saying sweet words? But to Su Xiang, that smile looked like a direct challenge. She clenched her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles turning white, but in the end, she said nothing more. After dinner, Qinian drove Anua back to the military housing area. In the room, Su Xiang clenched her fists tightly, staring at the pitch-black night outside the window, secretly vowing, one day, she must get Brother Qinian and make that ugly thing who ruined her face leave his world. The night was deep, and the military housing area was very quiet. Huachinian parked steadily at the gate of the small yard and turned off the engine. He got out of the car, walked around to the other side, opened the door, and naturally took Anua's hand. Anua looked up at him, a slight smile on her lips. Her gaze fell on Huachinian's stern profile, and a faint sweetness rose in her heart. This man always stands by her side, without hesitation when she needs him. They walked into the yard one after the other. Huachinian reached out and turned on the warm yellow light, filling the small courtyard with a cozy glow. He skillfully took off his military coat and hung it on a hook on the wall, then turned to take Anua's coat, carefully hanging it up. "Brother Chinian," suddenly, a soft, sweet voice came from Anua. Huachinian froze for a moment. He slowly turned his head and looked at Anua with a complex expression. She tilted her small head, her bright eyes blinking at him, a mischievous smile on her lips. "What did you just call me?" Huachinian's voice was deep and hoarse, uncertain if he had heard her right. "Brother Chinian," Anua repeated, mimicking Su Xiang's sweet tone from earlier in the day. This time, she deliberately stretched out the final note, her voice as sweet as honey dripping from a comb. Huachinian's mouth twitched slightly. He reached out to rub his forehead and said helplessly, "Stop messing around."
"Why?"
"Don't like to listen?" Anua smiled even more brightly. She took a step forward and hugged Huachinian's waist, resting her head on his chest. "Honestly, do you think it feels pretty good when Su Xiang calls you that?" Huachinian looked down at the little woman in his arms, sighing helplessly yet affectionately. He gently patted her back and said, "What nonsense are you talking? I don't have time to pay attention to those messy things."
"Really?"
Anua looked up, her eyes full of curiosity. "So you haven't noticed that Su Xiang likes you?" Huachinian was momentarily stunned but quickly shook his head to deny it. "Not really. Back then I was either busy with training or—" He paused here, his gaze falling on Anua's face. "Or, I was thinking about you." That short sentence made Anua feel as if honey had been poured over her heart, making her feel sweet and sticky. She couldn't help but tiptoe and gently peck his cheek, then quickly stepped back with a triumphant look.
"See?
You can be charming too." Huachinian was amused and shook his head. He didn't expose her little trick, but turned to walk toward the kitchen. "Wait a moment. I need to boil some hot water." "Why boil hot water?" Anua asked curiously. "To change the medicine patch." Huachinian glanced back at her. "It's time to change it today." Hearing this, Anua suddenly realized and nodded. But soon, she frowned again. "But there's no bathtub now. What should I use to wash?" "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything," Huachinian said mysteriously with a smile. He didn't explain further, just hurried into the kitchen. Before long, he came out carrying a steaming small basin and placed it on the small table inside the room.
"Just make do with this for now."
Anua looked at the small basin, feeling both amused and helpless. "This is too." But then she noticed a clean towel beside the basin and a set of new pure cotton clothes. "Did you prepare these?" she asked in disbelief. "Yes," Huachinian nodded. As he added charcoal to the stove, he casually said, "I went out at noon today to find a carpenter to make a bathtub. It will take a few days to finish, so you'll have to make do for now." His tone was light, but his serious and caring attitude was impossible to ignore. Anna stood still, watching the busy man in front of her, feeling a wave of emotion. She hadn't experienced such careful attention in a long time. The spoiled, naive girl she once was had long disappeared. Now, she was a woman who had gone through rebirth, covered in scars but still stubborn and strong. This man, through his actions, was slowly melting her long-frozen heart. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and wash, or the water will get cold," said Huachinian, bringing her back to reality. He turned around, saw her slightly dazed look, and chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I won't peek." After saying that, he turned and went to the kitchen to busy himself. Anna bit her lip, said nothing, and obediently grabbed a towel to go into her room. She closed the door and started cleaning the ointment from her body. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Huachinian was also busy.
He was skillfully making a mask.
A faint herbal scent filled the air, adding warmth and comfort to the cold winter night. To make the whole room warmer, he kept the fire burning brightly. The previous occupant of this small courtyard had clearly thought ahead, designing a full wall between the house and the kitchen. This kept the entire house warm and prevented gas poisoning. The design was brilliant, and he secretly admired it. After finishing everything, he carried the mask back to the door of the room, planning to knock and ask if there was enough hot water. Suddenly, he heard some rustling inside. He hesitated, choosing not to disturb her immediately, and waited patiently. Just as he was about to knock, the door was pushed open slightly. The next moment, a stunning scene appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Inside, under the warm yellow light, a slender, graceful figure was standing with her back to him. Her long, silky black hair fell to her waist, and her skin was white and delicate, like ninja, smooth and flawless. Nothing was covering her. The scene was breathtaking, so beautiful it was almost suffocating. It also caused a normally composed man to lose control completely. His Adam's apple moved up and down, his stomach suddenly tensed, and a rush of heat surged into his nose. Then, suddenly, blood spurted out. Anna, who was tidying up a towel to wipe off the remaining ointment, seemed to notice the commotion. She quickly turned around and saw a tall man standing at the door, covering his nose, looking both embarrassed and awkward. "Why you? What happened?" She quickly wrapped herself in her coat and hurried over to him, looking worried. She asked, "Did you nosebleed? Are you too tired?"
Or,
Before she finished speaking, she noticed that his ears were bright red, like cooked shrimp. "It's nothing." Chinian hurriedly waved his hand, casually wiping his nosebleed with a tissue, then quickly turned away, afraid to look at her again. However, when he caught a glimpse of the woman standing close in front of him, wrapped in her coat, he couldn't help but sneak another look. This glance froze him completely. Because at this close distance, he finally saw, Manhwa's skin was so smooth and delicate, like a newborn baby's. The fierce, scarred face he once knew was gone. In its place was a beautiful, flawless face, like a porcelain doll. This completely overturned his understanding, making him almost doubt if he was dreaming. "Hey, are you stupid?" Seeing him silent for a long time, Manhwa couldn't help but reach out and shake his shoulder. She then took his hand and placed it on her cheek. "How about now? Is it pretty?" Her tone was teasing and playful, but also filled with anticipation and nervousness. After all, this was her first time presenting herself in a completely new way, and this person was one of the most important to her. Chinian stood there blankly, his eyes fixed on Manhwa's face without blinking. His fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, slowly lifting and gently touching her smooth, delicate skin. This feeling was so real that he almost doubted he was dreaming. "Do you like it?" Manhwa squinted and smiled, her tone teasing and playful. Chinian nodded like a puppet, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, but he couldn't say a word. His mind was blank, only the stunning face in front of him remaining. Seeing his dazed expression, Manhwa felt both amused and soft-hearted. She tiptoed and gently pressed a kiss on his lips. Then she stepped back, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Are you back to yourself?" Chinian suddenly snapped out of it, his ears turning bright red. He looked down at Manhwa, his deep eyes full of surprise and disbelief. "Your burn. Has it healed?" His voice was hoarse, but filled with excitement he couldn't hide. Manhwa nodded, smiling brightly. "Yes, thanks to you helping me make the rejuvenation balm." Chinian was momentarily stunned, then remembered he was still brewing medicine. He instinctively turned to walk toward the kitchen. "The glow face cream is still on the stove. I'll go check." Before he finished speaking, he stopped and turned back to look at Manhwa. "But it seems like this glow face cream might be wasted now." "Who says it's wasted?" Manhwa raised an eyebrow, looking confident. "You should keep helping me apply the glow face cream. Until we figure out what Dejio's real goal is, we can't let others know my burn injury has healed." Chinian frowned slightly, quickly understanding her meaning. He spoke in a deep, steady voice. "You're right. The Yin family is like a ticking time bomb. Keeping up the disguise is also for your safety. Seeing how quickly he understood her thoughts, Anua couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. So, this glow face cream can't be wasted at all. Huachinian nodded, but didn't immediately reach for the cream. Instead, he looked at her intently. Wait a moment before applying it. I want to look at you properly. His voice was low and gentle, wrapping around her like the night, making it hard to refuse. Anua felt a bit shy under his gaze. She looked away and mumbled softly. What's so special about looking? I've seen it all before. Despite her words, she didn't stop him from lingering on her face with his eyes. Huachinian stepped closer, gently lifting her chin with his large hand, turning her face toward him. It's different. He spoke with certainty and seriousness. Before, I saw your strength. Now, I see your beauty. When he rescued Anua from the fire, only he knew how worried he was about her injuries. He had seen the girl with shining eyes turn into someone dull and lifeless overnight. But after they accidentally met in the countryside and stayed together, he saw the light return to Anua's eyes, more lively than before, almost like she was a different person altogether. If he had to compare, he liked the current Anua more. Right now, she stood before him perfectly intact, just as she once was. The joy of her being restored made him want to hold her close, as if to merge her into his bones and blood. This thought made Anua feel a flutter in her heart. She looked up at him, her bright eyes flickering with complicated feelings, touch, shyness, and a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Since she became pregnant, they hadn't been close for a long time. Their distance was closing, and the air around them seemed filled with a subtle, warm, and intimate feeling. Huachinian's breathing became heavy. He softly asked, Wife, is that okay? Anua was slightly startled, but quickly understood what he meant. She lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushing with a light pink, but she nodded gently. It's been almost 5 months. It's stable now. Just be gentle. Her voice was soft, like a mosquito's buzz, but enough to make Huachinian's reason collapse completely. Turn off the lights, she added quietly, almost inaudible. No, Huachinian replied in a low, firm voice. He reached out, holding her face gently, his gaze full of love and focus. I want to see you. He wanted to remember this moment forever, never forget it. This made Anua feel shy and wish she could hide somewhere, but inside, she also felt a wave of sweetness and happiness. Being loved and cherished like this was something she had never experienced before. And this man, with his actions and words, kept breaking down her emotional walls, making her fall deeper and deeper. An hour later, the small courtyard returned to peace, with only the cold wind outside making noise. Inside, Anua, exhausted from the night's activities, had fallen into a deep sleep. Huachinian lay on his side on the bed, watching the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. Her delicate face still had a faint blush, making him lean down and kiss her forehead gently. Then, he quietly got up, went to the kitchen, and brought back the cooled face cream. Using a bamboo spatula, he carefully applied it to every inch of her skin. His movements were gentle and focused, as if he was caring for a fragile treasure, not daring to be careless. This was not only about healing her body but also a promise to her heart. No matter what the future held, he would do his best to protect her, so she could always be happy and carefree. He knew that Anua's scars were not only on her body, but also in her heart. He wanted to use his love to slowly heal all her pain. The next morning, as the first sunlight shone through the curtains, the small courtyard outside was already lively. On the path in the military compound, 2 bicycles were riding side by side, with 2 people chatting happily. One of them was Su Xiang, and the other was Ran, who had moved back to her small house after Gu Sheng went on a mission. What a coincidence, Xiang, you're leaving so early too. And Ran said playfully, showing a sweet, harmless smile that looked friendly and kind. However, deep in her eyes, there was a faint trace of disdain and jealousy. This woman only dared to be so arrogant because of her family background. If it weren't for their superficial relationship, she wouldn't bother paying attention. Yes, Today I'm going to rehearse a new program with the art troupe. Su Xiang smiled happily, stepping on the pedal as she spoke excitedly. By the way, Ran, guess who I saw yesterday? Oh? Who? And Ran pretended to be curious, speaking casually but secretly listened carefully. After all, in this circle, knowing more news isn't a bad thing. It might come in handy someday. Younger cousin is back. Su Xiang lowered her voice, sounding surprised but also a bit jealous and resentful. She's really clever. While Captain Ho is back home recovering, your cousin managed to get close to him, using his soldier status to come back as a military wife. When Ran heard Su Xiang's words, her smile froze instantly. She almost lost grip of her bike, and it wobbled as if about to fall. What did you say? And Ran's voice trembled slightly. My cousin is back. She tried to act nonchalant, but her heart was storming with shock. Su Xiang didn't notice Ran's abnormal reaction. She continued talking to herself. Yeah, last night Brother Chinian brought her to my house for dinner. Your cousin is really clever. She went to the countryside but managed to come back thanks to a man. TSK. And Ran's face turned pale and then flushed, her heart churning with turmoil. She felt terrible, clutching her bike handles so tightly that her knuckles turned white, wishing she could crush it. How could Manhwa possibly be back? Wasn't she supposed to have died in the countryside? What's even harder to accept is that she had married Huachinian. Huachinian was the captain. Even if he had lost his memory and become foolish before, he shouldn't have married someone like Manhwa, this useless girl. If Manhwa had returned with Huachinian, that would mean Manhwa had become the captain's wife? This simply couldn't be allowed. And Ran was almost consumed by anger, losing her reason. At that moment, memories from her past flooded over her like a tide, and the humiliation and resentment she once felt surged in her chest. Back then, she had always lived under Manhwa's shadow. They were both children of the Yin family, but because her grandmother was Manhwa's maternal grandmother, she had given all the good resources and opportunities to Manhwa. And she only deserved what was left over for Manhwa to play with. Why did Grandpa and Grandma arrange for Manhwa to join the art troupe? When she wanted to join, Grandpa told her to try and get in on her own merit. Manhwa became the lead singer of the art troupe, shining brightly.
And she?
After graduating high school, she went to work in a textile factory. Grandpa chose Gusheng, such an excellent fiancé, for Manhwa, but he was always picky about her marriage choices, which eventually led her to marry such a man. After marrying Gusheng, he rose quickly in his career, and Manhwa became the envy of many as a proud wife of a leader. And she? She married the son of the factory director, thinking she could finally compete with Manhwa. But what happened? After the reform and opening up, the textile factory closed, and everything she owned turned into a fleeting illusion. Her husband started drinking heavily and gambling. When he drank too much or lost money, he would come home and hit her. Domestic violence was constant, and she lived every day in fear. Life felt unbearable. It wasn't until the crackdown on crime that her husband was arrested, giving her a chance to breathe. But it was too late. She never had the chance to turn her life around. Meanwhile, Manhwa had children and a happy family. Compared to her, her life seemed like a joke. In the end, she chose to end her life to escape everything. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, and she was reborn. The first thing she did after rebirth was plan to lure Manhwa into a storage room and set it on fire. She originally wanted to burn Manhwa to death, but her life was surprisingly resilient. Still, it didn't matter. The hated face she once had was disfigured in the fire. Seeing Manhwa's face after the disfigurement, she was almost overjoyed. Better to live in pain than to die, right? Then let Manhwa experience the suffering she endured in her previous life. Gusheng couldn't handle the and got drunk, taking the opportunity to be with her. The next morning, Gusheng woke up and she cried, accusing him of forcing himself on her. Gusheng was upset, but as a soldier, he knew how much his reputation mattered. So, he resolutely broke off the engagement with Manhwa and married her. But she didn't expect that in this life, She would overhear her father talking with that person and discover her father's secret. It didn't matter. As long as she could drag Anhwa and Grandpa and Grandma into the mud, she didn't mind being more ruthless. So, she confronted her father and told him she was the one who set the fire. At first, her father was surprised, but after she analyzed the pros and cons, he was convinced. Of course, her father was moved. She remembered the high school entrance exam revival 7 or 8 years ago, the reform and opening up in the 1980s, and how the future economy was developing at lightning speed. Anhuo's grandmother's family was wealthy, though she donated her factory to the state. There's a saying, a camel that is thin is still bigger than a horse. After the reform and opening up, Anhuo's grandmother showed off many priceless valuables, including several Western-style houses in Shanghai and countless shops. In the end, all these things were given to Anhuo and Gu Sheng. That old woman was her grandmother, but she didn't leave her any of the valuable possessions. So, in this life, how could she let that old woman and Anhuo have a good life? Under her father's guidance, they discussed with that person, who agreed to their plan. Her father reported her grandfather and grandmother were sent to guard the border, while Anhuo was sent to the countryside. Once these three left, the entire family belonged to them. Everything that once belonged to Anhuo now belonged to her. She even replaced Anhuo in the cultural troupe. Everything was going according to plan, and a bright future was calling her. But why did Anhuo come back at this moment? And marry Huachinian? How could she accept that? And Ran tightly gripped her bicycle handlebar, her knuckles turning white, nails almost digging into her flesh. She muttered softly, "How could this happen?" Grinding her teeth, she said, "Why didn't she die in the countryside? God, are you playing with me?" Su Xiang glanced at and ran, frowning slightly. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" "How could it be? Our family is happy that my cousin came back," and Ran forced a faint smile, trying to hide her disappointment. After all, Captain Hua is a good person. She finally made it. Su Xiang snorted coldly, full of disdain. I think she just relies on her little tricks to climb into Brother Qinian's bed." And Ran felt even more mixed inside. She clenched her teeth and said quietly, Xiang, you can't say that casually. Although my cousin was disfigured, most men wouldn't like someone ugly. But Captain Hua probably isn't superficial. Sigh, come to think of it, my cousin is quite pitiful. But I also feel sorry for Captain Hua. He's such an outstanding person, so why? She deliberately hesitated, as if trying to hide her feelings, seemingly feeling sorry for Qinian. Su Xiang snorted in dissatisfaction. She's pitiful? Just because she's pitiful, she can such a good Brother Qinian? I shouldn't have said that. And Ran sighed, looking helpless and conflicted. But since I see you truly care about Captain Hua, I won't hide it from you. My cousin has been in poor health ever since she was burned in a fire. It is said that her lifespan is uncertain. Su Xiang was stunned and whispered, "There are such things?" "Of course." And Ran nodded and added, young people sent to the countryside to work with farmers have to earn work points for their meals. With her health, what can she do? And I heard some young workers are willing to do anything just to eat. Su Xiang frowned and looked uncertain. Knowing that Su Xiang liked Huachinian, and Ran intentionally or unintentionally tried to provoke her. Moreover, and Ran continued, Captain Hua is so talented. He probably won't stay in his current position forever. But if the people around him are like my cousin, well, you understand what I mean, right? Su Xiang suddenly understood and nodded. You mean, if he marries someone who holds him back, it might affect his future? That's roughly what I mean. And Ran lowered her eyes, looking helpless and regretful. Oh, what a pity for Captain Hua. Su Xiang clenched her fists, a determined look flashing in her eyes. Seeing Su Xiang grinding her teeth and burning with anger, and Ran smirked coldly, but quickly composed herself. Good. She successfully sowed discord. As long as Su Xiang, this fool, rushes ahead, she can sit back and reap the benefits. And Noah was awakened by a loud banging noise. She frowned. What was that noise? It sounded like a house being torn apart. Outside, there was a commotion. bricks clattering, soldiers laughing loudly, all mixed together in her ears. She turned over, accidentally raising her arm, feeling a cool sensation on her skin. Looking down, she saw her arm smeared with black ointment, with a faint herbal smell lingering in her nose. Did Huachinian put on her last night? That guy was quite thoughtful. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Anua's mouth, but her heart felt a sweet warmth. She got out of bed, casually grabbed some long clothes and pants, and put on a mask. Her bright, sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. Walking to the living room, Anua stood by the window and looked outside. The morning light shone on the small yard, where a group of soldiers was busy working like diligent little bees. Some were moving bricks, others mixing cement, and some carried wooden planks back and forth, dust flying everywhere. She even saw Chow Yunfei, rolling up his sleeves and sweating profusely, looking very energetic. Anua felt confused. Why are these people up so early? The noise is so loud. But she hadn't washed up yet. With her messy hair, she didn't want to go out and show off. She could only stand by the window, like a detective, quietly watching what was happening outside. The cotton door curtain was pulled open from outside, and a cool breeze rushed into the house. Anua saw Chinian walking into the living room with a hot water kettle. He wore a simple white shirt and army green pants, with the sleeves rolled up, showing strong arms. His natural upright posture made him look very attractive even when doing ordinary things. "Are you awake?" His deep voice had a bit of morning hoarseness, but was surprisingly gentle. "I boiled some hot water for you, so you can wash up." Anua turned her head to look at him. "What's going on outside? Such a big noise." Chinian put down the kettle, came over to her, and looked in the direction she had just been watching. Then he said calmly, "Yesterday, I asked a friend to help bring bricks and cement. The soldiers in the group are helping to build a bathroom." "Bathroom?" Anua froze, doubting if she heard right. "Yes." Chinian nodded. "Winter is too cold, and you're pregnant. It's hard to walk to the public toilet. Building a bathroom makes things easier. I feel bad, letting you go out in the cold." Anua's eyes widened, her heart trembling a little. She looked up into his eyes. "Anyen, why are you so good to me?" Chinian said calmly, "What else can I do? You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else will I treat well? I won't let you suffer." His words sounded natural, but they made Anua's heart shake. Warmth flooded her, like a hot cup of tea on a winter day, melting away all the cold. She stared at his strong but slightly stubborn face, speechless for a long time. Finally, she suddenly reached out, held his face, and kissed his cheek fiercely. "Captain, you really are." She paused on purpose, then smiled. "You're such an action-taker. I like that." Chinian's ears turned slightly red, but he still pretended to be casual and cleared his throat. "Go wash up quickly. There's breakfast later. I made your favorite egg pancakes." Anua couldn't help but laugh. This man's awkward yet adorable side always made her feel fresh and fun. Meanwhile, in the warm atmosphere of Anua's small yard, the noise caused quite a stir in the entire military family compound. In this military compound, most family members live in crowded apartment buildings at the back. Only high-ranking officers are allowed to live in their own small houses. Anua just moved in and already lives in such a house. Now, Commander He wants to build her a private bathroom? That's unheard of. Especially for those women who have to queue for public toilets every day, enduring the cold wind, their eyes filled with envy. Some even mutter sourly, "TSK, this lady's behavior is so obvious. She moves into her own house and now wants a private bathroom." Exactly. What's the point of building a private bathroom? Does she still think she's a young lady from the city? Look at the times now. No special treatment. Humph. What's there to be proud of? She just relies on her man. Without Commander Hua, she's nothing. Rumors spread wildly in the apartment building, growing like weeds. Everyone seemed to become detectives, analyzing and guessing everything about Anua, eager to dig up her family history. Su Xian was walking home with some groceries she had just bought when she overheard the military wives gossiping about Anua's bathroom. She frowned slightly, but kept walking without stopping. Meanwhile, the entertainment troupe was also in an uproar. A few members sat together, chattering like noisy sparrows, whispering about the latest gossip. Did you hear? Commander who built a bathroom for a woman as dark as coal. Such a big gesture. Really? That's an independent bathroom. Who has such treatment these days? Absolutely. My cousin is in the frontline unit, and he saw soldiers carrying bricks and cement. It was quite a sight. Amazing. Hearing this, Anren's face instantly turned very ugly. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms, jealousy eating away at her sanity like a poisonous snake.
Why?
Why can Anua receive Commander Hua's favor? After marrying Gusheng, she always took care of Gusheng, doing laundry, cooking, serving tea and water, like a housekeeper. Whenever Gusheng was kind to her, she felt happy for a long time. But now she hears that Huachinian dotes on Anua like a princess and even builds her a private bathroom?
Why?
Anren's heart felt like it had been poured out with a mixture of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty feelings. At this moment, a familiar yet sharp voice rang out. Humph, as expected from a troublemaker. She's trying to make Brother Chinian make a mistake. Su Xiang crossed her arms and walked over, her tone full of jealousy and bitterness, like sour grapes that hurt her teeth. Su Xiang's words acted like a spark, causing Anran, who was already nearly driven mad with envy, to lose her composure completely. She sneered and said, Xiang, do you know? My cousin has an even more impressive side. She's not an ordinary person. Su Xiang raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
What more impressive side? Tell me. And Ran pretended to be mysterious and lowered her voice, saying, You must not tell anyone what I'm about to say. My cousin's grandmother, her step-grandmother, was a wealthy lady from Shanghai. Hearing this, Su Xiang was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly brightened. A wealthy lady? No wonder she's so arrogant. I always thought most people wouldn't be so pretentious. But I wonder, why haven't I heard my parents mention this? And Ran nodded. I don't know all the details, but it's true. I heard my mom say so. Otherwise, my grandfather, who is a leader, wouldn't have sent her and my grandfather to such a remote place. A meaningful smile appeared on Su Xiang's face. A wealthy lady. Interesting. Meanwhile, the construction in the small courtyard was still ongoing. The soldiers worked with great enthusiasm and quickly assembled the bathroom frame. Huachinian joined everyone, occasionally giving instructions. Though he spoke little, every word was firm and convincing. The military wives nearby secretly watched, full of envy and jealousy, like a pack of hungry wolves eager to tear Anua apart. Inside the house, Anua held a cup of hot tea, standing by the window, watching the busy scene outside. She sighed softly. It seems trouble won't be less in the future. Others also stopped their work and called out in unison, their voices loud and deafening. Anua was momentarily stunned, surrounded by so many little soldiers calling her sister-in-law, and she felt a bit overwhelmed. Her normally cold face was now slightly flushed, though it was well covered by makeup. Hello, she said softly with a nod, her voice gentle and barely noticeable. Thank you all for your hard work. No trouble at all. The little soldiers replied in unison. The soldiers admired her strength, felt sympathy for her situation, and were touched by Qinyan's deep affection for her. This greeting of sister-in-law was not just a title for Qinyan's wife, but also a sign of respect and recognition for Anua. A warm feeling rose in Anua's heart. She silently turned and walked into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw Yin Huang and Tang Tang obediently lying by the door, their big round eyes fixed on her. These two little creatures were usually not so well-behaved, especially Yin Huang, who often bullied Tang Tang because of his size. Why are you two so well-behaved today? Anua bent down and gently scratched Yin Huang's chin with her fingertips. Yin Huang closed his eyes comfortably and let out a satisfied hum. Tang Tang was not willing to be outdone. He snuggled up to Anua's feet, rubbing his fluffy little head against her leg, looking cute and eager for praise. You're quite sensible, Anua said with a smile, though she was a bit puzzled. Why did these two suddenly behave so differently today? She didn't know that Chinian was worried they might run out and cause trouble, so he kept them in the kitchen. Her gaze fell on a pile of sweet potatoes in the corner of the kitchen. These sweet potatoes were sent by Master Su Guohua, each full and fresh with a hint of soil. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind, making sweet potato pancakes. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves, selected a few medium-sized sweet potatoes from the pile, washed and peeled them, then cut them into small pieces and steamed them in a pot. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sweet, fragrant aroma of sweet potatoes. Yin Huang and Tang Tang couldn't sit still anymore, circling around Anua's feet, occasionally looking up at the pot with eager eyes. Both of you little gluttons, this isn't for you, Anua gently tapped their heads and said with a smile. The steamed sweet potatoes were mashed into smooth paste, mixed with flour and sugar, then kneaded into small round pancakes. Finally, she placed the pancakes in a frying pan and slowly cooked them over low heat until both sides were golden brown. The entire yard was filled with a tempting aroma. Outside, the soldiers occasionally looked toward the kitchen, seeming very eager. When the first batch of sweet potato pancakes was ready, the construction was almost finished. A small, standalone bathroom was taking shape. Although the cement hadn't fully dried, Anna was already very happy with it. A few young soldiers were standing by the faucet, rinsing their heads and washing their hands with cold water. In the cold wind, they shivered but still insisted on washing with cold water, which made Anna frown. "Comrades, wait a moment. I have hot water inside," she called out quickly. "No need, sister-in-law. We're used to it." One young soldier waved his hand casually. "Washing with cold water makes us feel more alert." Even so, their red and purple hands showed how cold they were. Seeing this, Anna couldn't insist further. She had to go back inside and bring out the freshly made sweet potato pancakes, offering them to the soldiers. "You should try this. It's just made and still warm." The soldiers kept refusing. "Sister-in-law, that's not possible. We can't take your food." As they hesitated, a brave young soldier secretly swallowed his saliva. His companion patted his shoulder and whispered, "Maybe we should try?" Finally, it was Qian Nian who spoke up. "Stop hesitating.
Eat it."
It's from sister-in-law's heart." Hearing this, the soldiers finally dared to eat. They carefully took a bite from the pancakes in the basin, and their eyes lit up immediately.
"Wow.
It smells so good. Sister-in-law, this is delicious. Who knew sweet potatoes could be made like this? Your taste buds are really picky." Qian Nian joked with a smile, but his eyes showed affection. He looked at Anna, who was smiling nearby, with a gaze as gentle as water. After eating the sweet potato pancakes, the soldiers went back to their busy work. A morning passed, and a small, standalone bathroom was built. Although it couldn't be used yet, everyone was already looking forward to it. By noon, the soldiers carried their tools away. Qian Nian stopped Chow Yunfei, saying, "Yunfei, stay for lunch.
I want to talk to you about some work."
Chow Yunfei hesitated but nodded. "All right, I won't decline." Qian Nian and Chow Yunfei went into the study to discuss work, while Anna started preparing lunch. In winter, the only vegetables at home were cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, but there was plenty of meat, cured meat, sausages, and more than 20 eggs, making the winter feel much richer. Despite having limited ingredients, with her rich experience and clever combinations, she quickly prepared several dishes like mashed potatoes, fried cured meat, and stewed cabbage. Each dish was full of color, aroma, and flavor, making everyone eager to taste. Chow Yunfei smelled the delicious aroma and peeked out from the study, saying, "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. I eat at the cafeteria every day and almost lose my sense of taste." His words made Anua giggle happily. "Then don't go to the cafeteria in the future. I'll cook for you." Huachinian heard this and immediately glared coldly at Chow Yunfei. He reached out and put his arm around Anua's shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. "Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Chow Yunfei laughed loudly. All right, I wouldn't dare compete with the squad leader for sister-in-law. But squad leader, your role as a wife-loving man is getting more and more solid. After lunch, Chow Yunfei didn't rush to leave. He helped Huachinian clear the dishes, then sat in the living room, casually chatting with Anhwa. As the conversation went on, his expression gradually became serious, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to speak. Anhwa noticed this and clarified, just say what you want to say. No need to hide. Huachinian sat next to Anhwa, placing his big hand over her small one and squeezing it firmly to show support. He looked at Chow Yunfei and nodded, go ahead. Chow Yunfei hesitated for a moment before saying, recently, the military district has been investigating and construction, the director of the Jing City Machinery Factory. There are reports suggesting he might be connected to a spy organization, but we lack direct evidence. The military district is investigating and construction? Anhwa looked up, a hint of doubt flashing across her eyes. Her tone as cold as winter frost, biting and sharp. Yes, Chow Yunfei nodded, his face serious. His voice was low, as if he was revealing a very dangerous matter. From what we know, this organization is very secretive and ruthless. They have been searching for certain special items, and construction seems to have some kind of deal with them. Anhwa squinted, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table, the sound crisp and clear in the quiet room. She replayed in her mind the near-death chase, the mysterious figures that appeared, and construction's inexplicable hostility towards her. If all this is related to a spy organization, then everything makes sense. Is it him? She sneered, a slight smile curling at her lips, full of disdain. With his limited ability, he can be connected to a spy organization? He's not worthy. Chow Yunfei looked serious, but her tone made him slightly smile and purse his lips. He nodded in agreement. My sister-in-law is right. So we suspect he is just the person truly controlling everything might be someone else entirely. Next to them, Huachinian frowned, his voice cold and slightly commanding. Have you found any concrete clues? Chow Yunfei shook his head, his brow furrowed deeply. Not yet, but we have found some hints. So, what do you need me to do? Anhwa suddenly spoke, her tone calm, but with firm certainty. Her eyes were sharp like a blade, not allowing anyone to underestimate her resolve. Chow Yunfei hesitated for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully, then spoke plainly. Sister-in-law, we hope you can help by providing some clues. If you have any information about Jian or the spy organization, please tell us. This is not just for the military district, but also for your safety. My position is simple, Anhwa said slowly, her voice cold but firm. I won't tolerate anyone helping spy organizations, no matter who they are. Even if that person is my own family. Huachinian looked at her with a hint of pride. He gently held her hand on the table and squeezed it to show his support. Good. With what sister-in-law just said, I feel relieved. Chow Yunfei exhaled in relief, clearly satisfied with her answer. Then he took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Anhwa. But this matter might be more complicated than we thought. Anhwa took the paper, unfolded it quickly, and glanced at it. It was densely written with small characters, mostly about the so-called spy organization. There were only a few lines about a painting and a person named Chow Rong. What is this? She asked, looking away from the paper and up at Chow Yunfei. Reliable sources say that this spy organization is looking for a painting, which is currently in the hands of a wealthy man in Shanghai named Chow Rong. Chow Yunfei paused, speaking more seriously. Shanghai's wealthy man? Anhwa raised her eyebrows, placing the paper back on the table with a confused look. I don't know this person. Chow Yunfei's lips twitched, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. You really have a sense of humor, sister-in-law. This Chow Rong is actually your maternal grandfather, the father of your maternal grandmother, Chow Shui. The air suddenly froze. Huachinian's expression also turned serious, and Anhwa was stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. My grandfather? She repeated the words, her voice filled with disbelief.
Gao Junfi not dead.
According to our information, Mr. Chao Rong once collected many precious artifacts, including that painting. Now, that painting is one of the important targets that the spy organization wants to get. Before he finished, Anua froze in place. Many fragmented memories suddenly flooded her mind, like a fog that was hard to see through. Her parents sacrificed themselves. Her grandfather was reported. She almost lost her life. All these events seemed connected. If the information is true, that painting might be the key behind everything. No wonder, she muttered. No wonder they went to such lengths to get rid of me and my grandparents. Huachinian pulled her into his arms and said in a deep, steady voice, "Don't be afraid. I am here. We will find out the truth." But at this moment, Anua didn't have time to feel his warmth and protection. The only question in her mind was, what exactly is that painting? Why did it cause such a big fuss? Suddenly, Chow Yunfei asked sister-in-law, "Do you remember anything about that painting?" No, Anua shook her head. Her fists clenched tightly, turning her knuckles white. After the fire, I developed post-traumatic stress disorder. I hardly remember anything before the fire. Seeing this, Huachinian gently held her tighter, his voice soft but firm. "It's okay. Forgetting is fine. We can take our time to investigate. We will find clues." Old memories are fragmented. Anua leaned on Huachinian's shoulder, her voice tired. If Nyen hadn't returned to the army, I would also use my youth visit to Beijing to find those lost memories. Hearing this, Chow Yunfei's expression was complicated. After a moment of silence, he said, "Sister-in-law, you've been through so much and still maintain this state. I really admire you. Life must go on. Besides, I have a Nyen and children now. Dwelling in past pain will only hurt loved ones and make enemies happy." Anua took a deep breath and pushed down her turbulent emotions. Her voice was calm and steady, but her fingertips clenched her clothes tightly. Huachinian held her small hand and said softly, "Don't worry. Everything is under my protection." Anna held Anua's hand firmly and said with more determination, "You keep watching Njian's family, and I will do my best to recover my memories and find out everything." "Okay." Chow Yunfei nodded strongly, then looked at Huachinian and added, "Captain, this is very important. Please pay extra attention. If you need help, just contact me anytime." Huachinian smiled coldly, his sharp eyes like a hawk, showing a hint of threat. "Don't worry, my wife. I will protect her. If they dare to make a move, I will make sure they regret it." The conversation between the three paused for a moment. But everyone knew this was just a brief calm before the storm. The real big event was still far away. Huachinian got up, took the kettle from the stove, and poured hot water into Chow Yunfei's enamel cup. Anua's fingers lightly tapped the table, making a tudud sound. After a while, she looked up at Chow Yunfei and Huachinian sitting opposite her, and asked, "What exactly does this painting look like that you're looking for?" Her voice was clear and curious. Chow Yunfei scratched his head and looked a bit embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, honestly, we're not quite sure." Anua was surprised.
What?
"You don't know what it looks like? How can you find it?" Chow Yunfei paused and continued, "We don't have clear information about what this painting looks like right now. But one thing is certain, this painting is very important to the other side." "Very important?" Anua raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully. Could it be a treasure map? She was joking, teasing a little. But Chow Yunfei and Huachinian looked at each other at the same time, their expressions serious and cautious. "No way." Anua's smile faded, replaced by surprise and doubt. "I was just joking. Could I really be right?" Huachinian's deep voice sounded serious. When the Nationalist Party hurriedly retreated, they didn't have time to take many things. They probably hid some important items somewhere and waited for the right moment to move them. If that's true, this painting could very well be a treasure map. A treasure map? Anua was stunned, then sneered. "So, these people went to great lengths, even using spies just to find this painting? Regarding this so-called treasure?" "Brother-in-law, this isn't just about a treasure," Chow Yunfei said seriously. "If this painting is truly a treasure map, then what it involves could be related to national security." Anua was silent for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking. But how did this painting end up with my grandfather? She asked with doubt. Huachinian explained, based on what we know, this painting was sold to your grandfather through a series of transactions. The last record from the other side shows it was sold to Chao Rong, a wealthy man in Shanghai, who is your grandfather. Anua lowered her head, murmuring thoughtfully, after my grandfather passed away, this painting naturally was inherited by my grandmother. No wonder they came looking for in Jianxi's family. Huachinian nodded. Exactly. They have already started to follow this lead, and Jianxi is just as they used to get close to your grandmother. A tense and heavy atmosphere filled the room, like the calm before a storm. Anua took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. She looked up at Chao Yunfei. Since this painting is so important, do you have any plans? Chao Yunfei hesitated for a moment. For now, we can only start with an external investigation. If you can remember any details about this painting, it would be a big help for us. I will try to recall, Anua nodded, but she knew deep down that recovering those memories buried in the fire wouldn't be easy. She closed her eyes, trying to search the depths of her memory, hoping to find a clue about the painting. Time passed slowly, and the room was silent except for Anua's gentle breathing. Huachinian and Chao Yunfei said nothing, waiting quietly. Suddenly, Anua opened her eyes. A flash of light appeared in her eyes, but quickly faded. I can't remember, she said sadly. But back then, my grandmother's family sold many things to support the resistance, and later they gave the factory and other valuable items to the country. Is it possible that the painting is already in the country's hands? Chao Yunfei shook his head. No. We thought of that too, and checked. The painting isn't there. So, it must still be in your grandmother's possession. Anua and Huachinian exchanged a glance and looked at Chao Yunfei. In the study of that house in the military district compound, my grandfather hung a few paintings on the wall. As for other collections, Huachinian and Chao Yunfei understood that Anua hadn't finished speaking. Since the movement, who dares hide valuable things? Aren't they afraid of being taken out and paraded around? Even if they did hide something, who would dare to bring it out now? Perhaps Grandma really hid some good items, but where she hid them and how she would tell Anua remains a mystery. So, if she really wants to find the painting quickly, she needs Grandma to come back and look for it herself. But, can we report to the organization and ask Grandma and Grandpa to come back and help with the investigation? Anua clasped her hands nervously and looked at Huachinian and Chao Yunfei. Sorry, sister-in-law. I don't think that's possible. Chao Yunfei shook his head regretfully. If they come back now, it might just cause trouble. This needs to be done secretly. Then I can go visit them under the pretense of seeing my grandparents? Anua's voice raised unconsciously. The elderly are so old, and they have to go to that cold place. She's really worried they can't handle it. If she doesn't see them with her own eyes, she can't rest easy. Since she has taken over this body, the original family members are her family too. Huachinian gently rubbed Anua's head and softly said, I know you're worried about Grandma and Grandpa, but we can't rush now. He paused and continued, I can report to the higher-ups. If they agree, I'll go with you to see them, okay? Anua nodded and forced a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing Anua look tired, Huachinian embraced her shoulders and took her back to the bedroom. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Don't think too much. Rest well. Leave these things to me. His voice was deep and gentle, like a warm current flowing into Anua's heart. Anua leaned into his embrace, silent, just giving a gentle nod. She knew Huachinian didn't want her to worry, so he took everything upon himself. This man always silently protected her, shielding her from wind and rain. Anua closed her eyes, feeling Huachinian's body temperature and heartbeat, filled with a sense of safety and happiness. After she fell asleep, Huachinian quietly got up, changed into his military uniform, and left the house with Chao Yunfei. He gently closed the door without making a sound, afraid of waking the sleeping Anua. Anna frowned slightly and slowly opened her eyes. The room was very quiet, with only a few cheerful bird songs coming from outside the window. She instinctively reached out to touch the spot beside her but found nothing, Her bedding was already cold. Startled, Anna sat up quickly, rubbed her slightly messy hair, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She must have gone to the army with Commander Chow Yunfei, she murmured to herself, with a confident tone. After all, he was a soldier carrying important responsibilities. He always handled military and family matters carefully and personally, never neglecting anything. Men always have their own things to do, she thought, and she couldn't always cling to him like a child. Moreover, this was no longer the countryside but the military district, where everyone had their own role and duty. She sighed softly, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed, putting on her clothes one by one. After dressing neatly, she stood in front of the mirror and carefully tidied her hair. The woman in the mirror had deep features, especially her bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak. Once ready, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. A gentle breeze with a cool touch brushed her face, refreshing her spirit. The yard was silent and peaceful, with only Silver Emperor and Tang Tang lazily sunbathing in a corner, their tails sweeping the ground occasionally. Anna was about to go to the bathroom when she heard a burst of noisy laughter from afar, like a group of sparrows chattering. She looked toward the sound and saw a group of military wives sitting around under the big locust tree, chatting and eating sunflower seeds, their words flying fast and lively. Anna didn't avoid them intentionally, but walked straight toward the bathroom. However, as she passed the big locust tree, the voices of the military wives suddenly lowered, as if afraid someone might hear, but she could still hear clearly. "Do you think Anna is so lucky? Marrying Commander Hua, and even getting her own private bathroom." "She's really lucky," said a sharp voice, full of envy, like she had eaten a jar of old vinegar. "Exactly. Our men haven't even built a bathroom, but she has gone all out for hers." "These days, comparing people really makes you jealous," another voice chimed in, full of envy and resentment. "Oh, do you think Commander Hua is under some spell?" Anna's face. TSK, I don't know how he can stand it. "I think, honestly, my spouse is better looking." "Sure, he's not handsome, but at least he looks decent." Someone sarcastically said this, causing a burst of laughter. Anua paused, raising an eyebrow. She heard everything clearly, as they didn't bother to hide their words. But she didn't get angry right away. Instead, she smirked coldly, thinking, "Jealous that my man treats me well? Well, you'll just have to endure it. It's not your good fortune anyway." She kept walking forward, but their words kept ringing in her ears like buzzing flies. "Humph, what's there to be proud of?" A young, pretty military wife snorted. "She's ugly and doesn't behave properly, always acting like a rich girl." "Pfft, just like Su Xian." "Exactly," said another, with a pale face and a mean smile. "Su Xian's man is only a captain because of her background. She should be divorced so she won't keep causing trouble. One Su Xian isn't enough, now another ugly one shows up. TSK, right? Look at her all covered in black, like a donkey dung ball." Everyone burst into laughter, and their mean eyes flicked over Anua. They weren't even trying to lower their voices, clearly not afraid she'd hear. Anua's curiosity was piqued when she heard the name Su Xian. Who is this Su Xian? A figure slowly appeared in her mind. Could it be her? After finishing her tasks, she turned around to head back home. Just as she reached the door, she encountered two unexpected faces, Lu Fong and Ran. Lu Fong wore a light gray cotton coat, holding a cloth bag, with a smile that looked fake enough to squeeze water out. And Ran was dressed in a military uniform, looking more fashionable than before, like a female soldier from an art troupe. Her eyes kept darting around, full of false friendliness, when she looked at Anua. "Oh, my little niece. It's been years, but you're getting more and more beautiful." Lu Fong was the first to speak, holding Anua's hand warmly, acting like a caring elder she hadn't seen in years. Anua smirked inwardly, but kept her expression calm, pulling her hand back. "Auntie, why are you here?" she asked. "What else?" "Of course, to see you." Lu Fong smiled even brighter. "Look, it's been so long. I've been thinking about you all this time." Yes. Anren quickly agreed. Cousin, you said you're back in the city. Why don't you come visit us at home? Seeing the fake friendliness between them, Anua's eyes grew cold, but she still kept the light smile. Well, that family left me with bad memories, almost a lifelong pain. Don't you agree, sister? Anren's intentions were clear to Anua. Years ago, Anua was burned and disfigured after being locked in the storage room of the small building. That place was almost her nightmare. Knowing how afraid Anua was of the small building, Anren still said such things, just to provoke her into losing control. But Anren never expected that Anua's true feelings had already changed. Lu Fong pretended to be angry and patted Anren. Oh, you child, what are you saying? You don't know that Nan Nan still has shadows in her heart. Nan Nan, your cousin didn't mean it. It's been so long. You should have moved on already. That's right. Anua shrugged indifferently.
I've moved on.
After all, I married a good husband. Cousin, I saw Gu Sheng in the countryside. But seeing him like that, you guys are doing pretty well, right? It's just like stabbing right in the heart. As if anyone couldn't do it. Hearing Anua mention Gu Sheng, Anren's face immediately darkened. You saw Gu Sheng? Didn't he go to help with earthquake relief? Their team was stationed right where I went to the countryside. Seeing Anren upset, Anua felt strangely happy, her smile more genuine. Ran, don't overthink. Gu Sheng was just working. Lu Fong's smile almost couldn't hold. This girl, after going to the countryside, suddenly became sharp-tongued. Feeling tired after standing for a while, Anua leaned on her waist, squinted, and asked lightly, Annie, is there something you came for this time? Lu Fong paused briefly but quickly returned to normal. Nothing special, just came to see you and bring some things. She handed a cloth bag to Anua. I heard you're pregnant, so I bought some nutritious supplements. You look too thin, probably, because you can't get good food in the countryside. When I heard you were back, your uncle asked me to send some to help you. Supplements? Anua raised an eyebrow, teasing in her tone. Your uncle is really thoughtful. We're all family, after all. And Rand smiled sweetly, but her eyes sparkled with a strange light that made people feel very uncomfortable. Maybe Annie and cousin can come in and sit? And Nua opened the small courtyard door and stepped aside. When the courtyard door opened, Yin Huang suddenly sniffed the unfamiliar scent. It stood up quickly and barked loudly at the door. Its fierce look scared Lu Fong and Ran, whose faces turned pale instantly. What's wrong with this dog? Lu Fong hurriedly took a step back, looking terrified at Yin Huang rushing toward her. Yin Huang growled low, its sharp eyes fixed tightly on Ran, as if it was about to pounce and bite at any moment. Yin Huang, and Nua softly called, bringing the dog back to her side. Then she looked up at Lu Fong and Ran. Sorry, my dog is not used to strangers. And Nua smiled slightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She stood at the gate of the yard, arms crossed, looking at Lu Fong and Ran with a half-smile. Yin Huang stood beside her, for standing on end, teeth pouting, looking fierce as if it might attack at any moment. Lu Fong's smile completely disappeared. She took a step back, pulling Ran along, and forced a smile. Nan, this dog. Haha, it's just a little shy around strangers. Yes, Auntie, and Nua said calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. Yin Huang never likes strangers to get close. Lu Fong caught the implied meaning in her words. Her face stiffened, but she still tried to maintain a fake smile. Oh, then we won't bother you. Here's some stuff for you. Remember to eat it, don't waste it. After saying that, she quickly shoved a cloth bag into Nua's hand. Without waiting for her to respond, she turned and hurriedly pulled and ran away. And Ran was a bit unwilling, glancing back at Nua now and then. Yin Huang kept watching their backs until they disappeared at the end of the alley. Then it slowly turned around, tail flicking proudly. Well done. And Nua squatted down, petting Yin Huang's head, then took out 2 pieces of dried meat from her pocket and handed them to the dogs. This is for you. Tang Tang wagged her tail happily, biting the meat and eating it eagerly. Yin Huang lifted its head proudly, not even glancing at the meat, as if to say, this small treat isn't worth my effort. All right, You're impressive, and Nua chuckled, tossing the meat in front of Yin Huang. Stop pretending. Just eat it. The Silver Emperor then lowered his head, gently biting the dried meat with his teeth, chewing while glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. His expression was quite proud and spoiled. Anua couldn't help but laugh softly. She rubbed his head, then stood up and went back to her room, casually tossing the cloth bag left by Lu Fong onto the table. She didn't bother to open it or see what was inside, as she didn't dare to eat anything sent by them casually. Meanwhile, Lu Fong and Anren were walking home, both looking unhappy.
Mom.
Anren whispered in complaint. That brat did it on purpose. She deliberately scared me with that dog.
Sure.
Lu Fong quickly looked around and whispered, Don't be so loud. If someone hears, it won't be good. Why should I be afraid? Anren snapped angrily. She's just a rural educated youth. What right does she have to boss us around? And she dares to act so arrogantly. Enough, stop talking so much. Lu Fong lowered her voice to scold her. Now's not the time to argue with her. First, coax her and find out where the old lady hides things. Once we get the stuff, I want to see how long she can keep acting tough. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Then, let her go to the underground to be with her short-lived parents. When Anren heard this, her eyes lit up and her frustration eased a bit. Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure she hands over those things obediently. Time quickly reached mealtime, but Huachinian still hadn't returned. The yard was silent, only the sound of the cold wind blowing loudly. Anua sat in front of the stove, gently touching her swollen belly, and sighed. It looks like your dad is too busy today to eat with us. Anua suddenly felt a bit nostalgic for her days in the countryside. It was nice to go up the mountain hunting, gather herbs, then exchange things at the black market for some money. Life was comfortable and fulfilling. Unlike in this military residence, where everything was inconvenient. Such boring days made her think she should find some entertainment for herself, or else she'd start to rot away. In the end, she cooked a bowl of egg noodles herself, carefully placing 2 small boiled eggs on top of the noodles, making it look quite delicate. There weren't many entertainment options in winter, so after eating, she tidied up the kitchen briefly, then washed up and went back to her room. Anua felt a bit full and was wandering around the living room, holding her belly. She looked at the empty walls of the living room and thought about the paintings hanging in her grandfather's study. She chuckled mischievously. There are quite a few good things in the small building. In a few years, there will be reforms and opening up, and those things will be worth a lot of money. She doesn't want her grandparents' belongings to be taken by ungrateful people. She plans to find a way to get the items from her eldest uncle before the market opens up, and also look for that painting Chow Yunfei and his friends wanted. Once she makes this decision, she will wait for Huachinian to come back and approve it. Anua finally relaxed and went back to her bedroom. She quickly took off her clothes and put on a warm outfit, leaning against the bed. On the bedside table was a political book. Anua casually opened it and started to memorize the key points carefully. As night deepened, familiar footsteps sounded outside the door. Huachinian pushed the door open. Seeing the light still on, he frowned slightly and said with some concern, Why aren't you asleep yet? Waiting for you. Anua looked up, put the book back on the bedside table, and looked at him with warmth in her eyes, but also with a hint of playful complaint. Why are you so late coming back? Huachinian felt guilty and scratched his head. Something urgent came up today. I'll come back early next time to keep you company. He stood still, quietly watching her with gentle, deep affection, but also with some hesitation, as if wanting to get closer but afraid of disturbing her. Why are you just standing there? Anua raised an eyebrow and stretched out her hand to him. Come on, hurry up and give me a hug. I'm feeling cold. Huachinian smiled at Anua, then turned to wash up. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. After washing up, he changed into clean clothes, got into bed, and carefully pressed his cold body close to Anua. He gently wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her shoulder and rubbing it, asking, Are you cold? Not cold. Anua shook her head and curled into his arms. But did you wash with cold water again? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Huachinian chuckled softly and hugged her tighter. I'm very warm. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. His large hand covered her small one, passing his body heat to her. That warmth made her feel safe and secure. After a moment of cuddling, Huachinian remembered the cloth bag on the living room table. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who sent the stuff on the table?"
Who else could it be?
Anua pouted and said, "My eldest aunt and cousin, of course." Huachinian frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "What are they here for? Did they bother you?" In broad daylight, they wouldn't dare, Anua said with a bit of sarcasm. "Don't worry, I didn't let them come inside." Huachinian nodded, then asked, "And these things?" "I wouldn't dare eat them," and Nua sneered. "Who knows if they're poisoned?" Huachinian's face instantly darkened, and his tone became serious. "From now on, just throw these things away. Don't keep them at home." "Okay, I understand," and Nua nodded, then changed the subject. "I'm planning to visit my grandfather's house sometime." Huachinian gently stroked her long hair without asking why, and softly said, "Good, I'll listen to you. But if you need help, just tell me." His voice was deep and gentle, making people feel strangely safe. And Nua squinted, suddenly reaching out to hold his face and examining him closely. "Hey, how come you've been back only a few days, and you're already so dark?"
She teased.
"Look at your face. It's almost as dark as a pot's bottom. If you don't take good care of yourself, you'll really look old. Don't forget, you're 10 years older than me. Back in the day, you were a star in the military district, the Prince Charming many young girls dreamed of. Now look at you, almost an old man." TSK, TSK, TSK. Huachinian was surprised. He didn't expect Nua to suddenly bring this up. Then, he showed a helpless yet loving smile, holding her hand and softly asking, "What? If I'm not handsome anymore, you don't love me?" And Nua raised an eyebrow, acting playful. "That's hard to say. I'm young and beautiful, and lots of young guys like me. If you don't take good care of yourself, I might just run off with someone else." Huachinian's eyes flashed with mischief. He suddenly pulled Nua into his arms, leaned his head close to her face, almost touching her nose. "Then look now, am I handsome or not?" And Nua was caught off guard by a sudden move, her heart skipping a beat. But who was she? And Nua? She wouldn't be scared by such a small stunt. She smiled slightly, hugging Huachinian's neck, gently kissing the corner of his mouth, and said affectionately, "Handsome. My brother, Ah Nyen, is the most handsome. I love my brother, Ah Nyen, the most in this life." Huachinian's heart trembled fiercely. Hearing her call him brother Ah Nyen made his heart flutter, and his whole body seemed to boil with excitement. His eyes turned fiery, as if he wanted to swallow Nua whole. He spoke in a husky voice, "Wife, say it again." Anua blinked deliberately, stretching out her tone, "Anyen gugu." Her voice was soft, sweet, and sticky, like melted honey, warming Huachinian's heart. Before she finished speaking, Huachinian turned over and leaned down, pressing her into his arms, not allowing her any escape. His voice was husky, "Call me that again." Seeing his serious face, Anua couldn't help but laugh. "Anyen gugu? Anyen gugu? Are you done now?" Huachinian responded by lowering his head and sealing her lips with a deep, possessive kiss. His kiss was forceful yet tender, full of desire, making it impossible to resist. Anua felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning and she was in a daze, just letting him do as he pleased. That night, Anua was forced to call him Anyen gugu all evening until her throat was hoarse and she finally felt free. She realized that men, no matter how old they are, have a child inside who needs to be comforted and loved. Especially men like Huachinian, who usually act serious. Once they open up, it's almost impossible to handle them. The next noon, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a golden glow in the room. Anua finally woke up. She supported her sore waist as she sat up in bed, feeling as if a truck had run over her, hurting badly. She rubbed her waist and muttered, "Old men shouldn't be spoiled, and definitely shouldn't be called old, or they'll prove they're still strong and wear me out until I'm almost broken." Then she looked down at her slightly rounded belly, gently touching it, and softly said, "Baby, your dad was too much last night, wasn't he? When you're born, you have to teach him a lesson. Let him know that old men should act their age, and stop messing around all the time." The babies inside didn't respond, but Anua felt as if she could sense their protests rolling inside her belly. She couldn't help but laugh. These little ones, even before they're born, already stand with her against him. Looks like the house will be lively in the future. In the afternoon, Hao Chinian finally returned home. When he pushed open the door, he saw Anua sitting in the living room, drinking tea and flipping through a thick book. Sunlight shone on her, enveloping her in a soft glow, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. "You're back." Anua heard the noise, looked up at him, and smiled gently. Huichi nodded softly. After hanging his military coat on the coat rack by the door, he sat down beside her. He reached out and gently tousled her hair. "Why didn't you go out today?" "Too lazy to move," Anua replied with a smile, then put down her book and asked, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you something." Huichi raised his eyebrows slightly. "What is it?" "Who is Su Xian?" Anua asked directly. She remembered the name. She had overheard the military wives discussing it when she was in the public restroom earlier. She was curious then, but never had the chance to ask. Now, she took this opportunity to satisfy her curiosity. Huichi paused briefly, then looked as if he suddenly understood. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke slowly and in a low voice. "Su Xian is the wife of Battalion Commander Jiang Pingyu." "Oh?" Anua became interested. Since she's also a military wife, why does it seem like others are quite hostile towards Su Xian? "Tell me more." Huichi shook his head helplessly but patiently explained. Su Xian comes from a poor background. Her grandfather didn't see the situation clearly back then and refused to give up the textile factory. This led to a bad conflict with the government. During the political movements, their family was heavily criticized. Because of this, Su Xian was labeled as a rich girl. Hearing this, Anua frowned. "And Jiang Pingyu? What is his relationship with Su Xian?" Jiang Pingyu and Su Xian were middle school classmates, which he continued. He had a secret crush on Su Xian. After her family's troubles, he went to propose to her. Her family, wanting to protect her, forced her to agree to marry Jiang Pingyu.
So,
Jiang Pingyu took advantage of the situation to marry the woman he loved? Anua asked with a raised eyebrow. Huichi nodded softly. You could say that. But because of this, he lost many chances for promotion. Huichi gently held her hand and looked at her with deep love and firmness. But I am even more happy that I married the woman I love, and my woman loves me too. I will always cherish this luck. Anua couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She reached out and pinched his cheek, teasing, So, we are so lucky. We must take good care of ourselves, especially you. Don't go out and flirt around, or else I might not want you anymore. Huichi chuckled softly and pulled her into a tight hug. He whispered, Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to leave me. Whether in the past or future, you are my only one. He knew that the luckiest thing in his life was meeting Anua. This woman made his life complete and brought him happiness and joy he had never felt before. He would love and protect her for his whole life, making her the happiest woman in the world. Early morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten with a faint dawn, Huichi Nian opened his eyes. He quietly got out of bed, moving as softly as a cat, afraid of waking Anua beside him. As the months went by, Anua slept very restlessly at night. She could only sleep more soundly close to dawn. So, Yen didn't want to wake her, and hoped she could sleep a little longer. He casually grabbed a sweater from the bedside and put it on, then carefully tucked the blanket around Manhwa, worried she might catch a cold. She was his precious one, and he couldn't be careless. As he bent down to put on his shoes, the person on the bed suddenly turned over and, still drowsy, opened her eyes. "Why are you up so early?" Anua's voice was lazy and soft, with a sleepy sweetness that melted hearts. Yen paused for a moment, then smiled, kicked off his shoes, and lay back down, pulling her into his arms. "Nothing, I'm going for morning exercise," he said, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Sleep a little more. I'll bring you breakfast when I come back." Anua snuggled into his embrace like a lazy kitten. By the way, I just remembered something." "What is it?" Yen looked down at her with a loving expression. "Sister Xiaofeng had visited our home before. Now that the house is almost tidied up, isn't it time to invite some good friends and fellow soldiers' wives over for a meal? It would be lively." Anna said this while yawning, clearly not fully awake yet. Hui nodded gently. "You're right, I should invite them. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Hearing this, Anna smiled happily and snuggled into his arms. "Then I won't interfere. It's all up to you." "Don't worry," Hui responded softly, kissing her on the lips again before reluctantly getting up to leave. "Oh, he's such a teasing little devil," Hui thought to himself, but couldn't help smiling. What could he do? He just couldn't resist her charm. When Anna woke up again, it was already late morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and cozy, making her feel very comfortable. She stretched lazily and got out of bed to wash up. As she reached the kitchen, she saw 2 lunchboxes on the stove shelf. Her heart warmed, knowing they must be from Hui. She opened one and saw plain porridge inside, and the other had 2 large buns. The porridge was still steaming, and the buns looked soft and fresh, as if they had just been bought. Anna smiled happily. This was Hui's loving breakfast from the cafeteria. She picked up the lunchboxes and sat down at the table, eating while muttering, "This man is so thoughtful, it's hard to find fault." The porridge was fragrant and smooth, the buns thin-skinned with lots of filling. Each bite made her feel so satisfied, she wanted to tiptoe. In these times, being able to enjoy such a hot breakfast was truly a blessing. After finishing her meal, she washed the lunchboxes and tidied up the house a bit. Then she laid a mat on the floor and started doing yoga. Even though she was pregnant, she didn't want to become a lazy, unkempt woman. Especially thinking about Hui's excellence, she felt it was necessary to stay in good shape and not give those little troublemakers any chance. No way they could hit on her man. When Hui returned home after finishing his work, he pushed open the door and saw Anna sitting on a rectangular mat, her legs crossed in a strange pose, trying to reach her toes with her hands. He was startled and quickly walked over. "What are you doing? Don't move around so much. Be careful not to hurt your belly. If anything happened, it could cost him half his life." Anna looked up at him with a helpless smile. "I'm doing yoga, it's good for my health." "Don't worry, I know my limits," she said. "Yoga? What's that?" Yen looked confused. He had never heard of it before. Seeing her relaxed expression and that she didn't seem to be pretending, Yen felt a bit more at ease, but he still warned, "Don't move too vigorously. If you feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me."
"Got it."
"I have our babies in my belly, so I wouldn't do anything that could hurt them." Anua joked, but her tone was full of sweetness. Yen helplessly shook his head and took a cloth bag from his pocket, handing it to her. "I bought some things while running errands in the city today. See if they are enough to entertain guests." "You're quite quick. Everything's already bought." Anua looked up at Yen with a smile, reaching for her shoes, ready to see what he brought back. Yen knelt down to put her shoes on, then helped her up from the mat. Holding her hand, he led her toward the kitchen, saying as they walked, "I'll tell them in advance when the gathering will be." In the kitchen, Anua saw what Yen had bought. 2 chickens, a pork belly, a fish, a set of pork offal, and more than 10 eggs. This set of pork offal was a gift from the shopkeeper. How Chinian gently kissed Anua's forehead, his eyes shining. Besides you, I don't think many people can cook pork offal.
Perfect.
Let them all cooking skills. Anua's eyes lit up. I have quite a few braised meat recipes. Maybe one day, we can rely on these recipes to get rich. In her past life, she managed on her own. After work, she would curl up on the sofa and browse food bloggers' posts, so she remembered many recipes. Honestly, those recipes could have sold for a good price back then. My wife is the best, how Chinian hugged Anua. From now on, I'll just enjoy life with my wife. Of course. I won't let you or our children be shortchanged. Anua looked up from Hao Chinian's embrace. After sharing a glance, they both burst into laughter. After discussing, they decided to hold the gathering tomorrow afternoon. They planned to invite close friends and military wives to their home as a way to strengthen their bonds. Since they would be living here for a long time, it was always good to get along well with everyone.
That's settled then.
Anua clapped her hands excitedly. We need to prepare well so everyone can enjoy the food and have fun. Huachinian watched her excitedly, and he felt happy too. Okay, I'll do as you say, Huachinian said with a smile, his eyes full of affection. The luckiest thing in his life was marrying Anua, such a good wife. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. Anua had already gotten out of bed and started her busy day. The ingredients Huachinian brought back the day before were piled high in the corner of the kitchen, giving off tempting smells. She hummed a cheerful tune as she quickly washed the ingredients, already planning the dinner menu. This was her first formal invitation since arriving in this era, so she had to show her best effort. Of course, the chicken would be made into nourishing old hen soup and spicy chicken pieces. Fresh fish would be split in half for braised fish chunks, half for a tangy and spicy fish dish. The pork belly, with fat and lean parts, would be cut into pieces and cooked into a delicious braised pork dish. As for the pig's offal, Anua's lips curled into a sly smile. This was her specialty, guaranteed to impress those who had never tried it, even making their tongues tingle. Thinking of this, her movements became even more energetic, as if she had endless strength. Just as she turned the pig's stomach inside out and scrubbed it carefully with coarse salt to remove its strong smell, familiar footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Huachinian pushed the door open, still carrying the cold outside air. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Anua, saying, "Wife, I just checked in with my comrades. We're inviting a few close friends over tonight to have some fun." Anua replied without looking up, her hands not slowing down at all. Our place is small, so it'll be crowded if too many come. You just arrange it as you see fit. Huachinian took off his military coat, hung it on the wall, then returned to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and taking over the work from Anua. Oh, I also specially invited Commander Su this time. Anua paused slightly, her hands still busy. She looked up with a slight frown and raised an eyebrow in doubt, asking, "Will Commander Su bring his family along?" That was the real question. Huachinian paused, seeming surprised that Anua asked this question. He thought carefully and shook his head. He didn't say anything about that. I think he will bring him along. Well, that will be lively, Anua said with a smile, crossing her arms and looking at Huachinian washing pig offal. Her smile was meaningful, hard to read. If Captain Hua's little fangirl shows up, dinner might get a bit noisy. Anua poked Huachinian's chest with her finger. Our Captain Hua is really charming. Huachinian smiled helplessly and shook his head. He picked up a cloth nearby, wiped his hands, then held Anua's hand, which was fussing at his chest. Wife, are you jealous? Nonsense. Why would I be jealous? Anua pouted and tried to pull her finger out, but she couldn't. So, what if she was a little jealous? If a young, pretty girl was thinking about her man, she wasn't allowed to feel jealous? Seeing Anua get jealous for him, Huachinian felt unexpectedly happy. His cheerful laugh escaped his throat as he gently pulled Anua into his arms. Wife, I'm happy to know you care so much about me. Time flew quickly, and it was already afternoon. Just after she finished slicing the cured meat and sausage, Anua heard hurried knocking on the door outside. She wiped her hands, untied her apron, and hurried to open the door. Outside stood Zhao Feng, Wang Chuiying, and Gu Yuechen, 3 military wives, all smiling and each holding large and small bags. "Come in, sisters-in-law."
Come in.
Anua quickly stepped aside, warmly inviting them inside. Before she could say much polite, Zhao Feng already smiled and handed over her things. "We came early to help. We can't let you, pregnant as you are, serve us a big group to eat. That wouldn't be right, and we wouldn't enjoy it either."
Exactly.
"Anua, don't be polite with us," Gu Yuechen quickly agreed. "And you're pregnant too, so take it easy and don't tire yourself out." "Then I won't be polite anymore," Anua said with a smile, taking the things from them and placing them on a nearby table. She didn't fuss about it. After all, now wasn't the time for politeness. With so many people, she couldn't do everything alone. They exchanged a few words, then happily went into the kitchen together to prepare for the evening banquet. Zhao Feng entered the room and was immediately drawn to the wall in the kitchen, which was full of cured meats and sausages. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so much cured meat. How much did that cost?" Gu Yuechen also looked surprised and asked in disbelief, "How many pigs did they have to kill to make so much meat? That's really impressive." Wang Chuiying didn't speak, but her eyes showed almost visible jealousy that she couldn't hide. She secretly thought, "Anua is really quite generous, making so much meat at once. She's not worried about others noticing." She thought to herself, "This Anua is quite wealthy, making so much meat all at once. She's not afraid of people eyeing her." "These were brought from the countryside," Anua casually explained, with a hint of pride in her voice. "My Nian and his brother hunted some wild boars in the mountains, and I made the meat and sausages myself." Zhao Feng nodded in amazement and said, "Captain Hor is really talented. He can hunt and make cured meat. You're so lucky to marry such a man." Gu Yuechen also nodded happily and said with envy, "I thought all this was bought from the supply store. I didn't realize you made it yourself, and Nua. You're really capable." Wang Chuiying awkwardly smiled but didn't say anything. Her expression grew more complicated. She had thought her family's life was pretty good, but compared to Anua's family, it was like comparing a small wave to a big wave, completely different. As they chatted and worked on their tasks, Wang Chuiying's gaze accidentally fell on the prepared pig offal sitting nearby. "Is this pig offal?" She frowned immediately, showing a look of disgust. She muttered quietly, "Why are they handling these unwanted parts? This is so cheap-looking." Hearing this, Zhao Feng quickly shot her a stern look and gave her a subtle signal to stop. Today was Anua's invitation, and saying such things in front of the host was really rude. But Wang Chuiying clearly couldn't hold back her feelings and muttered softly, "Can you even eat this?" Gu Yuechen didn't speak, but her expression was subtle, showing she was also a bit uncomfortable. No one wanted to eat these parts, which they considered unrefined and not suitable for polite company. Anua naturally noticed the small gestures and unhappy expressions between them, but she pretended not to see anything. She calmly cut the pig organs into pieces, blanched them, and then marinated them with various seasonings. The whole process was smooth and seamless, as if in her hands, these pig organs instantly turned into a delicious dish. The 3 military wives were all amazed by her excellent cooking skills. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise Anua. "Your cooking skills are even better than those of professional chefs." "I'm so impressed." Gu Yuechen nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, watching you cook is such a pleasure. It's really delightful." Even Wang Chuiying, who had looked reluctant earlier, felt embarrassed and could only smile awkwardly, giving a few half-hearted responses. When all the dishes were nearly ready, it was getting dark outside. Hu Qinyan's comrades gradually arrived at the house, including Commander Su Guohua. Su Guohua had brought his daughter, Su Xiang, who had dressed up specially today. She wore a red wool coat and had 2 dark braids hanging in front of her chest. Among the plain-dressed crowd, she looked particularly eye-catching. During the banquet, everyone chatted and laughed, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, Su Xiang kept deliberately or unintentionally approaching Huachinian and often said flirtatious words to him, making the other military wives exchange glances and secretly worry about Annuo. Annuo, on the other hand, sat calmly in her seat, observing everything with a detached attitude. She didn't rush to intervene but quietly watched the situation unfold. Sudden knocking came from outside the door. Annuo was about to get up to open it, but Huachinian gently pressed her shoulder, signaling her to stay seated. "Don't move, I'll open it," he said and stood up quickly, heading toward the door. When he opened the door, Battalion Commander Jiang Pingyu peeked in, looking somewhat apologetic. "Sorry for the delay. I got held up on the way." Huachinian smiled and patted his arm, then turned his gaze to Su Xian, who was beside him, and nodded slightly. "Perfect timing. Come in quickly." Jiang Pingyu and Su Xian were led into the living room by Huachinian. As soon as they entered, Jiang Pingyu saw Commander Su Guohua sitting at the head of the table and immediately saluted. "Hello, Commander?" Su Guohua nodded, his voice deep and commanding. "Good. Sit down quickly." Standing quietly beside them was Su Xian. She was tall with cold, clear eyes that lightly scanned everyone in the room, as if she wasn't interested in anything. The military wives saw Su Xian's expression and looked a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Feng was the first to break the awkward silence, saying, "Sister Su Xian is here." Su Xian nodded slightly in response. At that moment, Anhwa finally saw Su Xian's face and was stunned. Isn't this the kind-hearted military wife who helped her find her way that day at the public restroom and protected her all the way? "Oh, it's you." Anhwa's eyes lit up as she warmly approached. "Thanks to you that day."
Come in and sit.
Su Xian looked at her, and a hint of softness seemed to appear in her usually cold eyes. But she didn't say much, just nodded gently and sat down guided by Anhwa. Jiang Pingyu was still smiling as he explained his tardiness. "Something came up on the way, so I was delayed." Anhwa knew that the other military wives had subtle attitudes towards Su Xian, but she didn't plan to point it out. Were these women just jealous inside? What does it matter if she's from a wealthy family? In the end, they just couldn't stand seeing her do better than themselves. While she was thinking about how to liven up the atmosphere, she heard Commander Su Guohua speak. "Everyone gathering here is to celebrate Qin Yan returning to the army and the housewarming. Today, we're not talking about ranks. We're all comrades, all family." He raised his glass with a smile. "Eat and drink freely, don't hold back." Since the commander said so, who would dare to hold back? The atmosphere quickly became lively. Everyone toasted one another, and conversations gradually started. Anhwa let out a breath of relief, finally able to enjoy her meal. But just then, someone suddenly jumped in to stir trouble. TSK, I knew it," Su Xiang drawled sarcastically, looking at Anhwa and Su Xian. "The wealthy girl really gets along best with other wealthy girls." The room instantly fell silent. Anhwa almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. What is Su Xiang thinking? Going around spreading bad smells everywhere. She's truly a strange person. Zhao Feng frowned and shot a glance at Su Xiang. The other military wives also lowered their heads, pretending not to hear, but their awkward expressions betrayed them. Su Xian, however, looked unfazed, not even lifting her eyelids, calmly eating her food. Inside, she secretly thought how well the dishes were prepared, full of color, aroma, and flavor, much better than the army cafeteria. And what about Anhwa? She remained calm like an outsider, eating her food and smiling as she watched Su Xiang perform, as if watching a monkey show. Huachinian couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned, about to speak up for Anhwa, but she quietly tugged at his sleeve. Anhwa winked at him, signaling him not to interfere. She knew she could handle this herself. There was no need for Huachinian to get upset over her and Su Guohua. Su Guohua's face darkened. He glared at Su Xiang and lowered his voice, saying, "You can't even keep quiet during dinner." But Su Xiang acted as if he didn't hear his father's warning. Not only did he stay silent, but he spoke even more confidently. Did I say something wrong? No matter how much capitalists disguise their true nature, they can't hide their decay, right? His words were almost like insulting Anua directly. Anua sneered inwardly. Su Xiang was really talented, embarrassing the host in front of everyone. Was he poorly educated or just asking for trouble? The scene instantly froze. Everyone lowered their heads, pretending to be invisible, afraid of getting involved. Zhao Feng saw how awkward the atmosphere was and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, little Sue, try this braised pork. Our sister Anua's cooking is even better than the chefs at state-run restaurants. She said this while pushing the dish towards Su Xiang. But Su Xiang completely ignored her. She rolled her eyes and said, "What's so good about braised pork? It's too greasy." Then she turned to Anua with a more sarcastic tone, adding, "But you capitalists sure know how to enjoy yourselves. Just don't follow Su Xian and drag Brother Qinian into it." As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed. Su Xian paused for a moment while serving food. Jiang Pingyu also looked uncomfortable and coughed softly. Anua felt utterly speechless. Was this woman missing a brain? Brother Qinian? Was she so eager for everyone to know she was interested in someone else? Anua looked up again at Su Xian across the table. She was already calm again, just eating quietly, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her composure made Anua feel a bit respectful. Forget it, she wouldn't bother with someone like Su Xiang. It was embarrassing. But Anua never expected that Huqinian, who had been silent all along, suddenly snapped. Even if I have to go through fire and water with my wife, I won't hesitate. There's no such thing as dragging others down. Huqinian held Anua's hand and looked coldly at Su Xiang. Our marriage is our own business. You don't need to worry about it, Su Xiang. Su Xiang was publicly humiliated by Huqinian. Her face alternated between pale and flushed as she bit her lip in grievance. Qinian Gij, I did it for your good. You don't know her. Guo suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table with a loud bang, startling Su Xiang, who trembled all over. Enough! Guo shouted sharply, interrupting her. Eat if you can, and if you can't, get out. Dad. Su Xiang didn't think she was wrong. Her father had embarrassed her in front of so many people, leaving her no dignity. She stomped her feet in anger. Everyone at the table held their breath. The men lowered their heads, pretending to be busy with their drinks. The wives exchanged glances, sensing something was wrong, but because of Su Xiang's status, they dared not speak up. Guohua's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He glared at Su Xiang with warning and suppressed anger. Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? Nan is about your age, and she can manage a family on her own. But you? You talk nonsense without thinking. When will you finally grow up? Nan, it's all because of Nan, Su Xiang said with red eyes, her neck stretched out, looking defiant. What kind of spell has she cast on you all? Why are you all siding with her? My wife is better than you, in every way, Huqinian said fiercely. Chao Yunfei's mouth twitched as he looked down, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Everyone knew Captain Hua was a wife-crazy man. Talking badly about his wife in front of him was asking for trouble. She's just a sickly, ugly girl. Su Xiang angrily shouted, unable to hide her embarrassment. She couldn't stand Huqinian protecting that ugly girl, Anua. She thought she was just as good as Anua. Why wouldn't Huqinian like her? That word, ugly girl, was like a veil being torn away. Everyone was shocked and gasped. Anua, however, looked quite pleased, sneering. Calling her ugly is understandable. And what do you mean by sickly? At this moment, Su Xiang no longer cared about anything. She spoke even more recklessly. Don't think you can hide it. Ever since you were burned, your body hasn't been the same, and you won't live long. You're already a dying person, so why are you still bothering Brother Qinian? Chao Yunfei suddenly looked up, frowning and glaring at Su Xiang. How could someone be so cruel? The men at the table looked at Su Xiang with some dissatisfaction. The women looked at Anua with sympathy, as if she might leave this world at any moment. Su Xiang, you're going too far. Hua Qinyan's face darkened when he heard Su Xiang curse Anua. His eyes seemed to want to swallow her whole. Anyan, calm down. Anua gently held Hua Qinyan's hand and smiled at Su Xiang, who was stubbornly raising her chin. Su Xiang, tell me, how do I not have a long life? Senior sister Anrin is your real cousin.
Can she lie?
Su Xiang proudly tilted her head back. Tsk. Anua took a sip from the porcelain cup in front of her, her eyes lowered, hiding her expression. Used as a tool by others and not knowing it, how sad. Everyone's expressions varied, but Anua only made a brief remark. Today was the day Anua and Hua Qinyan hosted a gathering. There was no need to ruin the mood over unrelated people. The scene became extremely awkward. At this moment, Liang Qingzhen, the group leader, smiled kindly and raised his glass. He said to Anua, "Hey girl, your cooking skills are truly amazing. Making so many delicious dishes to host us. Really hard work for you." Liang Qingzhen's words finally broke the deadlock. Others quickly chimed in, praising Anua highly. Yes, Anua, your skills are unmatched. I've never had such delicious food before. Exactly. Girl Anua, you're so considerate. Making so many tasty dishes must have been exhausting. Girl Anua, I toast you. Thanks for the wonderful meal today. Anua didn't take all the credit herself. She smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. If it weren't for the help of a few sisters-in-law, I really couldn't have prepared this table of dishes alone." Her words warmed Zhao Feng and the other military wives' hearts, and the men at the table looked at Anua with even more respect. This girl not only had great cooking skills but also a good character. She was humble, modest, and cautious, truly a girl worth admiring. Seeing everyone's praise and affection for Anua, Su Xiang felt even more uncomfortable. She was about to speak again to mock her, but before she could, Su Guohua shot her a quick look. "Shut up," Su Guohua said firmly. His tone was calm but carried undeniable authority. This finally made Su Xiang stop completely, afraid to speak another word. She pouted in grievance, lowered her head, and dared not meet her father's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Xian quietly raised her head and took a quick glance at Anua with her peripheral vision. Is she really just a wealthy young lady from a privileged family? Dinner ended, and the gathering was finally over. Su Guohua looked very upset, glared at Su Xiang, and took her away first. What a unlucky family. Before leaving, Su Xiang didn't forget to glare fiercely at Anua. Her eyes burned with jealousy, almost ready to burst out, as if she wanted to burn Anua to ashes. Anua simply smiled calmly in response, her relaxed and indifferent attitude making Su Xiang almost explode with anger. The military wives hurriedly helped Anua clean up, praising her cooking skills as they worked. "Anua, your cooking is amazing. Today's meal was so enjoyable, even more lively than New Year's." Exactly. The flavor of the marinated meat is so good. When will you teach us your secret?
Sure.
Anua nodded with a smile. If you want to learn, I'll tell you everything I know. After everything was tidied up, the wives and soldiers gradually said their goodbyes. Anua and Hua Qinyan stood at the door, seeing off their dear friends and family members one by one. When Jiang Pingyu and Su Xian left, Anua specially saw Su Xian to the door and softly said, "Su Xian, come visit me often when you have time." Su Xian was a little surprised, looked up at Anua. Her bright, sincere eyes were full of kindness and invitation. For some reason, Su Xian felt touched inside. She nodded without saying much polite words, then turned and left. After everyone was gone, the yard suddenly became quiet. The noise faded away, leaving only peace. Hua Qinyan closed the door, shutting out the outside world. Then he gently embraced the slightly tired Anua. He looked down and softly asked, "Are you tired today?" "Not too bad." Anua leaned into his broad chest, feeling his warm embrace, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Seeing everyone happy makes me happy too." Hua Qinyan gently lowered his head, kissing her smooth forehead. "You did very well. Everyone praised your cooking." They say my wife is both elegant and good in the kitchen. Of course. Anua proudly blinked, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, looks like Su Xiang caused trouble today because my good cousin was giving her advice behind the scenes. A serious look appeared on Hua Qinian's face. A fool. TSK, isn't this your fault for bringing back that bad romance? And I'm the one who suffers in the end. Anna intentionally teased him, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Hua Qinian was both amused and helpless, quickly raising his hands in surrender. It's not fair. I've never had any feelings for her, I swear. My heart only belongs to you, okay? Yes, I get it. You're smart. Anna waved her hand lazily, seeming uninterested in arguing. Hua Qinian frowned, worried. Try not to have direct conflicts with them in the future. If they really get desperate, they might do anything. After all, it's easy to hide an attack, but hard to defend against a sneak attack. Don't worry, I know my limits, Anna smiled and patted his shoulder. Besides, I have you behind me. What should I be afraid of? The next morning, as the first sunlight seeped through the curtains, Hua Qinian had already dressed and left for the army. Anna woke up, ate a simple breakfast, then lazily picked up a book and relaxed on the sofa. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, breaking the quiet. Yin Huang and Tang Dang heard the noise and barked nonstop toward the door. Anna put down her book, put on her coat, and went outside to open the door. When she saw who was outside, she paused in surprise.
It was Su Xian.
She was dressed in a blue padded jacket and black pants, looking elegant and refined. She carried a small basket filled with fresh eggs. Big sister Su Xian? Anna looked at her happily. Su Xian's tone was still cold, but there was a rare warmth in her voice. These are eggs from my chickens. I brought them to help you strengthen your health. Hearing this, Anna felt a warm rush inside. In this material-scarce time, these were precious. She quickly took the basket and said, Thank you, big sister Su Xian. You're so kind. No need to thank me. Su Xian shook her head and added, Your cooking last night was very good. I liked it. After saying that, she turned to leave. But just as she was about to step away, wait. Anna suddenly called out to her. Su Xian stopped and looked back at her with some confusion, her cold eyes holding a hint of inquiry. What's the matter? Do you need something else? Su Xian's gaze fell on Anna's face. Her eyes shone with a faint light, like the reflection of golden rice stalks in autumn, warm and gentle. Big sister Su Xian, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Anua's voice was calm and steady, but it carried a sincere tone that couldn't be refused. She smiled, showing 2 small tiger teeth, which made her look very charming. You gave me such a precious egg. You can't expect me not to offer you a cup of water, right? Su Xian paused slightly, her expression as always cold, but a hint of complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She was silent for a moment, and then nodded. All right, I'll accept your kindness. Hearing this, Anua's heart blossomed with happiness, and her eyebrows almost lifted in excitement. She quickly moved aside to open the door, her voice clear and bright like a small stream in a mountain valley. No trouble at all. Please come in. She looked as if she was welcoming not a distant neighbor, but an old friend returning after a long time. Outside, the cold wind howled, and dry leaves rolled on the ground like small animals being driven away. Inside, a warm scene unfolded. Su Xian stepped over the threshold, and a wave of warmth made her shoulders, which had been tense, relax a little. Come and sit. Anua cheerfully invited her. She hurried to the kitchen, then turned back to say, Sit wherever you like, just like at home. Soon, she returned with 2 steaming cups of plain hot water. 1 cup was handed to Su Xian, and the other placed in front of herself. Su Xian, we don't have much to treat you with here, so please don't mind, Anua said with a bright smile, rubbing her hands around the cup. Su Xian took the cup and gently took a sip. The water was hot, with a simple but comforting sweetness. Her tone remained calm. It's fine. The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. The 2 started chatting casually, the topics scattered but surprisingly compatible. Later, Anua's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Exion's blue cotton jacket, and she couldn't help but praise sincerely. Su Exion, your coat looks really nice. Where did you buy it? I've never seen such a fitting and beautiful style. Su Exion looked up, a little surprised, then lowered her head and said calmly, I made this coat myself.
Wow.
Anua exclaimed, her bright eyes like two small lamps. You made it? That's amazing. Your skills are so good, I really envy you. Hearing her unreserved praise, a faint smile appeared on Su Exion's lips. It's nothing, just learned from elders in my family since I was young. That's really impressive. Anua sighed. I'm not that talented. I only know how to show off, and I can't even sew on a button, let alone make clothes. When she spoke, her eyes still sparkled brightly, warming everyone's hearts. Su Exion gently shook her head, saying nothing but also not showing any impatience. Outside, the wind howled, but inside, it was peaceful and cozy. After thinking for a moment, Su Exion suddenly said, if you need help, I can make a few clothes for you. Really? This was like a big surprise for Anua. Her eyes widened, and she was so excited, she almost jumped out of her chair. That would be wonderful. Sister Su Exion, you're my savior. Without waiting for Su Exion to reply, she eagerly ran into the study. Soon, she returned holding a notebook and a pencil. The clothes sold outside are too tacky, Anua muttered as she opened the notebook. Plus, I'm pregnant now, so there are even fewer styles to choose from. If I get bigger, I might have to wear clothes from Huachinian to fit myself, but that would be too ugly. I don't want to become an unattractive bride. She spoke openly, making Su Exion smile softly. Her brief smile made her look gentler. Anua picked up the pencil and carefully sketched in the notebook. She drew smoothly, each precise, quickly creating a lifelike model on paper. Then, she started designing clothing styles. One after another, maternity clothes appeared, loose, comfortable long dresses and simple, elegant suits, all practical and pretty. Sister Su Exion, what do you think of this neckline? Is it too low? Anua asked as she looked up. Should I change the puff sleeves? Would that look too bulky? And the length of this dress, should it be knee length or calf length? Su Exion was initially a bit reserved but gradually relaxed as she watched Anua's serious and enthusiastic attitude. She carefully examined each design and gave her suggestions. I think this neckline is just right. Neither too low nor too high. It suits you well. For the puff sleeves, you can make a slight change. Nothing too exaggerated. Just a little, to add some fashion but not look bulky. And the length of the dress, calf length, is better, as it can hide swollen ankles and make you look taller. Anua listened and nodded, occasionally writing or drawing in her notebook, remembering all of Su Exion's advice. Su Exion was increasingly surprised. She originally thought Anua was just doodling casually, but she didn't expect these designs to be so professional. Especially the details, like the folds on the skirt and the small lace on the cuffs, were so delicate that they were hard to look away from.
You
Draw really well, Su Exion couldn't help but praise. These designs are so beautiful, I'm a little tempted. Hearing this, Anua looked up and met Su Exion's slightly amazed gaze, smiling naturally. I designed these for my own maternity clothes. If you like them, I can make a few more just for you. No need for a special design. Su Exion shook her head, paused for a moment, then added. But, can I use these patterns as inspiration? Of course, if you mind, I won't. Anua was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Use them as inspiration? She smiled playfully and said generously, of course. But the condition is, if you ever make clothes, can you include me? Hearing this joking remark, Su Exion rarely showed a genuine smile. Sure. Of course. I won't let you work for nothing. Anua took Su Exion's hand and smiled. From now on, every piece of clothing you make for me, I'll pay you 2 yuan for your craftsmanship. Is that okay? Su Exion's face suddenly turned pale, as if she thought of something unpleasant. No need. Anua understood why Su Exion reacted this way and gently patted her hand for comfort. Su Exion, earning money through your own work isn't shameful. If you feel uncomfortable taking money, I can trade something instead. How about the cured meat and sausages from yesterday? Did you like them? Su Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, they tasted good. They were all hunted by my family's A Nian himself. Then we made the cured meat and sausages ourselves. You don't need money, so I'll trade them for the meat and sausages. Looks like I'm the one gaining here. Su Xian's face regained its usual color. These days, eating meat was hard and taking money could cause trouble. Better to exchange for something edible. She nodded in agreement. And Nual let out a small sigh of relief, feeling her heart finally settle. Su Xian had been bitten once by a snake and was now afraid of well ropes for 10 years. All right then, it's settled happily. The two looked at each other and smiled. That long-lost feeling of ease and happiness made the whole room seem brighter. The two happily chatted for a while. Su Xian saw that it was about time, put down her cup, and quickly reached for the scarf on the back of the chair. She lowered her head and neatly arranged the scarf, her movements smooth and practiced. Anua, I should go now, Su Xian said calmly, without any emotion, as if she was just saying an ordinary thing. Anua looked up at the clock and realized it was late. She smiled apologetically and quickly stood up. Oh, Su Xian, it's my fault for talking to you for so long. Do you still need to cook for your brother-in-law when you get back? Su Xian was slightly surprised, nodded, and continued to calmly arrange her scarf. But when she heard the words brother-in-law, her movements paused for a moment, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. That feeling disappeared quickly, but Anua, who was paying close attention, caught it. At the door, Su Xian reached out to open it, but Anua suddenly stepped ahead of her with a quick step, took out several new bills from her pocket, and directly pressed them into her hand. Su Xian, sister, please take this money, Anua said insistently, with a serious look on her face. Helping me make clothes is enough trouble already. I can't let you cover the cost of the fabric. Su Xian looked down at the 5 crisp bills in her palm. The thick paper felt slightly cool, but it was like a hot iron, making her palm warm. She froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. Anua, this is too much. It's just a few clothes. Why do you need so much money? She kept refusing, sounding a bit embarrassed. You trust me, and I appreciate that very much. I really can't take this money. Oh, Su Xian, don't be so polite. Anua smiled playfully, but her tone carried a commanding tone that left no room for refusal. I'm pregnant, and my skin is delicate. The fabric must be the best. 50 yuan isn't much at all. Just take it first, and we can settle the rest later. Neither of us should suffer. Su Xian frowned and pursed her lips, seeming to want to say more.
But this. That's settled then.
Anua interrupted decisively, patting her hand firmly, like soothing a child. You said we're friends, right? So don't make things difficult for me. Su Xian looked down at the thick bills in her hand and was silent for a moment. Her fingers gently clenched, holding the money tightly in her palm. Then suddenly she looked up and asked, Anua, aren't you afraid that if we get too close, people will gossip about us?
Gossip?
Why would they?
Anua looked confused.
Because I am a rich girl, Su Xian softly said these words, with a tone full of helplessness and self-mockery. People in the family compound call me that. They think I am proud and selfish, and no one wants to get close to me. Even. Her voice paused, and she didn't continue, but the bitterness and hurt in her eyes were obvious. Anua quietly looked at her without speaking immediately. Instead, she stepped forward and took her cold hand in hers. Su Xian, rumors can be scary, but if you're true to yourself, you don't have to worry about shadows. Her voice was gentle but firm. You are living your life for yourself, not for those gossipers. Besides, we met as friends, and finding a true friend is rare. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? These words, like a ray of sunshine breaking through clouds, brought warmth to Su Xian's cold heart. She stared blankly at Anua, her clear eyes free of contempt or pity, only honesty and sincerity. This sincerity made the long-held grievances in her heart suddenly burst out. Tears flowed like a flood, and she tried hard to hold them back, but she couldn't stop.
Thank you.
Sue Xian choked out, unable to speak a complete sentence, only letting tears blur her vision. Anhwa felt very distressed. She stepped closer and held her tightly, gently patting her back and softly comforting her, cried out, "Let all these years of hurt come out. From now on, we are friends. Whatever happens, we'll face it together." At this moment, Sue Xian finally let go of all her disguises, pouring out the bitterness she had kept inside for years. Her crying was low but filled with a tearing pain, making the heart feel sour. After a long while, she gradually calmed down. Wiping her tears, she looked at Anhwa and gave a slightly tired but sincere smile. "Thank you, Anhwa. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time." "Why thank me?" Anhwa waved her hand cheerfully. "We're friends, after all." They looked at each other and smiled. In that moment, a deep friendship quietly warmed without words. After seeing Sue Xian off, Anhwa returned alone to her room, but stayed still for a long time. She sat on the sofa, lost in thought, still replaying the scenes from earlier. This era's prejudice and restrictions are really too heavy. If kind and gentle people like Sue Xian can be unfairly excluded, how many others are lost in such absurdity? At that moment, the door creaked open, and a familiar figure entered, Huachinian. He took off his coat and casually draped it over the back of a chair. Seeing Anhwa sitting on the sofa lost in thought, a hint of concern flashed in his eyes. "Why are you sitting here alone, daydreaming?" he asked softly. Hearing his voice, Anhwa snapped out of her trance and looked at Huachinian. He walked over and sat beside her, wrapping her in his arms. His warm, deep voice asked gently, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Anhwa shook her head and told him everything that had happened today, including asking Sue Xian for help with the clothes and their heartfelt conversation. "Onion, do you mind if I get too close to Sue Xian?" she asked cautiously, looking up at Huachinian. He raised an eyebrow and looked at her nervous face, then chuckled softly. "Silly girl, making friends is your right. Whatever decision you make, I will support you unconditionally." These simple words completely eased Anhwa's worried heart. She happily hugged Huachinian and whispered, "Thank you for always trusting me." Huachinian leaned down and kissed her on the top of her head, saying nothing more. He knew she had her own beliefs and convictions in her heart, and all he needed to do was always stand behind her, shielding her from the wind and rain.